Commander of the Apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26, Upgrading Platoon Leader. After reading the group chat, Sun Meng put down his phone and asked the person who reported the news, "What do those people look like?" There are 7 people in total, 6 of whom are equipped with rifles, but the specific models are unclear. They also brought 2 military dogs. The dogs are wearing bulletproof vests. They look well equipped. That's right. Sun Meng laughed and said to the people around him, "Our business is here." The people next to him hurriedly asked, "Boss Sun, what good thing happened?" Baron Song Yinghai of Sanjiang is looking for a few out-of-control soldiers who killed people in Sanjiang. I didn't expect them to run here. It's really hard for them. They traveled 8,000 kilometers in 10 days. They are really good. Among the people around him, there are members of his personal guards, people wearing the uniforms of the Imperial Security Bureau, and even 2 security guards wearing the uniforms of the escort company. These people are all people who survived the outbreak of the apocalypse. They ran to Sun Meng and were taken in by him. Hearing Sun Meng's words, several people hesitated. "Boss Sun, these people all have guns. They probably won't be easy to deal with. Besides, Song Yinghao's title is the same as yours. It's okay if you don't give him this face." Sun Meng waved his hands. "You don't understand. Although our titles are not high, think about it. What kind of world is it now? Too many people have died. No matter how high the title is, it's useless after death. Our group used to have more than 200 people, but now there are only more than 30 people left. When the situation stabilizes in the future, can we continue to be barons?" The people around him suddenly realized, yes, so many people died, and there are too many vacancies in these titles. I guess it's possible that the boss will be promoted to Earl in the future. Haha. Viscount is 100% possible, and Earl, it depends on luck. At that time, you might need help from others. So my help to Song Yinghao can be regarded as an early investment. After all, there is still a Marquis alive in Sanjiang, and that is Song Yinghao's master. Sun Meng continued, "As for those deserters, they are easy to deal with. They can run so far in 10 days, so they must have transportation. But now we are guarding the intersection of the highway. Can they abandon their cars and walk into the wilderness? That is undoubtedly a dead end. As long as they want to go west, they must pass by us, and they have to agree to any of our demands. Besides, these people are suspected of being rebels. Song Yinghao of Sanjiang has no say, but if I say anything, they will really become rebel deserters. I don't believe they are not afraid." As he said, Sun Meng said to the person who reported the news, "Go tell that Tang Zheng to hand over all his rifles. He can keep his pistols. I will make way for him. Otherwise, let him go back to where he came from. A deserter wanted criminal has no right to make demands. The killing of the Lord's relatives alone is enough to make him take off his military uniform. What if Tang Zheng doesn't agree?" The person who reported the news was a little worried. "Then teach him a lesson," Sun Meng said fearlessly. After receiving Sun Meng's order, his men felt confident and turned away. Sun Meng looked at the people around him and said, "We are lucky today. We got what we need. We are short of guns, and someone sent us guns. If we take down Tang Zheng and his guns, our team will be even stronger." His tone was still full of the arrogance of the nobles, as if the apocalypse had never happened. This is also a common state of the imperial nobles. They have always been high above the common people. Over time, they have developed the habit of looking down on others, especially those who survived the apocalypse. Because they have private guards, they have more or less some strength. This makes the nobles feel that their chance has come. Heroes emerge in troubled times, and now is the time for them to rise. However, their biggest shortcoming is that their weapons are not good enough. Although the empire allows nobles to have private guards, there are strict standards for the distribution of weapons. For this kind of baron, the best weapon for a platoon of private guards is a light machine gun, and it is also an outdated one. The real good weapons are all in the hands of the royal troops. So after the apocalypse, they want to strengthen themselves, but they are also limited by the uselessness of their weapons. Especially after the end of the world, most of the weapons were unusable due to the influence of acid rain and acidic substances in the air. Sun Meng's situation was similar to Song Yinghao's. He only had a well-maintained machine gun and 5 or 6 miscellaneous guns. These also included the shotguns of 2 security guards and the pistol of a security guard. The arrival of this group of deserters was undoubtedly the best opportunity. He was too lazy to use any calculations and directly put forward the request. As long as he guarded the toll station, he didn't have to worry about Tang Zheng and the others not surrendering. The person who reported the news returned to the toll station and put forward Sun Meng's request. At this moment, Tang Zheng almost suspected that he had heard it wrong. He didn't expect Sun Meng to make such a request, and he didn't expect that he would be wanted by the nobles. Although it is the end of the world now, the nobles' wanted warrants are not very strong, but Tang Zheng still finds it a little difficult to accept. Zhao Baxiang's father was not killed by him, so why did he want him? These nobles take their identities too seriously. With anger surging in his heart, Tang Zheng said, "What if I don't agree?" Clatter, clatter. There was a sound of bolts being pulled in the bunker above the toll booth. The guard inside shouted, "Tang, don't be ungrateful. You refuse the noble's request. The people who dared to refuse a Lord Baron's request here have not been born yet. Are you a few deserters tired of living?" Seeing the guns raised in the bunker, Tang Zheng's anger surged, but he did not act impulsively. He squinted his eyes and glanced at the bunker in front of him and asked, "Can we take this bunker?" Luo Fei and the others looked at the door-shaped building and shook their heads slightly. "General, they are guarding in the bunker, relying on the advantage of the terrain to guard. It is very difficult for us alone. Unless we have another squad of soldiers and attack from the front and back, we will have to pay some casualties to take it down." Tang Zheng took a deep breath and said, "Let's go. We'll talk about it when we get back." Seeing Tang Zheng and his group retreat, the guards in the bunker laughed. They used to be private soldiers of the nobles and never had the courage to laugh at the royal troops. This time, it was awesome. Tang Zheng and his men returned to the Nanhu Flower Hotel. After returning, Tang Zheng did not get angry. That was just a sign of incompetence. To deal with such people, you have to fight back. Get ready, we will clean up the zombies here. Even if it takes 3 days, we have to collect a wave of funds, and after we upgrade to platoon leaders, we will settle accounts with these people. The soldiers did not stay long after returning, and prepared to set out to hunt zombies. Zhu Jingqiu just finished making lunch and came out. Seeing Tang Zheng and his men coming back and about to go out again, he took the initiative to ask, "Brother Tang, what are you doing?" Tang Zheng glanced at Zhu Jingqiu and said, "I want to collect some gold and silver. The army needs it." Zhu Jingqiu immediately said, "This is a tourist spot. There is a silver shop next to the service hall, but it is very small and only sells some silver souvenirs and ornaments. If you can go there, you can go there to take a look." Silverware. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up instantly. He knew that in many tourist areas, there would be people selling silver and jade for profit, and those tour guides would also take the initiative to take tourists into the shops to get some commissions or something. But he didn't expect that there would be a silver shop in a service area. Although the scale of the silver shop here would not be too large, it was also what Tang Zheng urgently needed at the moment. After determining the location of the silver shop, Tang Zheng had his meal and set off again. He still took a detour from the wilderness and went all the way to the back of the service hall and then climbed up. "General, the one with iron bars on the window should be the silver shop." Tang Zheng looked inside through the window. There were 2 rows of 6 counters in the left and right. At this moment, most of the counters were broken and in a mess, and there were no zombies in the room. But no one took the silver zodiac cards, silver fish pendants, silver cups, etc. After the end of the world, what everyone needed was food, medicine and other supplies, and these gold and silver seemed to be completely forgotten. Great. If it weren't for the special situation this time, I wouldn't have known there was a silver shop here. In other places, silver shops are all in crowded places, and it's impossible to get close to them at ordinary times. Only the silver shop near the wilderness can be taken by me. Be gentle, don't make any noise. Several soldiers stepped forward, not using a door-breaking hammer, but using a few sticks they found to pry the iron fence. After prying off a few screws at the bottom, several soldiers worked together to bend the loose iron fence, revealing a gap that could be passed through. Go in. Pushing open the window, the group entered the silver shop. Occasionally, there were zombies wandering outside the window of the main entrance, but they didn't find Tang Zheng and his group. There was no need to say anything at this moment, just collect as quickly as possible. Several soldiers acted together, and the silver in the store was continuously delivered to Tang Zheng's hands. No matter what kind of silver it was immediately exchanged for system funds in Tang Zheng's hands. Exchange successful. 3.8 gold was obtained. Exchange successful. 2.7 gold was obtained. Exchange successful. Get 5.5 gold. Not too much at once, but the number is large. The cumulative number is close to 2000. About 20 minutes later, this small silver shop was looted. Tang Zheng took a look at the system funds. Before, he had less than 500 gold, but now he has 5280 gold. With the funds in place, Tang Zheng led his men out of the silver shop and chose to upgrade at the back of the shop. Kill 100 zombies. Completed. A squad under your command is full. Completed. Funds of 1000. Completed. All 3 requirements have been met, and the upgrades are met. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Immediately upgrade. Upgrade completed. Congratulations, General. Unlock the platoon leader badge. Please choose. General, is this unit a normal platoon, reorganized platoon, or reinforced platoon? What is the difference between these 3? Tang Zheng was also a little confused. According to the military system, an ordinary platoon has 25 people, a reorganized platoon has 35 people, and a reinforced platoon has 45 people. The difficulty of upgrading the company varies depending on the general's choice. The ordinary platoon requires the least number of kills and funds to upgrade the company. The reorganized platoon requires more, and the reinforced platoon requires the most. Tang Zheng did not hesitate and directly chose the reinforced platoon. Now I have just upgraded the platoon leader, and it is estimated that it will be a long way to upgrade the company commander in the future. At this moment, the more people the better. Confirm the choice. This unit is a reinforced platoon with a maximum of 45 people, and the upgrade is complete. The purchase permission for the platoon leader has been unlocked. Please check it out. General. Upgraded to platoon leader. Brothers, give Tang platoon leader a vote. Chapter 27 Fully armed. Congratulations, General. Upgrading to platoon leader is complete. Upgrading to company commander is unlocked. Requirement 1. Full staff, 45 people. Requirement 2. Kill 3000 zombies cumulatively. Requirement 3. Upgrading funds of 10,000. As Meng Meng finished her introduction, the upgrade was officially completed. The white medal on Tang Zheng's chest has changed. The golden word ban in the middle has become pay. This medal is based on the imperial military system, and others can recognize his rank at a glance. This appearance is actually quite important. After all, the platoon leader looks more impressive than the squad leader, and can bluff more people. However, what Tang Zheng cares more about is what equipment has been unlocked. Looking through the 4 options on the right side of the system, they are equipment, weapons, personnel, and vehicles. First check the equipment. There are several more options. Officer's uniform, squad leader level, priced at 1 gold. Officer's uniform, platoon leader level, priced at 2 gold. Military infrared telescope, priced at 2 gold. Military first aid kit, contains 2 rolls of bandages, 5 bottles of anti-inflammatory drugs, 10 hemostatic plasters, 5 thermometers, a set of scalpels, 10 syringes, 5 400cc type blood bags, and 10 bottles of glucose. Price 5 gold. Military communication radio, can be used for battlefield communication, can also receive civilian signals, and has a call function. 5 radio walkie-talkies are given as a gift. Price 500 gold. Radar vision, intermediate, displays all units within a 300-meter radius in the system, ignoring building obstructions. Price 2000 gold. This is the equipment refresh, and there is an additional option for regular clothes. Now the clothes worn by Tang Zheng and his men are all combat uniforms of ordinary soldiers. There is almost no difference between officers and soldiers except for multiple medals. But with regular clothes, it is different, and officers and soldiers are distinguished. In the future, when Tang Zheng appoints a squad leader, he can add clothes to the officers. The emergence of infrared telescopes has added a tactical means for Tang Zheng. At least when observing the enemy, this thing is very useful. As for the first aid kit, it is used to rescue the wounded. This is also very important. As the battle becomes more intense, there will definitely be many wounded. A first aid kit may save a soldier's life. After looking at the equipment, let's look at the weapons. The weapons are also refreshed here. Type 54 military pistol. 8 bullets are given, and the price is 40 gold. Browning HP 35 pistol. 13 bullets are given, and the price is 45 gold. Wool rod silent pistol. 6 bullets are given, and the price is 50 gold. AK-47 automatic rifle. 30 bullets are given, and the price is 80 gold. Type 81 automatic rifle. 30 bullets are given, and the price is 80 gold. MG42 light machine gun. 75 bullets are given, and the price is 150 gold. Grenade. Price 7 gold. M57 grenade. Price 15 gold. These are the weapons refreshed at the platoon leader level. Seeing these weapons, Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. The pistols have been refreshed. The Type 54 and Browning are both famous pistols, and they can replace the existing ones. However, the power of this silent pistol is average, but the advantage is that the sound is very small, which is a sharp weapon for assassination. Tang Zheng doesn't know who it is for. As for rifles, whether it is AK-47 or Type 81, they are all classic guns. The 98K under his command can finally be replaced, and the overall firepower will be greatly improved. Especially the appearance of light machine guns, which makes Tang Zheng excited. Machine guns are important suppressive firepower. If he didn't have this machine gun in his hand, he might not be able to get out of Sanjiang City at all. As for the appearance of grenades and hand grenades, they have further strengthened the combat capability of the troops, but this kind of thing is not very effective in killing zombies, but it is very harmful to people. With weapons, there must be personnel. Tang Zheng continued to look at the unlocking a personnel. Opening the personnel interface, there are several more options this time. Cook, price 100 gold. Medical soldier, price 200 gold. Communication soldier, price 300 gold. Scout, price 500 gold. The appearance of the cook made Tang Zheng very happy. In the future, there will be more and more troops, and eating will be a big problem. I didn't expect that the platoon leader level would unlock the cook. The appearance of the medic was expected. He knew it when he saw the first aid kit. Since there is a first aid kit, there must be a corresponding medical staff. The signalman is also very good. He has been promoted to platoon leader. Isn't it reasonable to have a signalman around him? The last scout made Tang Zheng the happiest. Finally, there is a high-end combat soldier. Now he also knows who the silent pistol is equipped for. It is estimated that it is equipped for the scout. After purchasing these arms, his platoon is almost complete. There is also the last item, which is the vehicle. There were only motorcycles before, but now there are 3 new cars. Willis military jeep, 2 passengers, price 300 gold. 212 military jeep. 4 passengers, price 500 gold. M54 military truck. 20 passengers, price 2000 gold. Tang Zheng was very impressed by these 3 cars. After all, they were all rented by him. Among them, the Willis Jeep is a classic. In the battles of the last century, this car almost became a symbol and image. The car is open top and can also be equipped with a canvas roof. There is also a machine gun rack on it, so you can stand on the car and shoot. The speed and performance are also proven, and it is a classic image of military jeep. The 212 Jeep is a model of the Hanyu Empire. It has good off-road capabilities, and is the standard vehicle for officers in the early battlefield. As for the M54 truck behind, it is a military truck with a load capacity of 4.5 tons, and has all-weather and all-terrain off-road capabilities. These cars appeared at the right time. Tang Zheng sometimes worried that he only had a few 3-wheeled vehicles. Once these cars came out, the mobility of the troops was greatly increased. After looking at all the refresh props, Tang Zheng decided to start spending. It's just that he didn't have much money. This small silver shop provided him with some funds, but it was not enough for him to spend lavishly. With 40 to 80 gold in hand, Tang Zheng could only make selective purchases. First, he decided to buy a scout. A troop cannot do without high-end soldiers. Click once and 500 gold will be spent. 5 minutes later, the scout will appear. Tang Zheng was not idle either, and then he started to buy new soldiers. Conscripts are the foundation of a troop. Every veteran starts as a conscript. Especially after the conscripts are upgraded, the cost performance is very high. This time, Tang Zheng bought 8 conscripts in one go. In the imperial military system, the ordinary platoon has 3 combat squads, the reorganized platoon has 4, and the reinforced platoon has 5 combat squads. Since there are 5 squads, it is necessary to directly increase the second squad, while there is money now 800 gold to buy conscripts, and also to add equipment to them. Previously, a conscripted soldier, including equipment, cost a total of 185 gold. This time, Tang Zheng is going to change their guns. The 98K, which costs 50 gold, is replaced by an automatic rifle, which costs 80 gold. Each conscript will cost 215 gold. Tang Zheng is equipped with the 81 type for these 8 conscripts. 8 conscripts cost 1720 gold. The new soldiers all had new guns, so Tang Zheng couldn't favor one over the other, so he changed the guns of the 8 mobilized soldiers. He bought another 6 Type 81 guns, which cost another 480 gold. Why only 6 were bought? Because Tang Zheng also wanted to equip them with light machine guns. He already had one in his hand, but Tang Zheng didn't like to use it very much. After all, he was a platoon leader and a general, and he couldn't always charge into battle with a light machine gun. This one was given to Luo Fei, and this kid would use a machine gun in the future. Buy another one, and Tang Zheng decided to let Yang Mu serve as a machine gunner. A total of 2,770 gold was spent, and there was still 1,510 gold left. Tang Zheng thought about it, and bought a Willys Jeep and a 212 Jeep. Military trucks are too expensive, and he can't afford them now. Another 800 gold was spent, leaving 750 gold in his hand. Tang Zheng thought about it, and spent another 100 gold to buy a cook and 200 gold to buy a medical soldier. Then there were some sundries, such as 2 squad leader uniforms, 1 platoon leader uniform, clothes for the cook and the medic first aid kits, etc. Each of these 2 people was equipped with a Type 54 pistol. A series of sundries cost 100 gold. When Tang Zheng finished clicking, the first scout he bought had already appeared. Behind the counter of the silver shop, a tough young man came out. He came to Tang Zheng and saluted. Scout Ji Yunshan, report to the general. Unlike the mobilized soldiers, although the scout did not make any movements, his whole body was full of strength, his eyes were bright, and he seemed to be ready to enter the combat state at any time. Tang Zheng returned the salute and then asked, "What equipment do you need? I will equip you." Report to the general. Please equip me with an AK-47 automatic rifle, a wool rod silent pistol, a trench knife, a telescope, and 3 grenades. These are enough. Tang Zheng nodded, and began to buy equipment for him. Of course, he also had to equip him with bulletproof vests, military uniforms, etc. After finishing the set, another 205 gold was spent. With the money spent, Ji Yunshan has become a fully armed warrior. Looking at the elite scout in front of him, Tang Zheng asked again, "What are you proficient in?" Report to the general. "I can communicate in 6 languages. I'm proficient in hand-to-hand combat, shooting, reconnaissance, driving, armed swimming, assassination behind enemy lines, etc." "Very good. We may have to go through a battle right now. This is a time to test you." "General, don't worry. Please believe in my strength. I will complete the task." As he talked with Ji Yunshan, new recruits appeared one after another. 8 mobilized soldiers, a cook, a medical soldier, 2 new cars. Tang Zheng's troops grew rapidly, including himself. The number has reached 20, and the strength has doubled. Upgrading from muskets to cannons, urgently needing bullets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Assassination. With reports, soldiers lined up in front of Tang Zheng. 2 jeeps were purchased, but Tang Zheng did not stay at the service area. Instead, he parked them on the side road behind. The personnel were in place, and everyone gathered on the side road. The cook was Wang He, and the medical soldier was Lu Dachun. These 2 types of soldiers can also be upgraded. Wang He currently has no star rating, and his cooking skills are just at the level of a big pot meal. If he is upgraded to 3 stars, he will be at the level of a 5-star chef. Lu Dachun is currently at the elementary level of bandaging and giving injections, and he may be more skilled at giving injections to dogs than to humans. If he is upgraded to 3 stars, he will be at the professor level who can directly perform heart and liver surgery. Wang He, go back to the restaurant and help Zhu Jingqiu cook. Understood. Cook Wang He saluted and trotted away. Although he is a cook, he has also received basic military training, equivalent to the level of an ordinary mobilized soldier, and Tang Zheng also equipped him with a Type 54 pistol. After the cook left, Tang Zheng conducted a simple military reorganization of the troops. Now his troops were organized into platoons, and they had enough personnel for 2 combat squads, so officers could be appointed. First, Tang Zheng took a set of military uniforms. This was the squad leader uniform he bought. His eyes swept across the faces of the soldiers, and everyone held their heads high. Although they were system soldiers purchased by Tang Zheng, they also had their own personalities, their own joys and sorrows, and everyone wanted to strive to be the best and become a squad leader. Luo Fei. Here. Step out. Yes. Luo Fei trotted 2 steps and stood at attention in front of Tang Zheng. Now, I appoint you as the squad leader. In the army, those ranked first are the elite among the elite. I hope you will study military knowledge hard, strengthen your military skills, and lead the first squad to show our momentum and style. Do you understand? Understood. Louder. Report to the general. I understand. Luo Fei roared with veins popping out of his neck. Fortunately, this was not the service area, otherwise zombies might be attracted. Take the equipment. He took the uniform from Tang Zheng and the light machine gun that Tang Zheng had used before. Luo Fei did not change into uniform immediately, as there might be battles in a while, and it was not convenient to wear uniform. He picked up the light machine gun and put the 98K in the back box of the newly arrived jeep. As Tang Zheng completed the appointment, Luo Fei also had a squad leader medal on his chest. After appointing Luo Fei, Tang Zheng also had to appoint the second squad leader. Everyone looked at Ji Yunshan, but Tang Zheng did not seem to have the intention to appoint him. The other veterans were all excited and felt that their chance had come. Tang Zheng's eyes swept around and finally fell on Yang Mu. Yang Mu. Here. Step out. Yang Mu came out and saluted. Now you are appointed as the second squad leader, responsible for leading a group of new recruits. I hope you can lead them well, upgrade and strengthen them as soon as possible, and strive to catch up with the first squad. Do you have confidence? Report to the general. I have confidence. Yang Mu was very excited. He was the 4th soldier purchased by Tang Zheng, and there were Wang Yu and Li Ji in front of him. He did not expect that he would be the first to become a squad leader. It seems that I have to keep up the good work in the future. When the general is promoted to company commander, I have to have a platoon leader position. Behind him, Wang Yu and Li Ji showed envious eyes. They did not question Tang Zheng's decision, nor were they jealous. At the same time, they did not understand how they were worse than Yang Mu. The uniform and the newly bought light machine gun were handed over to Yang Mu, and the second squad was also formed. The veterans were all in the first squad, and 8 new recruits formed the second squad. There was certainly a gap in combat effectiveness, but in this doomsday environment, it would not take long to catch up. After the 2 squads were formed, Tang Zheng also knew that Wang Yu, Li Ji, and even the newly appeared scout Ji Yunshan wanted to be the squad leader. But people always have their own preferences, and he felt that Luo Fei and the others were more suitable than Wang Yu and the others. As for Ji Yunshin, this kid has a bit of a floating personality, and his catchphrase is always, to believe in his strength, so let's observe him first. After the appointment was completed, Tang Zheng thought about it, and put on the uniform of the platoon leader first. He no longer has a machine gun, and he will not take the initiative to charge, so it's okay to wear a uniform. The brand new clothes were ironed straight, and the bulletproof vest could not be seen inside. He put on a military cap and a pair of white gloves. With gloves, belts and other equipment, and a pistol on his waist, Tang Zheng looked like an officer. He took 2 steps with a rather conceited look, and then asked Luo Fei, Yang Mu, and Ji Yunshin to come to him. You are all aware of the situation at the toll station. We were not strong enough before, and it was difficult to confront them head on. Do you have any suitable solutions now? Luo Fei and Yang Mu did not speak first. Although they were squad leaders, the general did not let Ji Yunshin join the first or second squad. This was the first scout purchased by the general, and they were willing to listen to his opinion. Tang Zheng thought the same, so he simply said, Ji Yunshin, I decided to send you to assassinate Sun Meng. Can you do it? Ji Yunshin immediately patted his chest and said, General, please believe in my strength, and I will complete the task. After that, he immediately asked, General, can we kill the nobles? Tang Zheng's face was a little cold, and he said, it was definitely not possible before, but now it's the end of the world. They are all bullying me. Do I have any other choice? Whoever becomes an obstacle to me now, I will kill him. The bunker is not easy to deal with, so I'll capture the leader first. Ji Yunshin said, yes, their bunker is indeed a bit tricky, but the yard next to the toll station is not as strong as the bunker. I will follow the general's instructions, sneak in quietly, and get rid of Sun Meng first. Are you sure? General, please believe in my strength. These nobles are arrogant, and now they don't have the real vigilance after the end of the world. I'm at least 90% sure that I can get rid of him. Okay, then you set off immediately. After you succeed, run back along the auxiliary road, and we will meet you there. Understood. Ji Yunshin turned and left. He advanced from the shadows of the wilderness and soon disappeared. The rest of you should not be idle either. Let's go to the toll booth as well. There are nearly 30 people there. After Ji Yunshin succeeds, he will probably be hunted down. We are ready to support him at any time. Understood. This time they did not walk, and all of them got on the car. Luo Fei and Wang Yu got on the Willis Jeep, while Tang Zheng got on the 212 Jeep. After all, this car has a carport, so it will be his car for the time being. A new soldier wanted to come over to drive, but was stopped by Yang Mu. You go drive the motorcycle, General, I'll drive here. The new soldier turned and left, and Yang Mu got on the driving seat. An old soldier from the first squad also got on the car, and sat in the co-pilot. Da Kangming and Xiao Piaoying also got on the car, and squeezed next to Tang Zheng, faithfully fulfilling their protection mission. The cars started one after another. Wang Yu and Li Ji sat in the motorcycle, watching Yang Mu's actions, and they seemed to understand something in their hearts. The motorcycle was in front, the open jeep was in the middle, and the 212 was in the back, and they began to move slowly along the auxiliary road. They were not pursuing speed, but waiting for the situation on Ji Yunshin's side. On the second floor of the toll station, Sun Meng put down his phone and just ended a call with Song Yinghao from Sanjiang. I told Song Yinghao that I intercepted Tang Zheng here. He expressed his gratitude to me and said that, if we meet again, he must prepare a gift for me. When we catch Tang Zheng and his men, we will take a video for him. One of his subordinates, a security guard, said, Boss, Tang Zheng and his men have weapons. I'm afraid they won't surrender so easily. Sun Meng thought for a while. Take someone out to keep an eye on them later. It's best to find out where those people live. I analyze that they have nowhere to go now, and can only stay in a restaurant in the service area. I want to know their every move. Okay, I'll go over there in a while. They drank tea and chatted indoors, not worried about Tang Zheng and his men's movements. There is no need to worry about the toll station. To get to the bunker, you can only climb up the iron ladder, and then enter and exit through a door. There are always 10 people stationed inside. The main firepower, including machine guns, are there, and no one can get in. There are 18 people on the second floor here, and there are guards at the main gate. If there is any problem, they will give an alarm. But Sun Meng overlooked one point, that is, these people under his command are not elite, but some ragtag troops put together temporarily. They can scare the common people, but they are too naive to fight a real war. Ji Yunshan started to crawl forward after he reached the toll station building 300 meters away. There was a sentry on the bunker, but he was always absent-minded and was still looking at his mobile phone while on guard. But he was not careless and touched the back of the room on the second floor without any danger. Standing behind the wall, this is a corner that the sentry can't see. With a run up, the whole person jumped up, took 2 steps, and then grabbed the water pipe outside the building. Supported by his hands and feet, he climbed up quietly, like a big gecko, silently. When he reached the second floor, he stopped and listened carefully. After repeating it twice, he determined the location of the room where Sun Meng was. There are several people here. It's too dangerous to go in rashly. We have to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Ji Yunshan climbed up again and climbed directly onto the roof. Crawling on the roof, using the raised part of the eaves to avoid the sight of the sentry at the toll booth, he glanced at the yard in front of the small building. There were several people in the yard, lighting an iron pot and preparing to cook. Ji Yunshan had an idea. These nobles are more afraid of death. If there is something outside, they will definitely not take the initiative to check it out. They will definitely let their men go to check it out. This is an opportunity. After thinking it over, he acted decisively. He took out a grenade from his waist, unscrewed the lid, pulled down the pull ring, and threw it directly into the yard. Boom. A cloud of smoke and dust rose into the sky. Screams were heard from the yard, and the sound of broken glass was heard from the small building. What's going on? Do Tang Zheng and his men dare to launch a surprise attack? Get your weapons. Go and take a look. Take the window first. Boss, stay still. We'll take care of it. There was a loud shouting in the building, and at the same time, there were many footsteps, and everyone went to the window. Now, Ji Yunshan put the AK-47 on his back, took out the silenced pistol, and went down the water pipe again. He came to the window of Sun Meng's room, suddenly kicked the window open, and jumped in. Chapter 29 Blow up the toll booth. Just as Ji Yunshan judged, Sun Meng, this coward, boasted loudly that if an accident really happened, he had no intention of going out. He took out a pistol and even hid behind the table, leaving his entire back to Ji Yunshan. He was staying in the room with one of his guards, who was his trusted subordinate. Ji Yunshan jumped in, and the two didn't even react. Ji Yunshan didn't intend to give them a chance to shout, so he raised his hand and shot. Puff. 2 consecutive shots, such a close distance. For a scout, there is no possibility of missing. The 2 shots hit the head, but there was no loud gunshot at all. In the noisy environment outside, no one would hear it. After a successful shot, after confirming that the 2 were dead, Ji Yunshan turned around and jumped out of the window without stopping. After landing and rolling forward to cushion the force, Ji Yunshan ran quickly, put away the pistol, and took out the AK-47. Over in the small building, the bodies of Sun Meng and his men were soon discovered. Oh no. Boss Sun was killed. Oh my god. Who did this? Who else could it be? It must be Tang Zheng's group of deserters. Found him. He went out through the window. Fire. Fire. Someone stuck his head out of the window and wanted to shoot. Ji Yunshan was prepared. He held an AK and fired a burst of bullets at the window. Da 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 da. The window was shattered, and a person who stuck his head out was shot dead on the spot at the window. Oh no. This guy has an automatic rifle and his shooting skills are also accurate. The window is too dangerous. Go around and chase him. He can't run far in the wilderness. 8 people rushed out of the yard, started to cars from the main gate, and chased Ji Yunshan. After the end of the world, not all cars were corroded. Some people have private garages or car covers. If they wipe them in time afterwards, and insist on wiping them every day, the corrosion will not be particularly serious. But it was not an easy task, because there were too many places that needed to be wiped. Not only the exterior, but also the internal engine and various parts. It was difficult for non-professionals to maintain the condition. However, with more people, some cars would still be preserved, which also gave Sun Meng and his team an opportunity. Sun Meng and his team were guarding the toll station and intercepted some of the survivors' passing vehicles. Among them, several vehicles with better performance were seized by them for their own use. These two SUVs were their common vehicles. Rushing down from the fork in the road, they were confident enough that, even if the killer ran faster, it would be impossible to run faster than four wheels in the wilderness. The car rushed forward, bringing up dust all the way, and when it went down into the wilderness, they saw Ji Yunshan's back. Chase. Turn that corner, he will have nowhere to escape. The car accelerated again, and when it saw the corner, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. Several people in the car almost broke their faces, and before they could get angry with the driver, they were dumbfounded. I saw more than a dozen fully armed soldiers on motorcycles and jeeps, ready to fight. More than a dozen guns, including machine guns and rifles, had been set up long ago. Looking at the black muzzles, these people were almost scared on the spot. Have we offended the regular army? Isn't that Tang Zheng? He is actually a platoon leader? No. The idea is too difficult. Let's retreat. The driver was still planning to turn the steering wheel violently, but unfortunately Tang Zheng would not give them such an opportunity. Standing next to the 212 car, he waved his white-gloved hand. Fire. Da 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 da. Dang 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 dang. More than a dozen guns fired at the same time. Countless bullets rained down like raindrops, and the driver was almost killed immediately amid the sparks. The two SUVs were not bulletproof either. As the driver fell, the people inside followed him one after another. Boom. The fuel tank of a car was blown up, and an explosion occurred. Another car was also beaten into a sieve, and turned over in an uncontrolled state. After a few faint screams, the car gradually stopped shaking. Blood seeped out from the gap of the car door. Tang Zheng did not go over to check, but just turned on the radar screen to take a look. The green light spots representing survivors had disappeared, proving that there were no survivors in the two cars. Well done. There are 7 or 8 people in these two cars. There should be less than 20 people at the toll station now. Let's prepare to attack. Ji Yunshan got on Tang Zheng's car this time, and the group drove straight to the toll station. Tang Zheng originally planned to take advantage of this time, to eliminate the people in the 2-story building first, and then deal with the people in the bunker. But he overestimated the courage of these people. Seeing the car here being blown up, the people on the 2nd floor were already scared, and immediately abandoned the building, and went into the bunker. When Tang Zheng and his men arrived here, they only found more than a dozen survivors in the building. Most of the survivors were women, and it can be seen that they all looked good, otherwise they would not be left here by Sun Meng and his men. Seeing Tang Zheng and his men coming in, some women wanted to come closer, but were scared back by the growls of Da Kungming and Xiao Piaoying. Tang Zheng waved his hand to signal the dogs to be quiet, and then said to the women, "Don't worry, Sun Meng is dead, and we will also take down the bunker at this toll station, and you will be free in the future." A woman said timidly, We don't need freedom, we want to live." Tang Zheng was a little stunned. He didn't expect that after the end of the world, people's ideas would change so much. There are not so many independent women like Zhu Jingqiu, but he couldn't promise these women anything. In the future, he might search for survivors, but not now. Without continuing to talk to these women, Tang Zheng led his men to leave the small building first. As soon as he went out, the battle broke out. At the toll station, the survivors of Sun Meng's side shot at Tang Zheng's side. A machine gun was roaring continuously, and bullets rained down like raindrops. The soldiers looked for shelters to hide, and kept firing back. Although they had the advantage of terrain, their firepower was still far inferior to Tang Zheng's, and they were soon suppressed, and had some silence. However, when the bunker was built there, many shooting holes were designed. The machine guns were suppressed, and people in the other shooting holes continued to fight back with shotguns and pistols. After all, Tang Zheng and his men were in an open area, and it was still difficult to charge. Of course, if Tang Zheng was willing to pay some casualties, the bunker could still be taken, but Tang Zheng didn't want to do that. It was a bit unreasonable to have such a strong strength and still pay the price of casualties. Turning to look at Ji Yunshan, Tang Zheng said, "Ji Yunshan, you performed well just now. Do you have the confidence to take down this toll station? Ji Yunshin said bitterly. General, I don't have confidence. This toll station has only one door that is locked, and there are more than a dozen shooting holes around. Unless you give me a cannon, I can blow it down with one shot. Otherwise it will be difficult. What if I give you a dynamite pack? As he said that, Tang Zheng opened the door of the 212 and took out a backpack from it. Although he didn't carry a door-breaking hammer these 2 days, this 5 kg explosive pack has always been with him. Tang Zheng handed the explosive pack to Ji Yunshin and patted him on the shoulder. Go, I believe in your strength. Ji Yunshin took the explosive pack and accepted the task. However, the actual difficulties still exist. The location of the bunker is too high, and the explosive pack may not be able to be placed. He raised this problem to Tang Zheng, hoping that the general would solve it. Tang Zheng also had a solution for this matter. After purchasing the explosive pack from the system, he knew the characteristics of this explosive pack. After opening a layer of oilcloth wrapped in it, Tang Zheng said to Ji Yunshin, remember, there is glue on the front of the explosive pack. Just stick it on the bunker and you can pull the fuse. Ji Yunshin fiddled with it repeatedly for a few times. General, the quality of this glue is up to standard, right? If I'm glorious, you will never see your first confidant and beloved general again. Stop talking nonsense. Go. Everyone pay attention. Fire to cover Ji Yunshin. At Tang Zheng's command, the soldiers immediately launched a fierce counterattack. More than a dozen guns fired at the same time, causing cement debris to fly everywhere. An unlucky guy who used the firing hole to shoot was shot in the head by a stray bullet. Under such powerful fire suppression, the bunker immediately fell silent. Ji Yunshin did not continue to talk too much and rushed out in one step, quickly rushing towards the toll station bunker. Chapter 30 Where the Dream Begins. Fierce gunshots echoed in the direction of the toll station. There were high mountains on both sides of the toll station, and a service area 1 kilometer away on the other side. The sound was blocked by the mountains, but it could be heard in the service area. Some zombies near the toll station began to move towards this side. Although they walked slowly with a staggering step, they were a real threat. The battle here also accelerated the process. Under the cover of the soldiers, Ji Yunshin quickly approached the bunker. The bunker also realized that the situation was dangerous, and some people tried to fight back from the shooting hole. But at this moment, the shooting hole was the focus of attack, and anyone who showed his head would be killed or beaten back. The people in the bunker could not stay, and some tried to rush out of the door. How proud they were when they built this place, how annoyed they are now. There was only one door, which was blocked by the firepower outside. It was too difficult to leave. 3 people were killed in a row at the moment of going out, and the people inside were almost desperate. Time waits for no one, and Ji Yunshin has rushed to the bottom of the bunker at this moment. According to Tang Zheng, after opening the oilcloth bag, he took 2 steps, jumped up, and stuck the explosive pack on the wall of the bunker. His body fell, and the fuse wrapped around his fingers was pulled down. He quickly ran a few steps to the side, and with a somersault, he jumped directly into the deep ditch on the side of the road. Boom. The explosive pack exploded. The toll station bunker that had blocked the highway intersection for 20 days finally collapsed. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the people inside were either killed or buried by bricks and rubble. Tang Zheng looked at the huge cloud of smoke and dust caused by the explosion and frowned slightly. We can't stay here. There will definitely be a lot of zombies attracted here. Luo Fei, drive to pick up the cook and Zhu Jingqiu here immediately. The rest of the people, quickly clean up the rubble, and we are ready to leave. Tang Zheng decided to take Zhu Jingqiu with him, not only because she could cook, but also because she helped him when he and his group were exhausted, not to mention that she also provided intelligence information about the silver shop. Luo Fei drove the open jeep and quickly walked along the auxiliary road to the other side of the service area. The rest of the people rushed forward to clean up the rubble here. In the yard, there was a bulldozer that they used when they built the toll station, which came in handy at this moment. A soldier stepped on the rusty bulldozer and barely started it. After several trips back and forth, he cleared a path. After about 20 minutes, the road was cleared, and Luo Fei also returned here with the cook and Zhu Jingqiu. Seeing the chaos here, Zhu Jingqiu was obviously a little uneasy. Tang Zheng had not said that he would take her away for the past 2 days, which made her feel very uneasy. Now there was a battle here, and it seemed that Tang Zheng and his group had won. But Tang Zheng's side, I don't know when there were many more soldiers, and the solemn scene with live ammunition made her feel a little nervous. She asked Tang Zheng nervously, "Brother Tang, there are so many of you?" Tang Zheng nodded slightly. "Yes, we came here to meet up with our comrades. There will be many more comrades joining us on the road. You have to get used to it." This was an excuse Tang Zheng had thought of a long time ago. He would say the same thing to others in the future, otherwise he would not be able to explain the increasing number of subordinates. Zhu Jingqiu heard another meaning, his eyes glowing. "Are you going to leave? Are you going to take me with you?" Tang Zheng nodded slightly. "Don't you want to leave?" No, of course I want to. Oh my god. This is so great. Where are we going? Tang Zheng imagined the scene of returning to his hometown and felt a little happy. He said to Zhu Jingqiu, "Let's go to the place where the dream began." Zhu Jingqiu was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned red. I don't know what she thought of. It took a lot of time to clear the road. In Tang Zheng's sight, he could see from a distance that zombies were moving towards the service area. Tang Zheng and his friends immediately got on the car and prepared to leave. At this time, the women in the small building rushed out, pulling Tang Zheng and his men's clothes, saying that they would take them away with them. Tang Zheng did not agree, but pointed to the courtyard. There are still a few cars of Sun Meng and his men there. The road here has been opened. You can drive away by yourself. I have a mission here, and I can't take you with me. Faced with a group of mighty warriors, these women did not dare to get too entangled. After all, these soldiers just killed even the nobles. Fortunately, there are many of these women who can drive. After hearing Tang Zheng's words, they immediately got busy. Some people started the car, some went to get food, and some took clothes to change. Some women even brought cosmetics. The nature of loving beauty cannot be erased even in the end of the world. Tang Zheng didn't care how busy they were. He ordered the soldiers to start the car, and then took the lead, to get on the back seat of the 212 Jeep. When Yang Mu saw Tang Zheng getting on the car, he called Zhu Jingqiu and said, "Miss Zhu, there are a lot of people here. Please bear with it, and squeeze in with our general." No one else said anything. Ji Yunshan glanced at them, and said with a stern face, "Have you forgotten our mission? That is to put the interests of the general first. How can we let the general be wronged? We can squeeze anyone but not the general." Then he turned to Zhu Jingqiu and said, "Miss Zhu, you go take a motorcycle. Let our 2 military dogs stay by the general's side. The general is more accustomed to staying with dogs." Zhu Jingqiu nodded slightly, got up and went to a motorcycle. Ji Yunshan called the 2 military dogs over and squatted by Tang Zheng's side. Military dogs are always loyal and meticulous in performing protection tasks. This is indeed the safest choice for Tang Zheng. However, Tang Zheng sat there with a wooden face and did not speak for a long time until the car started. When the next round of promotion comes, people like Liu Fei and Yang Mu should be trained as the focus. The convoy left the service area, and the zombies were immediately left far behind. At the beginning, the women followed Tang Zheng in their cars, but he ignored them. However, the women were not as strong as the soldiers under Tang Zheng, and gradually they could not keep up. But Tang Zheng was not worried. There were not many cars on the highway, and there were not many zombies. They were safe here. When they could not hold on any longer, they naturally found a place to get off the highway. It was a long journey, and the car hardly stopped this time. They ate when hungry, and drank when thirsty, walked in the morning, and slept at night. After 3 days on the road, on the morning of the 4th day, Tang Zheng finally set foot on the land of his hometown, Sanjiang City. Song Yinghao put down his phone and said to Zhao Bakshan, who was beside him with an expectant look, "Maybe something happened. It's been 3 days and Sun Meng hasn't replied to the message." Zhao Bakshan said with a hint of fantasy, "Could it be that the internet is down on his side?" Song Yinghao shook his head. "No, the situation in Western Sichuan is basically the same as ours. We are still connected, and his side won't be disconnected either. The only possibility is that something happened to him. He was either killed by zombies or by Tang Zheng." "Then do you think he will be killed by zombies?" Song Yinghao said firmly. "Sun Meng and I are both barons. We were awarded the title in the same batch, and we knew each other before. Sun Meng told me about the situation over there on the phone before. He occupied the toll station and was far away from the zombie group. The situation was very safe. What's more, nothing happened for such a long time. How come something happened as soon as Tang Zheng went there? Isn't this obvious? As he spoke, Song Yinghao asked Zhao Bakshan to look at the chat records between the two. They talked on the phone that morning and said they were going to deal with Tang Zheng, but they lost contact in the afternoon. The situation is already very clear. Sun Meng was basically killed by Tang Zheng. Zhao Bakshan said with an unpleasant face, "This Tang Zheng is too bold. He dared to attack the nobles. Humph. The end of the world has come. Many people have become arrogant. They think that the empire may have no hope. Naturally, they will not care about our noble status." Song Yinghao snorted coldly and continued, "But Tang Zheng has gone too far. This time he killed a formal noble of the empire. The situation is completely different from your father. Although the current situation of the empire is difficult, there will be a time to ease. Then we will see how to settle accounts with him." "Then do we still need to continue to issue a wanted order for him?" Zhao Bakshan asked. Song Yinghao shook his head, looking a little depressed. "No, that's useless. I have already wanted him once, and it will be the same if I want him again. My influence is only so great. Unless we can meet up with the Marquis and let the Marquis speak, it will be effective." Zhao Bakshan did not speak, and he could not hide his disappointment. It is difficult for them to even leave the manor now, and as for joining the living Marquis in Sanjiang City, that is almost out of the question for the time being. Rely on the future? Who knows about the future? But he has no other choice but to pin his hopes on Song Yinghao in the future. Perhaps seeing Zhao Bakshan's disappointment, Song Yinghao was also worried. He picked up his phone and took the initiative to communicate with the Marquis. After a while, Song Yinghao put down his phone with excitement on his face. "Bakshan," the Marquis replied to me. "He told me that we can hold on for 3 months at most. Within 3 months, he will definitely send someone to rescue us. At that time, I will meet the Marquis and report Tang Zheng's affairs to him." This sentence ignited a glimmer of hope in Zhao Bakshan's heart. "Tang Zheng, let you be free for another 3 months. We will settle the revenge for killing your father after 3 months. Too many book friends are willing to read books quietly, but they will vote for recommendations or monthly tickets for me. I can even remember everyone's names. Thank you." Chapter 31 Kinsao. Kinsao City, Western Sichuan Province. On the highway, a Kinsao welcome sign stands there, rusty and looks like it will collapse at any time. Tang Zheng's home is in Tele Town, Mingshu County, Kinsao City. Get off the highway in front and walk more than 100 kilometers along the provincial road to Mingshu. Tang Zheng hasn't been home from the highway for a long time. Seeing this, he was also excited. "If I move fast enough, I will probably be home this afternoon. It's really not easy. I have been on the road for more than 10 days and finally came back. I should call my sister and ask about her situation." After taking out his mobile phone, Tang Zheng suddenly found that his mobile phone had no network. It shouldn't be. According to analysis, there will be a power outage for 1 month in the end of the world, and the whole network will be disconnected for about 3 days after the power outage. Now is the 22nd day of the end of the world, and there should be at least 10 days available. Tang Zheng repeatedly looked for places to try, but there was still no network signal, which made him very distressed. People who are used to communication will be very uncomfortable if they can't contact the outside world at any time. But things had already happened, and Tang Zheng had no choice but to keep going. After driving along the highway for a while, the convoy began to leave the highway and head for the provincial road. The situation on the provincial road was slightly worse, but the number of zombies was not large, and there was basically no obstacle for the convoy to move forward. Tang Zheng was a little anxious, so he told Yang Mu, who was driving, "Turn on the radio and listen to music." Yang Mu turned on the car radio and then said, "General, we haven't downloaded any music songs." Tang Zheng was a little speechless, thinking it was before the end of the world. Seeing that Tang Zheng was silent, Yang Mu fiddled with the radio casually. He randomly tuned to a frequency, and suddenly, a voice came from the radio. "Zizzy, This is the Kinzhao Airport base. You can all hear it. Zzzz. We. Population 3000 weapons have protection. Zzzz. Leader bailing. Recruiting survivors. Food distribution is as follows. 1 Zzz. 2 Zzz. The intermittent voices kept coming, and Tang Zheng was confused. What's going on? General, maybe someone has built a base and is recruiting survivors, but I can't hear the specific situation clearly. After all, I'm not a professional. Hearing the word professional, Tang Zheng suddenly thought that he could buy a communicator. Moreover, the equipment page also unlocked something. He opened it and took a look. Military communication radio. Can be used for battlefield communication. Can also receive civilian signals. And has a call function. 5 radio walkie-talkies are given as a gift. The price is 500 gold. He turned to the soldier page again. Communicator. Price 300 gold. When buying in large quantities a few days ago, Tang Zheng felt that the communicator was a bit expensive, and he didn't buy it because he was short of money. In fact, the communicator itself is not expensive, but a communication radio alone costs 500 gold, which is expensive. But now Tang Zheng doesn't think so. It seems that some survival bases have begun to appear in Kinzhao, Mingshu and other places. Since he has returned to his hometown, Tang Zheng can't leave in a short time, and he still needs to have an understanding of the local situation. This Willis car radio is not very easy to use. It seems that he needs to buy a communicator and then learn about the surrounding situation in detail. In the past few days, every night when camping in the wild, the soldiers would clear the zombies around to ensure Tang Zheng's safety. Sometimes when there were many zombies on the road, some small-scale battles would occur, and some funds would be collected by the way. The harvest was not much each time, but after nearly 4 days of travel, more than 1,300 gold was accumulated. Tang Zheng simply clicked on the purchase and directly bought a communication soldier and a communication radio. He also equipped the communication soldier with some basic equipment, such as military uniforms, pistols, etc. At this time, he found the benefits of Zhu Jingqiu not being in his car. At least he didn't have to worry about buying soldiers. After a while, a new soldier appeared in the car and sat next to Tang Zheng. Communicator Wu Di, report to the general. Tang Zheng looked at the communicator and saw that he was a friendly young man. The difference from other new soldiers was that he carried a radio box on his back. Tang Zheng nodded. Tell me about your situation. Report to the general. My basic ability is similar to that of a mobilized soldier. What I'm good at is operating the radio and finding out information. I have a good memory and can accurately and timely transmit intelligence and convey orders. The radio behind me can be used for battlefield command and for receiving civilian signal sources. It is also equipped with 5 radio walkie-talkies, which can communicate with the radio. The current communication range is 150 kilometers. If these things were before the end of the world, they would not be of much use. However, after returning to Kinzhao, the mobile phone had no signal, and this radio showed a different effect. It seems that the system has considered it more thoughtfully. After the end of the world, mobile phones will definitely be eliminated, and the same is true for telephones. At that time, this primitive radio will be able to play a role. And looking at Kinzhao, it seems that the radio has been used for some time, so the mobile phone should not have no signal for more than 1 or 2 days. Okay, Woody, now listen carefully and see what is going on in Kinzhao. After listening, give me a report. Understood. Woody exchanged positions with Ji Yunshin, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, and began to fiddle with his radio. The signal source of this kind of radio station is indeed strong, and the received voice is also clear. Tang Zheng heard a lot of messy things in the radio station. First of all, there is the problem of mobile phone signal here. Kinzhao had no signal a week ago. When acid rain fell all over the world, it was not evenly distributed in every place. Kinzhao had abundant rainfall. Other places had acid rain for 3 days, but this place had it for 4 days. This caused the signal tower base station here to be seriously corroded. You know, it is not only acid rain that corrodes metals, but also acidic substances in the air after rain. So there was no signal here a week ago, and even the electricity started to be cut off irregularly. Some places still have electricity, and some places have already been cut off. It has been almost a month since the end of the world began. Kinzhao City has developed dozens of survival bases of all sizes. Moreover, many of these bases have made radios and walkie-talkies. One base has established a frequency band so that everyone can talk in the channel, and then a certain degree of communication has been restored. There are even some conflicts between bases. These news were learned by Tang Zheng when he heard the quarrel between the leaders of two bases in the radio station. As for some small bases, they rarely speak in the channel, as the channel is dominated by the big guys. Some messages are about recruiting, some are about acquisitions, and some are just meaningless quarrels. Tang Zheng fell asleep while listening. When he woke up, the convoy was already close to Mingshu County. It was still 35 kilometers away from Tang Zheng's hometown, Tele Town. Seeing Tang Zheng wake up, the communicator Woody took the initiative to say, "General, I have roughly figured out the distribution of forces in Kinzhao. Let me give you a brief report." "Okay, go ahead." Woody cleared his throat. "General, there are currently 7 major forces in Kinzhao. The first one is the Kinzhao Logistics Park Base. The leader is called Li Xiaofeng. This person is the boss of the logistics park and also has the title of Imperial Viscount. He occupies the entire logistics park with sufficient supplies. He currently has more than 500 armed forces under his command, including not only his private combat company, but also many security guards with relatively strong combat effectiveness. There are more than 7,000 survivors in the base, which is considered the largest force in Kinzhao. The second one is the Kinzhao Airport Base. The leader is Beiling, who is said to be the captain of the female security team at the airport. She is good at fighting. After the end of the world, she led the passengers to save themselves. She has a high prestige at the airport. Currently, there are more than 300 armed forces under her command, and the number of survivors is more than 6,000. The level of weapons and equipment is considered medium in Kinzhao. The third Kinzhao prison base, the leader Han Yuhu, used to be the captain of the prison management team. After the end of the world, in order to save himself, he took the initiative to release a large number of prisoners and formed a self-rescue team. Relying on the weapons and equipment of the prison, he successfully cleared the zombies in the prison and formed a force. Currently, there are 300 armed forces and more than 2,000 survivors. The weapons and equipment are relatively good, and they have the prison as a natural base, which is safe, but their reputation is not very good. The fourth Kinzhao Chamber of Commerce base. Here is a joint base of a group of Kinzhao merchants. The Chamber of Commerce is in the suburbs of Kinzhao. These merchants also have a certain amount of power. Many of their bodyguards are qualified to carry guns, but most of their weapons are pistols. They have more than 200 armed forces and more than 4,000 survivors. The fifth is the Yuanshan County Hot Spring Base. It is a tourist area with a large number of tourists. Now it has been integrated by a lord named Zhao Hua. Their advantage is the geographical advantage. It is located in the mountains. It is relatively safe after the zombies are cleared. There are 300 armed forces and more than 4,000 survivors, but the level of weapons and equipment is poor. Many people still use crossbows, swords, guns and other cold weapons. The sixth is the Jinxiu County Industrial Park Base, led by Liao Yucheng. It is a heavy industrial base with many construction vehicles. Liao Yucheng is a contractor, and most of his subordinates are workers and drivers. There are more than 200 armed forces. Their advantage is the heavy truck fleet, but their disadvantage is that their weapons are relatively poor. There are more than 2,000 survivors. The seventh is the Beilu Mountain Park Base, led by Zilanlan. This base is different from the other bases. Although the leader is a woman like Beiling, she mainly targets women when recruiting, and her slogan is to protect women. Therefore, many surviving women are willing to go to her side. She also has the most women. There are more than 3,000 women out of a total of 4,000 people in the base. Currently, there are about 200 armed forces, and their disadvantage is that their weapons are relatively poor. These are the 7 largest bases in Kinzhao. There are many small and medium-sized bases, such as the Mingshu County Confront, which has 3 small and medium-sized bases, but I haven't counted the number of bases with less than 2,000 people. Tang Zheng listened and said nothing. Those who were able to build a base were all people with early advantages. He was delayed on the road for more than 10 days, and the world was quietly changing. It is conceivable that the future will definitely be a chaotic world. In such a world, what role will he play? Chapter 32 Hometown. Tang Zheng did not think too deeply about this problem. Solving the current problem first was the most important thing. Tang Zheng felt that these survival bases were generally good. After all, they saved a lot of people. As long as they did not provoke him, Tang Zheng would not conflict with others for the time being. Mingshu County was in front of him. The car did not enter the county, but went around the outer ring. After getting off the outer ring, it entered the rural road. After running for more than half an hour, Tele Town finally appeared in front of him. This is Tang Zheng's hometown, a town with a population of more than 40,000. The town has an east-west street, a small mountain to the north, and a small river to the south. The mountain is called Mingzhu Mountain and the small river is called Xiushu River. Everything here carries Tang Zheng's memories of more than 10 years. Tang Zheng has not been back for more than a year, especially now that it is the end of the world. Seeing the mountains and rivers of his hometown again makes him feel excited. Standing on the other side of the grove at the entrance of the town, he did not enter Ashley, but called Ji Yunshan over. When my parents lost contact, they were in the park in the center of the town, but they couldn't stay in the park for a long time, so they must have a place to stay. Go and search a few key places, mainly my home. If there is no one at home, pay attention to whether there are any bodies. If there are none, then go to a few places in the town that can accommodate a large number of people to see if there are any survivors gathered. If you find any, report to me immediately. Tang Zheng first took out his mobile phone and showed Ji Yunshan the photos of his parents in the mobile phone, and then handed him a radio walkie-talkie. Through the walkie-talkie, you can communicate with Tang Zheng's communicator at any time, which is very convenient. After reading it, Ji Yunshan nodded and patted his chest to assure, "General, don't worry, believe in my strength." After speaking, Ji Yunshan sorted out his equipment and went straight to the town. Ji Yunshan's figure had just disappeared here, and Tang Zheng suddenly received a system prompt. "General, please note that there is a supply box refresh." Tang Zheng hurriedly turned on the system and checked the radar. However, there was no white light dot representing the supply box on the radar screen. "I don't see it." "General, the refresh location of the supply box is beyond the radar range. It can only be preliminarily estimated. The refresh location is within a diameter of 600 meters. Please upgrade the radar or search by yourself." Tang Zheng took a look at the radar vision in the system. Radar vision, intermediate, display all units within a 300 meter radius in the system, ignoring the obstruction of buildings. Price: 2,000 gold. Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. Now he only has more than 300 gold in his hand, and it is not easy to collect these 2,000 gold. There are no zombies outside this town. If you want to collect funds, you can only go deep into the town. But the situation in the town is unclear, and Tang Zheng doesn't want to do that yet. It's nothing, isn't it, within 600 meters? That is, a radius of 300 meters, and it hasn't reached the town. This is in the wild, and there are no zombies. I have 20 people here, and it won't take too long to find it. Tang Zheng gave the order, and everyone dispersed, and began to look for the supply box. Tang Zheng himself took Da Kangming and the communicator, and started the search journey. Only the cook and Xiao Piaoying stayed there to accompany Zhu Jingqiu. Zhu Jingqiu and the cook had not officially taken up their posts, mainly because they could not carry kitchen utensils, so they could only eat simple food with everyone. However, Tang Zheng attached great importance to food, and treated Zhu Jingqiu very well. Everyone dispersed and began a carpet search for treasure. In the south of Tele Town, there is the largest hotel in the town, the Myriad Restaurant. If someone passes by here, it is almost obvious that there are survivors in this place. Because there is now a circle of sandbags piled up around the restaurant, which is 2 meters high. Only in front of the restaurant, the previous glass door was replaced, and a large iron door was installed. It was very thick and heavy, and was locked at the moment. The windows of the restaurant were sealed with quilts. There was a courtyard behind it with a high wall, so the situation inside could not be seen. Only on the roof of the second floor of the restaurant, a man was holding a homemade double-barreled shotgun and walking back and forth to check. This is the southern end of Taylor Town. Looking south from the second floor of the restaurant, there is a piece of land overgrown with weeds. The farmland had not been taken care of for many days and had been submerged by weeds. A little further south was the mother river of Taylor Town, Ziashu. The people on the roof only needed to monitor the north to basically ensure the safety of the restaurant. Even if zombies came from the north, the people in the restaurant could calmly retreat to the south. On the second floor of the restaurant, the sound of magic came. The sound of magic came from a single room, in which there were 5 people at the moment. Among them, the one sitting in the main seat by the south window was a thin man. The man was in his 30s, with pits on his face and slightly long hair, but he was well groomed, unlike some survivors of the end of the world who were completely unkempt. On the table, there was a pile of casino chips. Behind the man, there was a gorgeously dressed woman sitting there, constantly wiping a police pistol. In the other 3 seats, there were 3 men, some shirtless, some wearing vests, with dragons and tigers tattooed on their bodies, looking full of fierceness. 6-barreled. The thin man played a card, and then said to the woman behind him, "Wipe it carefully, this gun is not like before. It can be left there for months and it's fine, but since the rain, the air must be problematic. If the gun is not wiped for 1 day, it will be rusty the next day, and it will be rusted to death in 3 days. Got it, Brother Zheng? I promise to wipe your gun clean." A bald man next to him suddenly laughed. "Yan Hong, which gun do you want to wipe for, Brother Zheng?" Several people immediately burst into laughter, and a man in a vest said, "You'd better take it easy, you can wipe the gun, but if you keep wiping it like this, I'm afraid our Brother Zheng's bullets may not be enough." Touch. The thin man called Brother Zheng touched the cards, played another one, and then spoke. "You are a dog-eyed thing, and you still look down on your Brother Zheng with the old eyes before the end of the world. Now Brother Zheng has enough bullets, and his firepower is awesome, right Yan Hong?" The woman called Yan Hong rolled her eyes at him and said nothing. It was obvious that she was not very happy to accept the teasing of this group of men. The bald man gave Brother Zheng a thumbs up. "Brother Zheng, if we talk about ability, you are the most capable. We have been friends since childhood. How come we don't know when you can run so fast? So quick. The last time I saw your running speed, it seemed that you could almost break the world record. If you have this ability, why didn't you participate in the world games and win a gold medal?" Brother Zheng smiled and said nothing. He could talk about anything with these brothers, but not this matter. Coincidentally, Brother Zheng's name is Zheng Jiang, and he is a temporary worker at the Taylor Town Security Bureau. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, there was chaos everywhere. In the end, only Zheng Jiang survived in the Security Bureau. He took 2 guns from the Security Bureau and began to survive in the apocalypse. Relying on the guns, he began to rob supplies. Other survivors did not dare to provoke him, and he gradually became bolder. Once when he was out, he was stared at by a powerful female zombie. The female zombie ran even faster than him. Even if he had a pistol, he couldn't hit the zombie's vitals. Fortunately, he was riding a motorcycle, so he escaped. Zheng Jiang was also willing to use his brain. Later, he found a reservoir in the wild, disguised himself, and lured the female zombie into it, and then he killed her. After killing her, he found a shiny thing in her brain. Zheng Jiang has always been a courageous person. After hesitating for a while, he swallowed the crystal in the female zombie's brain. He survived. After that, Zheng Jiang found that he had become much stronger. It used to take more than 13 seconds to run 100 meters, but now he can run it in just 8 seconds. This speed has improved the original world record a lot. One jump is nearly 2 meters, and the reaction is much faster. With this skill, plus the gun in his hand, Zheng Jiang slowly broke out of today's situation and became the leader of a small survival base in Kinsao City. It is called a small base, and it is indeed small enough. Now the number of armed men under his command is only a dozen, and their weapons are extremely poor. In addition to his 2 pistols, there are only a few homemade shotguns. There were more than 100 survivors below at first, but now there are only 70 or 80. The rest of them died on the way to collect supplies. Every time Zheng Jiang collects supplies, he will bring 2 survivors. Once caught up by zombies, these 2 people will be used as bait to delay the zombies. This practice is very cruel. The survivors under his command are very dissatisfied, and even 2 riots broke out, but they were suppressed by Zheng Kejiang. Zheng Kejiang also knows that such a life is definitely not a long-term solution. One day, he might be killed by a survivor, so he has long been considering retreating. So Zheng Kejiang was very careful in doing things. Now that his men were joking here, he was not too proud. He asked, "Are the survivors downstairs still well behaved?" "Don't worry, Brother Zheng. They are just ordinary people. Even if they are dissatisfied, they can't cause any trouble." BioC is watching with his men downstairs. Zheng Kejiang nodded and said, "Turn on the radio more often, and pay attention to the situation at the prison base. If there is any news from Boss Han Yuhu, notify me immediately. Especially during this period, see if anyone comes to pick up the gift I gave to Boss Han." A man turned on the radio and smiled. "Don't worry, Brother Zheng. Dakiangzi is watching on the roof. If there is anyone, he will tell us. But we are really curious. What gift did you prepare for Boss Han? You didn't even tell us. Is there any gift more valuable than food, guns, women, etc. at this time?" Zheng Kejiang didn't take up this topic, but just sneered disdainfully. "What do these idiots know? That is a treasure that can make people stronger. In this end of the world, there is almost no better gift. But he can't take out this gift now, because it's still in the zombie's brain." Chapter 33 Iron Armor. Tang Zheng and his group dispersed and searched everywhere for the supply box. Among them, Luo Fei and Yang Mu, 2 squad leaders, were equipped with a walkie-talkie by Tang Zheng. Once there was a situation, they could contact him immediately. But there was no movement from the communicator behind him, which meant that the supply box had not been found yet. Tang Zheng led Xiao Piaoling and walked slowly in the wilderness. After walking for a while, Xiao Piaoling stopped and looked ahead with some anger. Are there zombies or mutants in front?" Tang Zheng immediately became alert and looked forward. There was a high ground in front, and he didn't find anything. Tang Zheng was a little strange, knowing that Xiao Piaoling would not do this for no reason, so he turned on the system radar. How could this happen? Tang Zheng looked at the radar in a daze. On the radar screen, about 40 meters to the left front, there was a red light spot and a white light spot, almost overlapping everything. The red light spot represents danger, which may be a zombie or a mutant. This red light spot is particularly red, which means the danger is very high. The white light spot represents the supply box. Tang Zheng was happy that he found the supply box, but there was nothing in the place he could see. The radar is not wrong. There are indeed dangers and supply boxes here, but why can't I see them? Tang Zheng was puzzled and decided to get closer to take a look. As his footsteps kept getting closer, he was only 10 meters away from the light spot. Tang Zheng finally found a clue. On the high ground in front, there was a reservoir that was 3 or 4 meters long and wide. Tang Zheng remembered that this kind of reservoir was used to store water when it rained, and to water it when it was dry. The red and white light spots were currently in the reservoir. Is this man-made? What might be a zombie was led into the deep pit of the reservoir, and the supply box was randomly refreshed, and it just happened to refresh in this pit. Tang Zheng took a closer look, and felt that the danger inside might be that he couldn't get out of the pit. He was a little bolder, and continued to move forward. When he reached the edge of the pit and looked down, Tang Zheng took a breath. This reservoir is nearly 4 meters deep, with smooth walls that are difficult to climb. It is definitely not easy to get up after falling down. Inside the pit, the victim is a tall zombie. The height of this zombie seems to be more than 2 meters, which is beyond the range of normal people. The clothes on his body are no longer there, and there are some burn marks on his body. What is even more conspicuous is that this zombie is covered with scales. The scales look very thick and solid, covering the whole body of the zombie, like a layer of armor, bringing strong protection. Seeing Tang Zheng and his 2 men and a dog coming, the zombie kept roaring and waving its claws upwards, but it was in vain. It couldn't get out of this deep pit. In the corner of the deep pit, Tang Zheng saw the supply box he was looking for. An ordinary box, very inconspicuous. This zombie is definitely mutated. I don't know who led the zombies into the reservoir. He is a smart guy, but it is obvious that he has no way to get rid of the zombies in the deep pit. The reason for this judgment is that Tang Zheng can see that this zombie has been attacked. The burn marks on its body should be caused by fire. The zombie's clothes were burned away, but it did not burn it to death. He also saw that there were some white spots on the zombie's forehead, as if it was attacked by something, but it did not break its defense. All this should be attributed to the zombie's scale armor, which made it difficult for those who tried to deal with it. Tang Zheng instinctively felt that this zombie was not easy to deal with, but he had no choice. In order to get the supply box, he had to deal with this zombie. He raised his hand and took out the Colt Duelist pistol from his waist. With the increase of his men, Tang Zheng's chances of fighting zombies personally became fewer and fewer, so he did not change his gun for the time being. Taking out the revolver, Tang Zheng raised his hand and aimed at the zombie that was waving its fangs and claws at his feet. "Look at how thick your skin is." Bang. Puff. A shot was fired, and it made a dull sound like a fist hitting leather. At such a close distance, Tang Zheng certainly couldn't miss the target. A white spot appeared on the zombie's forehead. The bullet marks could be seen clearly, a bit less than 1 centimeter in size, which looked like a white spot. Wow. Are the scales so hard? This is iron armor. Tang Zheng secretly smacked his lips. Compared with the female zombie he encountered on the bank of the Beilang River, this kind of zombie seemed to be more difficult to deal with. Especially when the firepower was insufficient, there was simply no way to deal with it. It seems that, if we want to deal with this kind of zombie, we have to use a rifle. Tang Zheng originally wanted to deal with it by himself, but the firepower was not enough, so he simply said to the communicator Woody beside him, "Zio Wu, notify the 1st and 2nd squads, no need to look for it, the supply box is here, come here together, and kill this zombie." Woody hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie that came with the radio and started talking to Luo Fei and Yang Mu. After a while, Luo Fei and Yang Mu came here with their people. Everyone looked at this zombie by the reservoir, as if they were watching animals in a zoo. Luo Fei volunteered to take the automatic rifle from a soldier and shot at the zombie below. Da da da. Puff puff puff. He shot at the zombie's head. Unexpectedly, this zombie, like the female zombie, knew how to protect its head with its hands. 2 of the 3 bullets hit the arm, and 1 hit the top of the head. The scales in 3 places were damaged, leaving 3 blood holes. The scales were broken, and the zombie was bleeding, but it didn't fall down. The bullet on its head didn't penetrate it. The zombie below was roaring angrily and in vain. Luo Fei also took a breath and said, "General, this guy's defense is too strong. Even a rifle shot can't cause fatal damage." Yang Mu said, "If there are 2 of these in the zombie group, the battle will be too difficult. And you see, the zombies actually have the consciousness to block and know how to protect their heads." Tang Zheng nodded secretly. This kind of zombie is really hard to deal with, but this one doesn't matter now. There are so many people on our side, and it has nowhere to escape. It has only one way to die. It's enough to get the results of the test. When you see this kind of zombie in the future, you must give priority to killing it. Kill it now. Several soldiers raised their guns at the same time and shot the zombie from several angles. The zombie couldn't block the rifle bullets shot from several angles. After being shot in the head continuously, 2 bullets hit the same part of its temple twice, piercing the scales and the brain. The zombie's eyes dimmed red, and it fell to the ground and died. The one who killed the zombie was a new soldier. Originally, this new soldier had only killed 2 zombies, but this time he killed this armored zombie and directly upgraded it to a 1-star enhancement. General, killing 1 zombie like this is equivalent to killing 20 ordinary zombies. Tang Zheng nodded. Well, this zombie is a male. At present, it seems that after a man becomes a zombie, he may evolve into this armored zombie, while a woman will evolve into an agile zombie. These 2 types of zombies can also be called mutant zombies. We must be especially careful in the future. When we left Sanjiang, agile zombies appeared 8 days after the apocalypse began, and now it has been almost a month since the apocalypse began. Those zombies that devour more flesh and blood are estimated to have begun to evolve. This kind of thing cannot be found only in Tale Town. It seems that our firepower is still a little insufficient. Tang Zheng thought to himself and asked Luo Fei to go down and get the supply box. But he didn't expect Zhao Pianliang to jump into the deep pit. It did not go to get the supply box, but kept digging in the zombie's brain, as if digging for some treasure. Luo Fei, go help Xiao Piaoliang. Luo Fei immediately followed, and took a trench knife, to help Xiao Piaoliang dig. Soon, a hole was dug in the zombie's tattered brain, and Xiao Piaoliang used her claws to take something out of it. The jumping ability of the Malinois is extremely strong. Xiao Piaoliang took a run up, and jumped up with the thing in his mouth. Wagging his tail, he put the thing in Tang Zheng's hand. Tang Zheng was a little stunned holding the thing in front of him. A very beautiful crystal-like thing. This kind of thing seems to be a good treasure. Tang Zheng felt that this thing might be of great benefit to people, but he was not too sure. When he was considering how to deal with it, the system prompt came. Zombie energy crystals were found. Can be used for ordinary people to evolve. Can be used to upgrade 3-star soldiers to 4-star. Can be used to purchase soldiers of the next level. Please make a choice, General. Right square bracket. Chapter 34 Sniper. After hearing the introduction of the system, Tang Zheng immediately asked, Meng, can the 3 functions you introduced be used now? General, that depends on whether the conditions are met. For example, the upgrade of 3-star soldiers. Under normal circumstances, the system's soldiers can be upgraded to a 1-star mobilized soldier, which is equivalent to an excellent reserve soldier. A 2-star mobilized soldier is equivalent to a qualified army soldier. Or 3-star mobilized soldier is an elite army soldier. When the system soldier is upgraded to level 3, as long as he accumulates a certain number of kills, and then takes this crystal, he can be upgraded to a 4-star. After the mobilized soldier is strengthened to 4 stars, he will be an army soldier at the level of a king of soldiers. Tang Zheng turned around and asked Luo Fei and others, has any one of you upgraded to 3 stars? Luo Fei, who had already received the supply box in the reservoir, said, General, I still need 39 kills to upgrade to 3 stars. The others shook their heads, saying that none of them upgraded as fast as Luo Fei. Then after you upgrade to 3 stars, how many kills do you need to upgrade to 4 stars? Report to the General, you need to kill 1000 zombies. Tang Zheng nodded to indicate that he understood. It seems that it will take a long time to upgrade to 4 stars. This option was ruled out. Tang Zheng asked Meng again, ordinary people can evolve by taking this crystal, right? Then can I? General, ordinary people can indeed evolve by taking this crystal, but you are different. You carry the power of the system. Evolution is relatively complicated, and the requirements will be higher. This crystal is a primary crystal, and cannot provide you with enough evolutionary power. Tang Zheng was a little depressed. Then are there higher level crystals? It is not certain for the time being. The system has not scanned more advanced zombies. Tang Zheng sighed. It seems that the option of evolving himself has also been ruled out. Then there is only the third option, which is to buy the next level arms. He is at the platoon leader level, and there is still a long way to go before he can be promoted to company commander. If he wants to obtain company level arms, it seems that this is the only way. However, he did not rush to buy it. Luo Fei below had already brought up the supply box. He wanted to see what he got. Put your hand on the supply box, the box disappears automatically, and something appears. Congratulations, General, you got the M24 sniper rifle set. Congratulations, General, you got a daddy drone. Tang Zheng saw a long box and a small drone appear in front of him. Tang Zheng opened the box first, and what came into view was a black sniper rifle. Tang Zheng picked it up and immediately heard the system's introduction. M24 sniper rifle. Comes with a 5-round magazine and a 10-round extended magazine, equipped with an infrared sight and an optical sight, and a sniper rifle bracket. The gun weighs 5.4 kilograms, is 10.92mm long, fires 7.62mm caliber bullets, and has an effective range of 800 meters. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up a little, picked up the sniper rifle and gestured, and finally put it down with some regret. It's not so easy to be a sniper. It takes years of hard training and actual combat baptism to become a qualified sniper. At least he can't. He turned around and asked the people around him, who among you can operate this gun? Including Luo Fei. They all shook their heads. Luo Fei even said, General, this gun is not easy to operate. Even Ji Yunshan is not proficient in sniping. It takes a professional sniper. Tang Zheng asked Meng Meng, has the sniper been unlocked in the first level arms? General, it has been unlocked. Okay, then I will use this zombie crystal to buy a sniper. As you wish. After Meng Meng agreed, the zombie crystal in Tang Zheng's hand disappeared, and a new soldier appeared beside Tang Zheng instead. Unlike the tall and strong mobilized soldiers like Liu Fei, this soldier is less than 170 centimeters tall, and seems to be inconspicuous. But his cold eyes staring at people make people feel like being stared at by a poisonous snake, which is very dangerous. Sniper Chu Zuan, report to the general. Chu Zuan came to Tang Zheng and saluted at attention, with respect on his face. Tang Zheng returned the greeting and pointed at the gun, saying, you can use it, right? Don't worry, General. Using a sniper rifle is my job, but you have to equip me with some basic supplies. Okay. Tang Zheng clicked to buy and added the general's backpack to him, followed by military uniforms, bulletproof vests, pistols, and so on. After everything was added, Chu Zuan took the initiative to pick up the sniper rifle, assembled various accessories, put the gun on his back, and followed Tang Zheng. Having obtained a company-level military branch made Tang Zheng in a good mood, and then he continued to look at the drone. The Earth UAV is a drone of the Hanyu Empire. Its performance is good, and this drone is also equipped with a macro camera and a grenade launcher. There is nothing to say about the camera, but this grenade launcher is more advanced. Open the grenade pull ring, hang the fuse on the device, and the infrared system inside will automatically drop the grenade according to the target distance. When the fuse is pulled, it will explode after reaching the target position. It is a kind of airdrop weapon. There is also a remote control next to the drone, and the range of use can reach a radius of 5 kilometers. Tang Zheng picked up the remote control and controlled the aircraft to take off. The drone made a very slight hum and then took off. Looking at the town ahead, Tang Zheng controlled the drone and flew into the town. The flight altitude was maintained at about 100 meters. Since the end of the world, this day has never been clear. The sky is overcast and foggy, and the humidity and acidic substances in the air are very high. It is this substance that permeates the air and corrodes metals everywhere, but the current level is not enough to continue to mutate people into zombies. In this case, it is difficult for people to notice the drone flying 100 meters high. The drone is over the town. There is a radar screen on the remote control, which clearly feeds back the captured images. There are so many zombies. There are also many zombies over in my neighborhood. It seems that my parents can't be here. Tang Zheng controlled the drone, flying aimlessly and searching randomly. Soon, he found Ji Yunshan. At this moment, Ji Yunshan came to the vicinity of a large hotel and was climbing up the outer wall of the hotel. At first glance, this hotel has a large number of survivors. The drone in the air even captured survivors moving in the yard. Tang Zheng immediately focused on controlling the drone to observe the situation in the hotel. After a while, he saw Ji Yunshan coming down from the outer wall of the hotel, quietly sneaking into the weeds and returning to his direction. He's back. Just listen to his report and you'll know. Tang Zheng took back the drone and took his men back to the car, waiting for Ji Yunshan to arrive. After more than 10 minutes, Ji Yunshan came back. Report to the general. I found something. Tell me. I found a Marriott hotel and found your father in the lobby on the first floor. Ah. Did you really find my father? Tang Zheng was suddenly a little excited. This time he came back. In fact, he had prepared for the worst. After all, in the end of the world, even if he was not infected by the first wave, it would be difficult for the elderly to survive. Ji Yunshan stepped forward and showed Tang Zheng a photo taken with his mobile phone. In the picture, Tang Zheng, Tang Zheng's father, was pushing a millstone there, grinding soy milk. Compared to a year ago, his father's hair has turned grey, and he looks more than 10 years older. Tang Zheng suddenly felt sad, his voice a little hoarse. Didn't you see my mother? Report to the general. No. Okay, I know. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, and his mind was somewhat clear. After such a long time, his mother might have met with an accident. Looking at his father's old appearance, he actually guessed something. If his mother was still alive, the two of them depended on each other. Maybe it wouldn't be like this. Just as Tang Zheng was about to lead the team to investigate, Ji Yunshan said, "General, I have a new discovery. Tell me." The Marriott Hotel is controlled by a man named Zheng Jiang. He has about 15 men under his command, all of whom are idle people in society. They are armed with 2 pistols and 3 shotguns. In addition, Zheng Jiang himself is the most dangerous. Although I don't know his specific situation, his performance is different from others in every way. It feels like his physical fitness has surpassed the level of normal humans. Hearing this, Tang Zheng immediately remembered what Meng Meng said just now. Ordinary people have evolved. Could it be that this Zheng Jiang is an evolver? Ji Yunshan said again, and I also found that Zheng Jiang is very cruel. He treats the survivors under his command as if they are not human beings. Those people have no power to resist. Many people did not die at the hands of zombies, but at the hands of Zheng Jiang. I heard their conversation. It seems that when collecting supplies, they will take a few survivors with them. Once they are discovered by zombies, they will leave the survivors behind to attract zombies and give them a chance to escape. Hearing this, Tang Zheng's breathing became heavy. If this is the case, would my mother have died in this way? If so, these people are simply a group of scum. Without saying any more nonsense, Tang Zheng waved his hand. Let's go. Go to the Marriott Hotel. Book Friends Penguin Group. 746,860,067. Welcome everyone to join the group to chat, and in the future, troop upgrades, adding arms, adding weapons, team naming, etc. will all be discussed in the group. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35. The Chief Goes Mad. Because they knew the location, Tang Zheng and his team acted very quickly. The Marriott Hotel is located in the south of the town. There are not many zombies around. After such a long time, some have been eliminated and some have been led away. The hotel is very safe within a radius of 200 to 300 meters. Tang Zheng and his team approached here, but did not rush over immediately. Tang Zheng had to make some arrangements in advance. Since he had decided to take action against this group of people, he could not give them any chance. Looking around, Tang Zheng found a huge old locust tree 100 meters east of the hotel. Tang Zheng turned around and found that the sniper Chu Zuan was also looking at the tree. Any ideas? General, that tree is a good sniper position. I can go there to hide and wait for the opportunity. Okay, go over there. Don't be discovered. Don't worry, General. Chu Zuan didn't say much, put on the sniper rifle, and left quietly. Tang Zheng pointed at the hotel again and said to the people around him, "Attention, soldiers of the first squad. Next, I will take the second squad to the hotel and ask the sentry to open the door. You take this opportunity to lurk at the hotel window to prevent anyone from breaking through the window and escaping. Chu Zuan should not be exposed if possible. Do you understand? Don't worry, General, I will complete the mission." Luo Fei led the first squad and quietly approached the hotel. Tang Zheng took the 8 soldiers of the second squad, as well as Ji Yunshan and 2 military dogs, back to the main road, to get on the bus, and prepare to go to the hotel. Back to the car, everyone drove 2 motorcycles and 2 jeeps towards the hotel. The sound of motorcycles and cars broke the long lost peace in Tele Town. Since the beginning of the apocalypse for so long, people have become accustomed to peace, and have learned to keep their mouths shut, and not make any noise. Except for the cry of zombies, there is almost no other sound. Dakaangzi stood on the roof of the Marriott Hotel, and looked at the military vehicles coming over. He was dumbfounded. He stood here mainly for 2 tasks. The first task was to observe the movements of the zombies. If there were any zombies coming, he would immediately report to Zheng Jiang. Zheng Jiang ran very fast and had a motorcycle which could lead many zombies away, making the area around the Marriott Hotel very safe. The second task was to wait for someone from the prison base. As Zheng Jiang's confidant, Dakaangzi knew Zheng Jiang's plan. Zheng Jiang had already established a connection with the prison base and was ready to go there, but Han Yu from the prison base was not an easy person to deal with. He would have to prepare a gift for the meeting. Da Qiangzi knew that Zheng Jiang had already prepared it, but he didn't know what it was, so he had to wait for someone from the prison base to come and get it. It was more than 200 kilometers from the prison base to here, and it was not easy to get here. He didn't know when Han Yu's people would come, but Da Qiangzi's task was to guard and observe if there were any other survivors coming here. But he never expected that after so many days of no one coming, it would be the army. 2 motorcycles led the way, and behind the motorcycles was an open jeep. A machine gun was set up at the co-pilot seat of the jeep, which made people feel dizzy. Behind the open jeep, there was another military jeep. It was estimated that there was a big shot inside. Standing on the roof of the 2nd floor, Da Qiangzi felt his legs were a little weak. However, he did not dare to slack off on the task assigned to him by Zheng Jiang. He could only hold on and watch the cars stop in front of the Marriott Hotel. "What are you doing?" The voice was very low and did not sound imposing at all. Da Qiangzi saw that the soldiers jumped out of the car and several of them raised their guns and pointed them at him. One of the soldiers got out of the car and opened the door of the jeep. Da Qiangzi held his breath and prepared to see the big shot coming down. Then, a dog jumped down. Da Qiangzi choked on his breath and coughed violently several times. As the second dog got off the car, the real owner finally appeared. A young man wearing white gloves and an officer's uniform walked out of the car. The metal was bright. Platoon leader. Being stared at by the platoon leader and pointed at by several guns, Da Qiangzi instinctively hid the hunting rifle in his hand behind his back. He was afraid of being misunderstood by these soldiers, and this gun was really shabby compared to others. This time, he didn't dare to speak, waiting for the questioning from the platoon leader opposite. Tang Zheng squinted at the nervous sentry. His anger was hard to calm down. This man must be one of Zheng Jiang's lackeys. Tang Zheng could order a shot to kill this man, but he couldn't do that for the time being, because he saw that this man was wearing the key to the door on his chest, and this man was needed to open the door. Only by successfully entering the hotel can he smoothly control the situation, instead of starting a fight right away. Not to mention anything else, his father is still in the room. It would be bad if something unexpected happened. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and looked at the sentry above and said, "What's your name?" Reporting to the commander, "My name is Zhao Qiang." "Okay, Zhao Qiang, open the door of the hotel for me now." Da Qiangzi heard this and asked timidly, "Commander, are you here from the prison base? Who are you looking for here?" Tang Zheng was a little impatient. "Why are you asking so many questions? Open the door quickly." Da Qiangzi was even more frightened, but thinking of Zheng Jiang's cruel methods, he still dared not disobey. He tried to straighten his waist to make himself look less cowardly and said to Tang Zheng, "Commander, it's not that I don't open the door for you, it's because my boss has an order. I must find out your identity. You'd better tell me. I will report to the boss, and after the boss agrees." Tang Zheng had no patience anymore and pulled out the pistol from his waist. He pointed his gun at Da Qiangzi. "Fuck you. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. Open the door." Tang Zheng had been in the apocalypse for so long that he had gotten used to his current identity. His voice was full of momentum, and he pulled out his gun with great skill, as if he could shoot Da Qiangzi in the head the next moment. Da Qiangzi's legs trembled, and he dared not hold on any longer. This officer was really cruel. He couldn't hold on any longer, or he would be in trouble soon. Without caring about the boss's orders, Da Qiangzi came down from the iron ladder on the side. Before he reached the gate, a soldier came over and took away his gun. Da Qiangzi didn't dare to say anything, so he could only walk to the iron gate in a dejected manner, took out the key and opened it. Creak. The big iron gate of the hotel opened, and the scene inside came into view. Inside the iron gate, many survivors were working. Some were mending quilts, some were washing vegetables, some were ironing clothes, and some were making bows and arrows. There were also people pushing the grinding wheel to grind soybean milk. Seeing the iron gate open, people looked over with numb eyes, facing the light, and squinted slightly. When the green uniforms appeared, the nummies were filled with excitement. But no one dared to move. In this day and age, those wearing uniforms may not be the royal troops, but private soldiers of nobles. Of course, they may also be people from other survivors' bases. As for the real royal troops, even if they have rescue, it seems that they can't come to this remote place. Behind the crowd, at a round table, several burly men also looked over, but they didn't seem to be very vigilant. Because the room was a little noisy and closed, the people inside didn't hear the conversation outside. Tang Zheng and his group quickly entered the room. 4 of the 8 soldiers in the second squad quickly occupied several shooting points around. The people at the round table and the positions on the second floor and downstairs were all under the muzzle of the gun. Ji Yunshan, Yang Mu and others followed Tang Zheng and came to the round table. Tang Zheng resisted the urge to go to his father. It was obvious that his father did not recognize him. After all, he had changed so much. He did not want his relationship with his father to be discovered immediately. That would not be good. Tang Zheng stood and looked at these thugs. He said in a deep voice, "Where is your boss?" A man with a fierce face noticed something was wrong. This group of soldiers was too imposing. They were definitely enemies, not friends. He instinctively reached for a pistol on the table. Ji Yunshan beside Tang Zheng moved. The scout suddenly flew up and kicked the man in the abdomen. A man weighing 170 kilograms was kicked more than 3 meters away and hunched over in the corner like a shrimp. The other people were about to move. Soldiers like Yang Mu picked up their rifles and went up. There was no need to shoot or use bayonets. They just smashed down with a butt of the gun. With a click, blood spurted out of his mouth. All the teeth were knocked out. These idle people in society usually bully the common people, but facing these soldiers armed to the teeth, they have no power to fight back. They are inherently weak psychologically. After a burst of gunshots, several people who were ready to move just now fell to the ground and rolled in a mess. Everyone, get up, put your hands on your heads, and squat against the wall. Following the shouts of the soldiers, these people endured the pain and squatted in a row in the corner of the wall in an orderly manner. Tang Zheng walked forward a few steps and came to the man who was kicked down by Ji Yunshan and had not yet climbed up. He raised his foot and crushed the man's face with his thick military boots. "Do you know who I am?" The man's face was crushed by Tang Zheng, but he dared not move and could only shout vaguely, "Commander. If you know I'm the commander, just be honest, otherwise the commander will kill you. Understand? 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 Understand?" This time, not only did he answer, but those around him who were not stepped on by Tang Zheng also answered in unison. "Everyone please support him and vote to encourage him. If you don't have votes, please speak up to cheer him up and make platoon leader Tang look more powerful." Chapter 36 Can you escape? Under the intimidation of Tang Zheng and the soldiers, the people in the room were all silent and dared not make a sound. This was also true for the survivors. Seeing the hooligans who usually acted arrogantly being beaten like dogs, they wanted to hide in the cracks of the ground to avoid provoking these wolf-like soldiers. Tang Zheng looked back and saw that his father had also shrunk into the crowd, not daring to look up. His heart suddenly felt a little sour. Signaling the soldiers to control the situation, Tang Zheng came to his father. His father, Tang Yushan, was an honest farmer. He had been a decent person all his life and never caused trouble. Now he stood in the crowd with grey hair, looking at the fierce platoon leader walking over with some surprise. Gradually, Tang Yushan's eyes widened. You are you? Tang Zheng took off his military cap, walked up to his father, and gave his old father a big hug. "Dad, I'm back late." Tang Yushan's eyes instantly turned red. He didn't even ask Tang Zheng how he joined the army, and tears fell down. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Tang Zheng controlled his tears and took a step back, asking solemnly, "Dad, where's my mom?" Tang Yushan wiped away his tears. "Your mom and I were walking in the park that day, and everyone around us turned into monsters. We had already found a place to hide. Your sister called during that time. Later, your mom said she wanted to go home, so we ran back secretly. As a result, we encountered zombies. I wanted to lead the zombies away, but I didn't expect that there were more than one zombie, and your mom. In the end, she still couldn't hide." Tang Zheng took a deep breath. If that was the case, no one would be able to do anything. In the apocalyptic crisis, the elderly are a vulnerable group, with slow movements and insufficient strength. Although this matter is regrettable, Tang Zheng can only comfort himself that at least his father is still alive. He still has his sister. Compared with those families, where the whole family died, or only one person is left, he is already very happy. He talked to his father, and some people around him recognized him. After all, Tang Zheng has lived in Tele Town for more than 10 years, and there are many villagers who know him. Oh my god. Isn't this Tang Zheng? Yes, it's incredible. When did this kid join the army? And he's not just an ordinary soldier, he's a platoon leader. Look at the word platoon on the medal. Tang Zheng, do you still remember me? I'm your Aunt Wang. I held you in my arms when you were a child. Seeing that Tang Zheng was an acquaintance, these villagers were no longer afraid. They swarmed around him and tried to get close to Tang Zheng. Obviously, Tang Zheng's military rank played a big role in this. Although Tang Zheng's group only had a dozen people, they all had guns and were fully armed. This was undoubtedly a powerful force in the end times. If you don't use this relationship, you'd be a fool. Perhaps Tang Zheng's arrival would break Zheng Kejiang's dominance here, and these survivors also had their own thoughts. Tang Zheng ignored the people who tried to build relationships, but faced his father and said a few words. Dad, this is a secret unit. We have to keep it secret before, so I didn't tell you. Don't blame me. Oh, don't blame me. My son has made a difference. I'm so happy. Tang Yushan's eyes were full of relief, and he didn't doubt Tang Zheng's words at all. His face, which was full of sorrow before, was now full of energy. His son's return gave him hope to live. At this moment, footsteps were heard from the second floor. Zheng Kejiang came down. Tang Zheng had actually been paying attention to the situation on the second floor through the radar. When they came in just now, the people on the second floor had already known about it, but these people didn't dare to go downstairs. Instead, they ran to the window, ready to jump off the building and escape at any time if the situation was not right. Zheng Kejiang dared to go downstairs only after hearing Tang Zheng's name. As soon as he went downstairs, Zheng Kejiang smiled. Tang Zheng, Brother Zheng has long seen that you have a good future, but I really didn't expect that you can come back at this time. This is really amazing. Brother Zheng admires you. As he said, Zheng Kejiang was about to come over and shake hands with Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng looked at the man he had never known before with a gloomy face. He ignored the hand he stretched out and said lightly, Zheng Kejiang, you are so powerful. Zheng Kejiang smiled awkwardly and took back his hand and said, brother, there is nothing I can do. If you want to survive in this world, sometimes you have to use some thundering methods, but there is one thing you can't deny. If it weren't for me, these people in this room would not have survived until today. They would have either turned into zombies or turned into zombies' faces, right, Uncle Tang? Zheng Kejiang also knew how to read people's expressions. Seeing that Tang Zheng didn't seem to be very interested in his words, he immediately turned the topic to Tang Yushan. Uncle Tang, we are fellow villagers. Please tell me a fair word. If it weren't for me risking my life to save people, would these people have survived until now? Tang Yushan opened his mouth twice, not knowing how to respond to Zheng Kejiang's words. He knew that Zheng Kejiang was not a good person, and what he did was even more immoral and inhumane, but he was always tongue-tied and didn't know how to refute at this moment. However, although he didn't know how to refute, Tang Yushan's attitude was still clear. He glared at Zheng Kejiang, and his hatred was clearly expressed. Zheng Kejiang saw that something was not going well, and immediately turned to Tang Zheng. Brother, I have been managing here for so long. To be honest, I'm tired. It is just right that you are back. Everything here is handed over to you, and I will not worry about it. I will go out for a walk to relax, and you will work harder, okay? Zheng Kejiang was smiling, ready to hand over everything to Tang Zheng. He had already seen that Tang Zheng and his gang were definitely not here with good intentions. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave in a while, so he stood up decisively. First suppressed ordinary people like Tang Yushan with words, and then left now before the matter was exposed. There is no need to worry about the lack of firewood when the Green Mountains are there. When he goes to Hanyu and connects with the prison base, he will come back sooner or later. With that, Zheng Kejiang was ready to go out. The survivors in the room all looked at Tang Zheng. They wanted to speak, but didn't dare to, so they could only watch Zheng Kejiang go out. Wait. Tang Zheng spoke up just after Zheng Kejiang took 2 steps out. Zheng Kejiang's face froze, and he turned back and said, "Brother, do you have anything else to do? Did I say I told you to leave?" Tang Zheng stopped Zheng Kejiang without giving him any face, and then faced all the survivors in the room. "Fellow villagers, I know what Zheng Kejiang did. Some of you think he saved you, and some of you think he deserves death. Now, I will give you all a chance. It's up to you to decide whether Zheng Kejiang and his gang should die or live. If you think anyone among them deserves death, I will execute them here. If you think one of them is not guilty of death, then I will let him live." After Tang Zheng finished speaking, the room was silent. Zheng Kejiang's palms were sweating from nervousness, but he didn't dare to move rashly. His thugs were even more nervous, and the time to decide their fate was coming. Their eyes were all on the survivors, some pleading, some threatening. After a while, a survivor spoke up. "Platoon leader Tang, is what you said true? It's a deal. Okay." The survivor clapped his hands excitedly and pointed at Zheng Kejiang and others. "These scums, they didn't save people at all. They saved us, just to feed us to the zombies and cover them. That's how my mother died. I can't wait to eat their flesh for revenge. Most of the people here deserve to die." Before the survivor finished speaking, there was a bang in the room and chaos. Most of Zheng Kejiang's people on the first floor, including the few people who had been hiding on the second floor, rushed out of the window. There were soldiers blocking the door on the first floor, but no one was blocking the windows. These windows were hung with thick curtains, but the outside was still glass windows, which could be knocked open with a strong bang. Crash. Snap. Several windows were knocked open at the same time, and a group of people rushed out regardless of everything. "Fire." Tang Zheng gave an order, and the soldiers who had been prepared for a long time raised their guns and fired. The sound of gunfire rang out in the room like popping beans. Several slow-moving people were shot dead at the window on the spot. On the first floor, only Zheng Kejiang used his lightning speed to get ahead of the bald man in one step, using his companions as a human shield, and rushing directly to the window. The soldiers also tacitly did not point their guns at Zheng Kejiang. They knew that this man would be left to the general to deal with. On the second floor, 3 people also jumped down. These people knew that they were extremely evil and took risks at this moment. They still had great fantasies in their hearts. There was a wilderness outside the window. In almost a month, the weeds had grown more than a person's height. As long as they ran into the bushes, they would have a chance to escape. But just when they rushed out of the window, something happened that frightened them. Outside the window, a group of soldiers with live ammunition had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing someone coming out, the soldiers opened fire decisively. Under a burst of random gunfire, all the people who rushed out were shot into sieves on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere on the hotel's exterior wall. Zheng Kejiang was alone. When he rushed out of the window, he thought he would be shot, but he was not. He didn't have time to think about what was going on. He rushed out of the window, and amid the screams and blood of his companions, he used all his strength and soared to the limit of his speed. He actually rushed to the edge of the bushes. When he reached the edge of the bushes, Zheng Kejiang thought he was lucky. He jumped into the weeds. The moment he entered the bushes, Zheng Kejiang felt that he might survive. Before the weeds blocked his view, Zheng Kejiang looked back at the hotel unwillingly. He saw Tang Zheng standing at the window, looking at him with a playful smile. This smile made Zheng Kejiang shudder all over. He didn't dare to stay near this devil-like man, and Zheng Kejiang ran desperately into the depths of the bushes. He didn't believe that with his current speed, if he wanted to escape, who could catch up with him? His 2 legs almost left after images. This feeling of running freely made his adrenaline soar. "Tang Zheng, you ruined everything for me. I will come back to settle our accounts with you soon." Zheng Kejiang cursed with gnashing teeth. In the direction of the hotel, Tang Zheng's voice could still be heard faintly. "Smart. Pretty. Come on. You're almost catching up." Zheng Kejiang didn't quite understand. Who was he praising? Who was smart? Who was pretty? Who came on? Who was almost catching up? Thank you for your votes, and thank you for the rewards from Fanban Zhuanzheng, Zhao Liupeng, 3463, and Evendival. Although I could only get 44 cents for 1 yuan of black soil, it was also everyone's recognition. Thank you. Chapter 37, Extermination. Zheng Kejiang had the confidence to make such a ruthless statement. As long as he started running, no one would be able to catch up with him. At this moment, Tang Zheng and his team were blocked by the weeds, and those soldiers who wanted to catch up with him on foot would be dreaming. So it was basically a foregone conclusion that he would run away. He felt aggrieved if he didn't say a few harsh words at this moment. Moreover, he had already contacted the prison base, and the people there would come over in the next few days. That would be the time for him to make a comeback. But soon, he found that something was wrong. The soldiers' 2 legs could not outrun him, but the military dogs had 4 legs. The 2 big dogs beside Tang Zheng rushed out of the hotel barking and chased after him at a high speed. Zheng Kejiang was immediately scared to death. If he was entangled by the 2 dogs, the soldiers chasing him from behind would kill him. Zheng Kejiang gritted his teeth and ran desperately towards the south with all his strength. 300 meters. As long as he ran 300 meters, he would be able to escape. Because 300 meters to the south is Xiushu River. Although Xiushu is not a big river, it is several meters deep. Zheng Kejiang grew up by the river and is very good at swimming. When he got to the river, he dived into it and could dive dozens of meters. Since he swallowed the crystal and his body changed, he felt that his sneaking distance could continue to increase. He didn't believe that the 2 dogs still had the ability to dive. At that time, he still had hope of escaping by relying on the waterway. Halfway through this road, he was hit hard on the butt. Zheng Kejiang turned around and shot. Hit. The horse dog rolled around as if nothing had happened and jumped up again to chase after him. Son of a bitch. You actually equipped the dog with a bulletproof vest. You guys have wasted the Empire's funds like this. Zheng Kejiang didn't dare to stop at all. Although the bullet didn't kill the dog, the impact of the bullet still slowed down the dog's speed. He ran wildly again, completely ignoring his bleeding hips, and even forgot the pain. He had never run so fast before. He could feel that his 100-meter speed had exceeded 8 seconds. But he was bitten all the same. Da Kungming caught up and bit his thigh. Zheng Kejiang howled and fired another shot. Da Kungming was also hit, but with the protection of a bulletproof vest, he was only knocked back and was not injured. Zheng Kejiang kept running and firing. These short 200 or 300 meters seemed so long that it almost took a lifetime. The wind rushed by his ears. The weeds swayed in front of his eyes. The heavy breathing made him feel a burning pain in his lungs. But the belief in survival still supported him to run wildly. The pistol bullets were all used up, and there were 5 or 6 more wounds on his body. If he was 50 meters away from the river beach, he would not even have the chance to jump into the river. But the river beach was in front of him, and the river was only 15 meters away. Regardless of his serious injuries, Zheng Kejiang rushed a few steps and jumped up when he was more than 3 meters away from the river. Looking back in the air, he saw the 2 dogs braked on the shore, did not jump down. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Zheng Kejiang's eyes were red, and his excitement were unprecedented. Zheng Kejiang was able to escape from the encirclement of an imperial platoon leader. He could brag about this for the rest of his life. Although his injuries were serious, and it was still unknown whether he could survive smoothly, at least he survived now. Those who survive a great disaster will surely have good fortune in the future. I know how to make myself evolve, and I will definitely have great luck in the future. Tang Zheng. When the time comes, we will settle our new and old grudges together. Bang. A gunshot was heard from somewhere. There was a sharp pain in his chest. Before falling into the water, Zheng Kejiang saw that his chest was shot with a big hole. Without much time to think, he could only barely say, "Who is it?" Plop. Water splashed everywhere. Zheng Kejiang fell into the water in a big letter shape, and the river water was immediately dyed red. Endless darkness came. There were also schools of fish in the darkness. But he could no longer feel the pain afterwards. In the hotel, Tang Zheng received a report from the sniper Chu Zuan. Report to the general, the target has been killed and fell into the river. Well done, I'm proud of you. Chu Zuan was very happy to be praised. For them, the general's praise was the highest praise and the greatest honor. The ones who came back before Chu Zuan were Da Kengming and Xiao Piaoying. Tang Zheng opened a can of beef for each of them to get rid of the bloody taste in their mouths. This time, Tang Zheng deliberately let Zheng Kejiang run for a while. No matter how capable Zheng Kejiang was, he could not escape from Tang Zheng's palm. If Tang Zheng didn't want to play, there was no need for Chu Zuan to shoot, and the two dogs could handle it. In fact, even if there was no sniper, Zheng Kejiang, who was seriously injured, would probably not survive after being soaked in water. But Tang Zheng would not give him a chance to live. The sniper's advance arrangement had already cut off his way to life. So far, 9 of the 15 people in Zheng Kejiang's group have been killed one after another, and there are still 6 people left, including a woman. These people did not choose to escape by force, but waited here anxiously, waiting for Tang Zheng's judgment. Tang Zheng turned to the other survivors. I still say that, you decide whether these people should die. This time, the survivors were not as excited as before. These people are not bad enough. They don't make things difficult for us at ordinary times. They are also forced by Zheng Kejiang's group. I think they can be given a chance to live. Yes, they haven't done too many bad things. They can be reformed through labor. But they can't be too easy. Reduce their daily meals by half. Everyone decided the fate of these people one by one. During this process, Tang Zheng did not interfere. They were just a few insignificant people, so he let the survivors decide for themselves. It was just that the young woman among them looked familiar to him, but he couldn't remember who she was for a while. Tang Zheng took his father to the second floor of the hotel. He planned to keep this hotel for the time being. After all, there was no suitable place to stay around for a while. But his father didn't have to work anymore, and he could have a good rest here on the second floor. There were several single rooms upstairs, and Tang Zheng arranged one for his father. He was going to chat with his father for a while, but he didn't expect his father to hold his hand and said nervously, Xiao Zheng, have you called your sister? Since I came here, I can't call anymore. I don't know how Xiao and I is doing. Tang Zheng said in a deep voice, Dad, don't worry. Before I came, I talked to my sister several times on the phone. She is currently alone in the dormitory. It is relatively safe there, and I will rescue her soon. Hearing Tang Zheng's words, Tang Yushan relaxed completely. Sitting on the bed, he murmured, that's good, that's good. The child's mother, you can go with peace of mind. The 2 children are here. They are all here. Tang Yushan was very sleepy, and fell asleep soon. Tang Zheng didn't continue to disturb his father. Only by rescuing his sister, as soon as possible can his father be truly happy. This is also the purpose of Tang Zheng's return. Tang Zheng left his father's single room, and came to Zheng Kejiang's room. Sitting on the comfortable chair, Tang Zheng thought about his next action plan. Tele Town was relatively stable for the time being, and he had to go to Fengcheng as soon as possible. Fengcheng is located in the northern part of Sichuan province, and is the 2nd largest city in Sichuan, much larger than Qinzhou. The Royal Dance Academy is a well-known institution in Fengcheng and the 2nd-ranked dance academy in the country. Before the end of the world, Tang Zheng thought it was a good place, located in the core area of Fengcheng and very prosperous. But now, he has a headache. It can be said that the difficulty of entering Fengcheng Dance Academy is more difficult than escaping from Sanjiang. Even if he has 20 people under his command now, it will not change anything. The danger of going deep into the core area of the city is too great. This is why Tang Zheng still cannot go there, even though he knows that there are gold shops, bank vaults and so on in the center of the city. My current strength is still a little insufficient. If I can stay in Tele Town for 10 days or so and clean up the zombies, my strength will be much stronger, but time waits for no one. At the very least, I should buy an intermediate radar field of view. This primary radar has a radius of only 50 meters, and the prediction of danger is too low. If I have an intermediate radar, I can avoid a lot of risks in advance. If possible, I should find a map of Fengcheng. I didn't expect that my mobile phone would not work before, so I had to find a map. The number of people is a little small, and there should be a truck, and spare funds should be reserved. In the end, it's all about lack of money. Tang Zheng sat there, feeling a little embarrassed. At this time, at the door, the communicator Woody came to report. General, the woman downstairs said she wanted to see you, saying that she was your classmate Li Yanhan. Classmate? Li Yanhan? Tang Zheng carefully recalled the appearance of the woman just now and had some impression in his mind. It seemed that she was really his classmate and should be a junior high school classmate. But Tang Zheng still waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to see her. It was nothing more than trying to build a relationship and get close to her. Tang Zheng had no interest in her at all. Woody continued. She also said that she has important news to tell you about Zenki Jiang. There is one more update before midnight. Chapter 38, Unexpected Fortune. Hearing this, Tang Zheng decided to meet this Li Yanhan. He also wanted to know what secrets Zenki Jiang might have. Bring her up. Woody turned and went out. After a while, Li Yanhan followed the communicator in. Woody wanted to protect Tang Zheng's safety, but Tang Zheng waved him out. It was impossible for Tang Zheng to not handle a mere woman, not to mention that Kang Ming and Xiao Piaolian were following him all the time. Tang Zheng, you still remember me, right? We were in the same class in the 2nd grade of junior high school. Li Yanhan was carrying a lady's shoulder bag, and she was dressed pretty and looked decent, otherwise she would not have been chosen by Zenki Jiang and become his woman. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair and spoke slowly. I remember her, but don't tell me that you and I are here to talk about our friendship as classmates. If that's the case, you can leave. Li Yanhan was still observing Tang Zheng's expression. If Tang Zheng showed a little enthusiasm, she would stick to him. Although she had no choice but to commit herself to Zenki Jiang, Li Yanhan felt that it was nothing. It was just following a man. Countless people had done it before the end of the world, not to mention the precarious times now. Moreover, Tang Zheng was obviously much younger and more handsome than Zenki Jiang. She even had some expectations for following Tang Zheng. But now she felt a chill in her heart. Tang Zheng obviously had no interest in her, which made her a little disappointed. But she still would not give up and still gritted her teeth and stated her purpose. Tang Zheng, those survivors ask me to work, ask me to push the mill. How can I do such work with my small body? I can't stand it after a while. I hope you can help me arrange a lighter job. Tang Zheng's expression did not change. Everything has conditions. You can't show your value. Pushing the mill is considered light. I know one thing about Zenki Jiang. Tell me about it. Zenki Jiang has already contacted Han Yuhu in the prison base, and he heard him talking to Han Yuhu. It seems that he wants to give Han Yuhu a crystal or something, but Han Yuhu has to send someone to get it. Just as his gift to Han Yuhu, he wants to join the prison base. Tang Zheng now understood how the zombie in the wild fell into the reservoir. It should be Zenki Jiang who brought it in, but he couldn't kill the zombie, so he could only borrow flowers to offer Buddha, wanting to give the crystal in the zombie's brain to Han Yuhu. It's a pity that this crystal is destined to be gone, and Han Yuhu can't get it. Li Yanhan continued. It seems that Han Yuhu will send people over during this period. That group of people is very fierce. Tang Zheng, you must be careful. Tang Zheng smiled and said, are these the only secrets you want to tell me? If that's all, then you can go back. Li Yanling was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Tang Zheng to be so ungrateful to his classmates, and he didn't seem to take the prison base seriously. After hesitating for a while, thinking of the hard work down there, Li Yanhan decided to go all out. She came to Tang Zheng and opened the bag. A pile of things poured out. Tang Zheng took a look and his eyes lit up. There were a bunch of chips inside, and more. There were hundreds of gold and silver jewelry. Tang Zheng, these things are all mine. When the apocalypse broke out, I thought these things might still be valuable, so I took them with me. Later, when I followed Zenki Jiang, he used them as props for their magic gambling. And all the jewelry on the survivors down there are now with him. When he doesn't need them, he leaves them with me for safekeeping. I don't know if these things are useful to you, but I'll give them all to you. Please help me this time. I really haven't done anything bad. By the end, he was already begging desperately. Looking at the pile of gold and silver that Li Yanhan took out, Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, then asked, how do you have so many gold and silver jewelry? Even if you add the survivors, it's a bit too much. Li Yanhang said embarrassedly. It's like this. I used to do business with Sister Huang, delivering goods to the gold shop in Mingshu. I was responsible for purchasing, and she was responsible for delivery. However, the profit of gold and silver is very small, and it can barely sustain life. I haven't had time to deliver this batch of goods before the end of the world broke out. Tang Zheng glanced at her. How often do you deliver goods to the person called Sister Huang? How often does she deliver goods to Mingshu? I deliver to her every 2 days, and she delivers once a week. I have delivered to her twice before, and I didn't deliver the third time. That means that the person called Sister Huang should still have a batch of gold and silver in her hands. Ah, yes, it should still be at her home. Give me her address. Li Yanhang immediately stepped forward and wrote down an address. Tang Zheng read it and then called in the correspondent Wu Di. Tell the people below that Li Yanhang's work will be easier in the future. She can wash vegetables and clean the house. It's too much of a stretch to ask her to grind the millstone. Understood. Wu Di turned and left. Li Yanhang's eyes were red with excitement. Thank you, Tang Zheng. Thank you, old classmate. You are my second parents. It doesn't matter. You have already demonstrated your value. Go ahead. Wait a minute. Do you know where there is a map of Fengcheng? Tang Zheng was still thinking about the map of Fengcheng, so he asked casually. Li Yanhang was stunned for a while. It seems the public security department of the town. Oh, I see. You can go down. Just work 6 hours a day. Li Yanhang was overjoyed and left with many thanks. After she left, Tang Zheng immediately collected these gold and silver jewelry. I really didn't expect that Li Yanhang would do this kind of gold and silver trading work. This time it was a bargain for me. It was really a lot. Although it looked less than the silver shop in the service area, it should not be much different. After all, most of these jewelry were gold, and there were also some diamonds and jade, which were much more valuable than silver. Convert all. Convert completed. Congratulations, General. You have earned 4910 gold. Tang Zheng was overjoyed. It was almost the same as what he had calculated, almost catching up with the silver shop. He checked the funds in the system. At this moment, he already had more than 5400 gold. Thinking that this was just one batch of goods, and there were 2 more batches of goods at Sister Huang's house, Tang Zheng's heart was burning. The address was a supermarket downstairs in a residential area. It was not a place where the zombies were too dense. If you were careful, it would not be a big problem to take it down. But it was a little late today, so I could only go tomorrow. Now that I had money, I had to spend it immediately. Tang Zheng opened the system, and the first thing he wanted to buy was the intermediate radar vision. Radar vision, intermediate, display all units within a 300-meter radius in the system, ignoring the obstruction of buildings. The price is 2000 gold. Tang Zheng chose to buy it without hesitation. You have purchased the radar vision, and the radar vision upgrade is complete. Please check it on the system page. Tang Zheng looked back at the map page, and it really changed. His previous primary radar vision could only cover a radius of 50 meters, which is a small area around the hotel. But now, it can cover a radius of 300 meters, which is actually a very large range. Tang Zheng can even see that there are zombies at the edge of the radar vision. These zombies may have been attracted by the previous shooting, but the gunfight ended quickly, and the zombies that lost their target stayed nearby. Great. With this radar vision, my safety factor in going to Fengcheng has increased by at least 2 times. With 3400 gold in hand, Tang Zheng thought about it and decided to increase the number of people. Although he already has 20 men, he still needs to leave some people at home to guard. After all, Li Yanhang just said that the prison base may send people over. And even if he goes to Sister Huang's house to find gold, these people are a bit thin. First add a squad, a military dog, and a scout. Just when he was about to choose to buy, Tang Zheng saw 2 dogs lying at his feet. 1 male and 1 female, randomly assigned. Tang Zheng asked Meng Meng, military dogs are assigned genders randomly, so what about soldiers? Are they all uniformly male? General, soldiers are male by default, because male soldiers are more powerful, but if you need it, you can choose soldiers at will. Females are also available, and even races can be selected. You can choose Han Yu people or soldiers from other countries. If I don't choose, then they will all be male Hanyu by default, right? In theory, but if it detects that your emotions have strong demand fluctuations, the system will automatically choose for you. Tang Zheng laughed. Are you kidding? What kind of demand fluctuations can I have? I have been single for 24 years. After that, he made a purchase. There were 8 mobilized soldiers in a class, and each person with equipment cost 215 gold. So 8 people cost 1740 gold. A scout cost 500 gold. According to the configuration given to Ji Yunshin before, another 205 gold was spent. A total of 2445 gold. With more than 900 gold left, Tang Zheng bought a 212 military jeep and a Willys. After all, it is not easy for new soldiers to come over suddenly. There are more than 100 gold left, which are kept as backup. However, these people can't appear randomly around him. Tang Zheng asked the system about the rules of soldiers' birth. General, after you have the radar, you can let the newly enlisted soldiers appear in any corner within the radar range. Tang Zheng nodded. That's no problem. He chose to let the soldiers appear more than 200 meters away from the hotel, and then drove over openly. For some reason, he had a special expectation for this batch of soldiers. Thanks to Zimengren Kiao for the reward of 1000 coins, and thanks to Greenwich, Paizi Wei, Wu Wei Zio Yu, and Luan Chi Fei Jian for the reward. There are some debates in the book reviews, so I will briefly talk about it. First, the problem of funds. Why don't you go to the gold shop and the bank? I said this in the book. These two places are in the downtown area, and the protagonist's strength cannot go there at present. It's that simple. I think this is also reasonable. Otherwise, if you force the development, there will be no gradual progress of the story. It's not my style to directly push the soldiers. Second, some people say that the distance is tens of thousands of kilometers and they went abroad. Let me say again that the map in the book is very large. Although it is not deliberately emphasized, everyone should be able to notice it from the population. After all, with a population of more than 100 billion, it is reasonable for the map to be large. Third, some people say that saving the sister's parents is a poisonous point. I don't agree. You can say that the routine is old, but it is not poisonous. It is human nature and the plot also needs it. Fourth, some people say that diamonds are not so valuable and are hyped up. I agree with this, but in fact it is hyped up. Gold shops all maintain their value and recycle them, and as a system funding demand, they still require natural ones. I think this is also okay. Otherwise, relying solely on gold may not be enough in the later stage. Fifth, the problem of metal corrosion. I remember that it was written in the book that acid rain was the initial cause, and then the acidic substances in the air corroded, but the degree was not as strong as acid rain. There are also some minor problems. Some of what everyone said makes sense, and he too has adopted and improved them. If you still have questions, welcome to join the group. He too will chat with you. 746,860,067. Finally, Platoon leader Tang will have money soon. Please vote. Chapter 39 Guard. After these things were done, Zhu Jingqiu came up from downstairs. The pretty little cook, wearing a floral apron, was holding a tray in her hands. The cook followed behind Zhu Jingqiu, also holding a large tray. On Zhu Jingqiu's tray was a fried river fish, a dry tofu bacon, a plate of stir-fried lotus root slices, and a white fungus soup. On the cook's tray were 12 bowls of white rice. Brother Tang, your dinner is here. Zhu Jingqiu finally had a place to use his skills here, which was to cook a special meal for Tang Zheng. As for the soldiers' meals, they were now taken over by the cook. Tang Zheng was not responsible for the survivors' meals, but he also asked them to try to make the meat better, not to say how rich, but at least to make them full. Tang Zheng took a look at the food and asked, there is a conflict between our food and the survivors' food, right? Yes, Brother Tang, there are not enough pots. We require that you should be provided with food first, then the soldiers' food, and finally the survivors' food. Tang Zheng frowned slightly. This is not good. Let's collect some more cooking utensils. Don't make it seem like we are deducting them. After speaking, Tang Zheng looked at the food again. I can't eat 12 bowls. This is for you and uncle. I calculated uncle's food intake. based on your usual food intake. Even if uncle has some left, you can handle it. Tang Zheng nodded secretly. Zhu Jingqiu was indeed thoughtful. His stomach will be blessed in the future. After Zhu Jingqiu finished his instructions, he was about to go down. Tang Zheng instructed the cook again. By the way, add 9 more people's food. There are new soldiers joining the army. Understood. The cook got up and left, and went to work happily. Being able to work and serve the general, they felt that there was value and meaning in their existence. At the entrance of the Marriott Hotel, several survivors added sandbags and reinforced the wall. This was also Tang Zheng's request. Although he did not plan to stay here for a long time, it was better to be safer as a temporary residence. The workers were several young and middle-aged men. One of the men with glasses wiped the sweat from his forehead, rubbed his waist, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Why haven't you had dinner yet? I'm hungry." Another man looked at him and said, "Commissioner Wang, when Zheng Qijiang was here, the dinner was even later than this. Why didn't you complain? And I heard that we have meat for dinner today. You haven't eaten meat for a long time, right? You should thank Platoon Leader Tang." Commissioner Wang is an employee of the Tailei Town office. Ordinary employees are collectively called commissioners. Among these survivors, he is considered to be more educated and a person of status. He usually has some prestige. But today he complained and someone refuted him, which made him very unhappy. "I'm not complaining, but can Tang Zheng be treated the same as Zheng Qijiang? Zheng Qijiang is a gangster and a scumbag. It's normal for him to bully people, but Tang Zheng is a platoon leader, and he's in the Royal Army. Shouldn't he serve the people? To put it another way, he also grew up in Tailei Town. Shouldn't he respect us, the villagers? We should eat first when dinner starts, at least with the soldiers, right? Isn't this a difference in treatment?" The person who refuted him before curled his lips. "Anyway, I think it's good and satisfying. If you have any opinions, go to Platoon Leader Tang and raise them. What's the point of complaining here?" Commissioner Wang blushed. He didn't dare to go to Tang Zheng. The fierce performance of Tang Zheng and his men today left a deep impression on him, so he wouldn't make things boring for himself. "I won't go. I'm not the only one who's wronged. Why should I go? But I just heard from the people inside that Tang Zheng is not only here to look for his father, but also to meet up with his comrades. I wonder if there will be Tang Zheng's superior among the people who come." Commissioner Wang had a fantasy in his heart. Tang Zheng was just a platoon leader with a low military rank. If one of his superiors came, then Tang Zheng would not have the final say here. If there was such an opportunity, he would go over immediately. While he was thinking, the sound of a car came faintly in the distance. Several people who were working looked up and saw 2 military jeeps turning over more than 200 meters away. Here, Commissioner Wang's eyes lit up immediately. This car was basically the same as Tang Zheng's. It seemed that someone really came to meet up with Tang Zheng, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Rubbing his hands, he prepared to welcome the new military officer. Everyone around stopped their work and looked at the 2 new cars. The jeeps stopped in front of the hotel one after another. With the sound of doors opening, soldiers got out of the car one by one. They were wearing the same uniforms and Type 81 rifles as Tang Zheng's men, and they seemed to be from the same unit. Although these soldiers looked very strong, they could not attract Commissioner Wang's attention. His attention was on the passenger seat of the second car. Not only him, but everyone else also focused their attention there. Because the soldiers there were so beautiful. Yes, beautiful. After the door opened, and they got out of the car, everyone's eyes lit up. Even before the end of the world, it was rare to see such beautiful and heroic female soldiers. Wearing a well-cut military uniform, the wide belt outlined her slender waist. She had a slender figure and her skin was as white as snow. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, passed through the back of the military cap, and tied neatly behind her head. Her eyes were as bright as water, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her lips were as red as painted. If she changed into this outfit, she could be a print model without makeup. More importantly, she was holding an AK-47 automatic rifle, with a pistol and a grenade on her waist, as well as an unknown knife. She looked graceful, but also dangerous. After the female soldier got off the car, she first asked the team to assemble. 8 strong male soldiers and a Labrador dog lined up neatly. "Let's go. Get ready to go in." The female soldier's voice was crisp and pleasant, and she was about to lead the way. Commissioner Wang's heart immediately became active. Although this female soldier did not wear an officer's medal on her chest, it did not prevent him from guessing her identity. There are not many female soldiers in the Imperial Royal Army. Even if there are, most of them are in the art troop and the Guard of Honor. At most, they are medical soldiers, who are okay for injections, but not so good at fighting. Of course, there are also special combat female soldiers, but the number is very small. And the female soldier in front of him is so beautiful, she doesn't look like a special combat member who has been through a lot of fighting. Then there is only one possibility. That is the personal bodyguard of a big shot. If you want to have guards, they must be senior officers. Although Commissioner Wang is not sure what level they are, it is obvious that Tang Zheng, a platoon leader, is not qualified. Moreover, the rank of guards for senior officers is generally not too low. The female soldier did not wear a medal, maybe she lost it. After all, this is the end of the world, and it is normal to have no place to replace something temporarily. With this analysis, everything is reasonable. Then if everything goes according to his analysis, Tang Zheng will not be the one in charge here. Commissioner Wang was excited and immediately went to meet him. Seeing Commissioner Wang blocking the way, the female soldier frowned. Get out of the way. Commissioner Wang hurriedly smiled. Hahaha, this female hero. I finally waited for you to come. Let me introduce myself. I'm a commissioner of Tailei Town office. My surname is Wang. You can just call me Zio Wang. As he said, he was about to extend his hand to shake hands, but the female soldier ignored him. What do you want? Oh, it's like this. I think you are new here and may not understand the situation here. I want to report to you in advance, otherwise you may not know it once you are deceived. As he said, Commissioner Wang curled his lips upstairs. Tang Zheng, is it your subordinate? The female soldier looked at him without changing her expression and said, is there any problem with him? Commissioner Wang was not stupid. Although he wanted to report Tang Zheng, he was a comrade in arms after all, and he didn't dare to say anything too much. So he just smiled and said, it's a small problem. All small problems, let him correct it slowly. This sentence sounded nothing, but he never dreamed that the female soldier's reaction was so unexpected. The female soldier raised her delicate hand and chopped Commissioner Wang's neck with a sharp hand knife. Ugh. Commissioner Wang's tongue spit out, and he covered his neck with both hands and fell to the ground to retch. The female soldier knocked Commissioner Wang down with a knife and then said to the people behind her, take him up and hand him over to the general later. After that, she treated Commissioner Wang as trash and didn't even say a word why she did it, nor did she look at this person, and walked past him. Two soldiers took Commissioner Wang into the room, and the rest of the people followed the female soldier upstairs. Tang Zheng was eating on the second floor and saw that the new recruits had come to him. Scout Ninghui, report to the general. The other mobilized soldiers also reported to Tang Zheng, but Tang Zheng couldn't remember too many people's names. But this Ninghui made Tang Zheng stunned. Female soldiers? Meng Meng, what's going on? How come there are female soldiers? Meng Meng replied, General, you are already a platoon leader. Although you have communicators around you, you still lack guards. Your guards must be selected from the scouts. Although female soldiers are not as physically fit as male soldiers, they have advantages that male soldiers do not have, such as being more careful, considerate, and gentle. Looking at them will make the general happy. So, you were the one who decided to choose the female soldiers? The system detected your emotions. Well, I might have made a mistake. Chapter 40 Map. Tang Zheng's face was a little dark, but he returned to normal after hearing Meng Meng's words. Forget it, female soldiers are female soldiers. Ninghui, tell me about your situation. Report to the general. My general situation is similar to Ji Yunshan's. I basically know everything he can do. I can do what he can do, and I can do what he can't do. Ji Yunshan, who was standing next to Tang Zheng, felt that his status had been greatly impacted. In his opinion, he was the general's first confidant and the first scout. How respected he was. Although the general did not appoint him as the squad leader, he believed that it was only a matter of time. In fact, in his heart, his status should be above the two squad leaders Luo Fei and Yang Mu. but now, his status has been hit hard by the second scout. What is this little goblin talking about? We are all scouts. Is there anything you can do that I can't do? Ji Yunshin expressed great dissatisfaction. But the general did not speak, and he couldn't speak either. He could only try to make his chest rise and fall continuously to show his anger and presence. Tang Zheng followed Meng Meng's advice and decided to let Ning Yue be his bodyguard. This time when he went to Fengcheng, he would let Ning Yue follow him. Looking at the 8 new recruits, Tang Zheng decided to let Wang Yu be the squad leader of the 3rd squad to lead this group of new recruits. Seeing that Wang Yu also became the squad leader, Ji Yunshin's chest rose and fell more violently. Looking back at Ji Yunshin, seeing this guy who was swollen like a frog, Tang Zheng felt that Ji Yunshin had made a lot of contributions and should be treated a little. Ji Yunshin. Here, you and Ning Yue are both my bodyguards. Understood. Ji Yunshin, who was still uncomfortable just now, suddenly revived with full blood. He glanced at Ning Yue with the corner of his eyes, and the aura of a tyrant suddenly appeared. Little goblin, do you know what a confidant is? Don't even think about catching up from behind. But the little goblin is indeed a strong enemy, and her military quality is also excellent. I must perform well in the future, and never let her be the only one in front of the general. Ning Yue glanced at Ji Yunshin lightly, ignoring the provocation of this person, but consciously came behind Tang Zheng, took the initiative to light a cigarette for Tang Zheng, and told Tang Zheng what happened downstairs just now. When Tang Zheng heard about this, his first reaction was to get rid of this Commissioner Wang. A guy who was just hanging around in the town office actually wanted to sow discord. Such a person is an unstable factor, and the sooner he is eliminated, the sooner he will be clean. But just when he was about to give an order, he suddenly asked Ning Yue, do you mean that some people are dissatisfied with the current situation? Yes, General, I can see that some people are a little emotional. Tang Zheng did not say anything. He thought he had been very good to these survivors. He improved their food and reduced their workload. Compared with the previous days, they have been much better. Letting the soldiers eat first is only temporary. After Tang Zheng rescued his sister, he decided to move away from here. It is not convenient to be with the survivors. Moreover, the soldiers are responsible for fighting, and the food supply should be guaranteed first. But such a simple truth, there are still people who don't understand. However, Tang Zheng had a vague idea in his mind at this moment. Maybe keeping Commissioner Wang is not necessarily a bad thing. He may be useful at some point. He waved his hand. Let him go. Let them say whatever they want in the future. As long as they don't disturb us, don't interfere. Do you understand? Understood. Commissioner Wang was released soon, but no one dared to say anything for the time being. Tang Zheng, the platoon leader, is quite powerful. He brought 20 people with him, and now there are nearly 10 more people coming. This is already a relatively strong force in the end times. Anyone who sings a different tune at this time is really asking for death. Tang Zheng no longer pays attention to the situation of the survivors. He still has things to do. That is to get a map of Fengcheng. Without a map, it would be too dangerous to move forward rashly, even if he has a radar. I asked Li Yanhong before, and she said that the town's public security office is reliable. Tang Zheng decided to go to the public security office. Looking at the time, it is now 7 o'clock in the evening. Because it is close to August, it is midsummer, and it is not dark yet. Tang Zheng decided to go to the public security office. Ning Yue, Wu Di, and this dog. Tang Zheng only noticed at this moment that he had also purchased a military dog, a Labrador. A female dog. Tang Zheng was somewhat puzzled. According to the order of male and female, Dakeng Ming was the first, Xiao Piaoliang was the second, and the third one should be a male. Why is it a female again? Could it be affected by his emotions? No. Was it affected by the error of Meng Meng's system? This Labrador was white and looked very docile, not as fierce as Dakeng Ming, who was not as fierce as Dakeng Ming. At this moment, the Labrador ran to the side of Dakeng Ming with a low head and a pleasing look, but in front of Xiao Piaoliang, it seemed a little afraid and dodged, making Xiao Piaoliang seem to be bullying it. Looking at Xiao Piaoliang's disgusted expression, Tang Zheng felt a little funny. This Labrador was quite dramatic. From now on, you will be called Xiao Balian. After naming the third dog, Tang Zheng took Ning Yue, Wudi, and Zaya Balian and stood up and walked towards the public security station. The reason why we didn't bring many people with us was that the police station was not far from the hotel, only 200 meters away. There were no zombies within this range, so there was no danger. Walking on the deserted streets, the sky around us gradually darkened. Except for the Marriott Hotel, there was still a little light, and the whole town was dark. Tang Zheng used the radar all the way. Now the radar coverage has reached a radius of 300 meters, and no survivors have been found. My hometown is dead. Tang Zheng and others walked to the door of the police station. On the door, there was still a sign of the Imperial Security Bureau. The sign was hung on 2 nails, but now there is only one. When a gust of wind blows over, it will make a clanging sound, which is a rare sound in the quiet dusk. When we arrived in front of the door of the police station, the 2 glass doors had been broken long ago. Tang Zheng stepped in. The room was also a mess, with broken glass, debris, and splattered blood. Tang Zheng even saw bloody handprints left on the wall by someone struggling before death. If there is a map, it should be hanging in the office of the captain of the police station on the 3rd floor. Ning Yue led the way with an AK-47 in her hand. Zio Balian followed Ning Yue and kept sniffing. With the light of dusk, things here can still be barely seen. Walking in this place, that is like a haunted house, Tang Zheng has no fear. As time goes by in the end of the world, his mentality has become stronger and stronger, and he is fearless. He arrived in front of the captain's office on the 3rd floor and pushed the door open. The light in the room is a little insufficient, so Tang Zheng turned on the lights. Now in Tele Town, many places have lost power, but fortunately the line between the police station and the Marriott Hotel is still working, and the lights are on. There is a circle of sofas around the room, and there is a large desk against the wall, and there are several pots of green plants that have begun to wither without being watered. Tang Zheng came to the desk and looked at the map of Western Sichuan on the wall. This map is not good. It's a bit too general. We need a more detailed one. General, wait here. There should be a map in their archives. Ning Yue volunteered to find the map. Tang Zheng sat in the room waiting. The window was open and the cool breeze at night blew in. He felt quite comfortable. Perhaps moving the troops to the public security station is also a good choice. At least we won't be entangled with those survivors, and it will also reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. While thinking, Ning Yue came back. General, I found it. A large map was spread on the desk. It was the map of Fengcheng. Tang Zheng immediately became alert and began to study the map carefully. Hiss. Going to the Royal Dance Academy is really difficult. The nearest road is 30 kilometers into the city. This is simply a hell-level difficulty. And there are no big rivers in Fengcheng. It is impossible to enter by water. The more Tang Zheng looked at it, the more headache he felt. He didn't have a plane now, so it was impossible to fly there. Moving his fingers inch by inch, Tang Zheng looked at the map around the dance academy. To the west is the Kaifeng district commercial street. There are too many people, so this place is not okay. To the north is Earl Avenue, which is the main road, and this place is not okay either. To the northeast is Luoxia Road, which is crossed by a residential area, and this place is not okay either. To the south is Xiaotangshan in the center of Fengcheng. If you want to go to Xiaotangshan, you have to pass the zoo in the south of the city. This route is relatively better, but the risk is still not small. The zoo is not that easy to walk to. To the east is Fengcheng Railway Station, which is not okay either. The crowd density of the station is hellish. Tang Zheng's thoughts paused for a moment, and he saw a truly safe road. That is the railway. In the end times, there are traffic jams everywhere, but only the railway will not be jammed. Especially on both sides of the high-speed railway, there are guardrails, and people can't get in, and zombies can't get in. As long as you enter the railway line, you can definitely reach the railway station safely. Tang Zheng's eyes fell on the position between the railway station and the dance academy. The distance is not very long, and the driving route between the two is less than 3 kilometers. If you can jump off an elevated bridge, this distance will even be shortened to 1 kilometer. The shortest way to get to the dance academy is to take the elevated road leading to the train station. Other routes are too far and unrealistic. This is it. You can use a rope to rappel down the elevated road. The only difficulty is how to get out of the station. Although it is difficult, Tang Zheng has made up his mind to take this route. When he gets the funds from Sister Huang's family tomorrow, he will set off immediately. Chapter 41, Street Clearing. Tang Zheng determined the route to Fengcheng, and he decided to stay in Tailei town for another day. Because he needed to get the jewelry from Huangji's house that Li Yanhong mentioned, he had to stay for another day. But it was only one day, because the 1-month date agreed with his sister was coming up, and one more day of delay would increase the risk. The next morning, after eating the breakfast made by Zhu Jingqiu, the team gathered at 9 in the morning. This time, the mission was to go to the community where Huangji lived, and get the jewelry she hid at home. Tailei town is a small town with a population of more than 40,000. The known survivors are basically here at the Marriott Hotel. It is estimated that some people have escaped from the town, but inside the town, there are zombies, and the number should be around 40,000. Before the action, Tang Zheng first released the drone. Although Tang Zheng currently has an intermediate radar, drones are still very useful for this kind of long-distance reconnaissance. According to the address given by Li Yanhong, Tang Zheng quickly found the supermarket. Although the supermarket is not on the main street, there are really many zombies on the road. When the apocalypse broke out, most of the zombies were attracted by the noise outside and rushed out of their homes. Even if the security door was locked, if the noise on the street outside was too loud, the zombies would even break through the window and jump out. So the number of zombies that really stayed at home was definitely much less than that outside. This led to the streets of the small town of Tailei being overcrowded with corpses. There was only one way to get to this supermarket, and that was to move forward. A rough count of the zombies on this street felt that there were between 1,500 and 2,000. And once the battle started, the number of zombies attracted by the gunfire might be even greater. Tang Zheng scratched his head a little. It was definitely not easy to eat so many zombies. But now that things had come to this point, he had no other choice. Although he was anxious to save his sister, Tang Zheng had to be fully prepared. Check the ammunition. The soldiers checked their ammunition reserves one after another. New recruits only had the ammunition given away when they bought guns. After killing 10 zombies, they would be upgraded to enhanced 1-star soldiers. After the star upgrade, there would be 10 free training bullets every day. It is a small leap for a recruit to upgrade to 1 star, but once it is upgraded to 2 stars, the leap is big. After killing 50 zombies, there will be 60 free training bullets every day, which is 2 magazines. As for upgrading to 3 stars, it is necessary to kill 300 zombies. Tang Zheng does not know how many training bullets will be given. It is estimated that after today's battle, someone will upgrade the star. The free training bullets are given at 12 noon every day. After such a long time, Tang Zheng has also found out some rules. That is, it is best for the battle to take place before the morning. In this way, at noon, the soldiers' free training bullets will be in place, which can save a lot of money. After all, when Tang Zheng set up the folder, he set the price of bullets too high, so every time a gunfight broke out, his heart was bleeding. He didn't know when the bullets and other consumables would be discounted. Tang Zheng was looking forward to this very much. Seeing that the soldiers had checked the ammunition, Tang Zheng also checked his reserve funds. There was still 178 reserve funds, and this money must last until noon. Get ready to go. This time, we will rely on the streets to fight. You can shoot, but you must try to maintain a high hit rate. If anyone is about to upgrade a star, please tell us, and try to kill him first. Do you understand? Understood. The soldiers answered in unison. Move. The team began to move forward. After walking about 200 meters, the zombies in front of them could already be seen. Stop and arrange defenses. This is a small street. The soldiers immediately took action and pushed some abandoned vehicles on the roadside to the center of the road. Abandoned cars are natural barriers that are enough to hinder the movement of zombies and facilitate shooting. The only disadvantage is that they cannot be arranged too much, otherwise hitting the car in front may cause an explosion. The soldiers set up 2 lines of defense for abandoned vehicles. The first line was composed of cars, and the second line was composed of vans and minibuses. The 3 combat squads also arranged the battle order. The most difficult first stage was led by the soldiers of Squad 1. Seeing that the soldiers were ready for everything, Tang Zheng took out his pistol. Tang Zheng fired at the zombies that were wandering a few dozen meters ahead. Bang! His shooting skills were as stable as ever, and it was unknown where the bullets were going. Seeing Ning Yue was about to speak, Ji Yunshan hurriedly said, "Don't worry, General. The early bird catches the worm. Just practice more, and you'll be fine." Ning Yue's eyes sparkled as she spoke. "It doesn't matter where you hit. The purpose of this shot is to attract the attention of the zombies." The general did it. Tang Zheng's expression remained unchanged. He retracted his pistol, patted Ning Yue's shoulder lightly, and said nothing more. On the other side of the street, the zombies heard the gunshots, roared and turned around. At that moment, hundreds of zombies rushed over. The zombies opened their black bloody mouths and waved their sharp claws. Although they were staggering, their momentum was enough to scare people. The soldiers did not panic. They crawled behind the car, got into shooting postures, and waited for orders from their superiors. When the zombies advanced to within 30 meters, Luo Fei gave the order. "Shoot." Da da da. 8 Type 81 rifles fired at the same time. The 8 soldiers in the first squad were all upgraded to the enhanced 2-star level. The enhanced 2-star level means that they are qualified army soldiers. At this distance of 30 meters, it is very rare to miss. Bang 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 bang. Groups of blood exploded on the zombies' necks, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, and heads were smashed. The 8 zombies fell down instantly, but the group of zombies behind them still stumbled forward. They stepped on the corpses of their companions. In the absence of the corpses of mutant zombies, the corpses of ordinary zombies were not enough to replace their desire for fresh flesh and blood. The soldiers in the first squad were calm and composed, without moving a single part, and continued to shoot with their guns. Bullets made a whistling sound through the air, echoing in the streets. The zombies farther away were attracted by the sound of gunfire, and began to rush in this direction, gradually forming a torrent of zombies. The soldiers of the first squad emptied a magazine in almost 3 minutes. Behind the first squad were the new recruits of the third squad. They took over the soldiers of the first squad at the first time, and raised their guns to shoot. At this time, the gap between the new recruits and the veterans was clearly revealed. Compared with the enhanced 2-star soldiers of the first squad, the new recruits of the third squad had a big gap, and the most intuitive one was the headshot rate. At a distance of 30 meters, the headshot rate of the first squad was between 80% and 90%, while the headshot rate of the third squad was only about 40%. This led to slow killing, and the number of zombies in the front row increased rapidly. However, the third squad leader Wang Yu did not panic, and ordered everyone to throw grenades. Tang Zheng had already opened up the authority for them, and the soldiers could directly purchase consumables in the system. Tang Zheng did not have much money at the moment, and could not afford grenades, but he could still consume a wave of grenades. Grenades were thrown out one by one, and immediately a cloud of smoke and fire was raised in front of the position. The flying shrapnel may not be able to kill the zombies, but the powerful impact it brings still blocks the zombies' progress. Tang Zheng was not idle either. He led Ning Yue, Ji Yunshan, Chu Zuan and others to stand on a minibus. Whenever there was a crisis below, they would open fire to support. Of course, the other 3 were the main force. Although Tang Zheng also shot with a pistol, his role was not obvious. The other 3 had good shooting skills, and could shoot heads with one shot most of the time. Especially Chu Zuan, the sniper's shooting skills were really not covered, and almost every shot could hit. It's just that the bullets of the sniper rifle are a bit expensive. Tang Zheng originally priced it at 0.3 gold, so he could only use it sparingly. Now he regrets it so much. Then again, it was just a casual setting at the beginning. Who knew it would come true? Taking advantage of the opportunity of throwing bombs and Tang Zheng and other support, the soldiers of the third squad changed the magazines and raised their guns to shoot again. To upgrade a recruit to 1-star, they only need to kill 10 zombies. After 2 consecutive rounds of shooting, the soldiers of the third squad were also upgraded. After the star upgrade, the accuracy of shooting increased suddenly. Although it was not as good as the first squad, the shooting accuracy at this distance was improved to between 60% and 70%. However, after the star upgrade, the third squad emptied the magazine and immediately withdrew to replace the training bullets. The soldiers of the second squad were all enhanced to 1 star, and they were about to use this wave to upgrade to enhanced 2 stars. The 8 Type 81 rifles crossed the fire net again, hitting the zombies one by one, and falling in front of the position. The sound of gunfire resounded over the town, and the streets were a bloody slaughter. Gather at 9 o'clock, and start fighting at 9:30. The battle lasted for 50 minutes, and all 3 combat squads had gone through 3 rotations. During this process, the third squad was upgraded to enhanced 1 star, and the second squad was also upgraded to enhanced 2 stars. After upgrading to 2 stars, the second squad became the main force in the battle. The extra 60 rounds of training bullets per person saved Tang Zheng's funds, which were already at the bottom. The battle continued until the second and third squads ran out of ammunition, and Tang Zheng ordered a retreat. The second and third squads retreated to the defense line of the minibus, while the soldiers of the first squad relied on the last magazine to push forward again. After more than 10 minutes, the first squad also retreated. At this time, the streets were covered with a thick layer of zombie corpses. A rough estimate is that there are at least 700 zombies, if not 800. Although there are still zombies coming from behind, and although Tang Zheng's funds have been reduced to 0, he is not afraid at all, and slowly retreats with the troops. The soldiers use their speed and bayonets to kill some zombies that followed. After fighting and retreating for half an hour, the time came to noon. All soldiers' ammunition refreshed. Tang Zheng waved his hand and continued to attack. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42, Star Rising. After replenishing their ammunition, the soldiers immediately regained their fighting power. The sound of gunfire echoed again, and they quickly recaptured the position. This time, Tang Zheng asked the soldiers of the third squad to kill first, and he wanted to upgrade the third squad to the enhanced 2-star. With the continuous cooperation of the first and second squads, the soldiers of the third squad finally completed another star upgrade. 10 rounds of free training bullets became 60 rounds. So far, all 3 combat squads under Tang Zheng have become enhanced 2-star soldiers. This is the advantage of the system. In just half a day, a new recruit was trained into a qualified army soldier. During this process, Luo Fei, the squad leader of the first squad, was finally upgraded to enhanced 3 stars. After the star upgrade, Luo Fei excitedly reported to Tang Zheng. Report to the general, I have completed the upgrade to enhanced 3 stars. Now I can fight 5 people with my bare hands, and I can receive 2 boxes of canned food, 2 packs of biscuits, and 180 rounds of training bullets every day. Hearing this, Tang Zheng was also very pleased. One person fires 180 rounds of ammunition a day. If he upgrades 5 squads of 3-star soldiers, that means 7,200 rounds of training ammunition a day. It won't take a few days to clean up this town. Patting Luo Fei on the shoulder to show encouragement, Tang Zheng's eyes fell back on the battlefield. There are not many zombies on the street anymore. They will definitely be cleaned up before tonight. After collecting this wave of funds and taking the gold in the supermarket, his strength will be improved again. The battle continued. In the afternoon, Ji Yunshan beside Tang Zheng was promoted. From a scout recruit, he was promoted to a 1-star scout. General, I've also been upgraded. Oh, you just upgraded to enhanced 1-star. What's the change? Ji Yunshan explained. General, it's not that I'm upgrading slowly, but it's harder to upgrade high-level soldiers. Plus I'm mainly responsible for your personal safety, and I don't have many close combats, so it's a little slower. To upgrade a new recruit's scout to enhanced 1-star, you need to kill 50 zombies, and to upgrade to enhanced 2 stars, you need to kill 300 zombies, which is the same as upgrading a mobilized soldier to 3 stars. When I upgrade to enhanced 1-star, my overall strength exceeds that of a 3-star mobilized soldier, and I get 60 more training rounds every day. As Ji Yunshan spoke, he glanced at Ning Yue on the other side of Tang Zheng. Little goblin, now you know who the big brother is. Before Tang Zheng could praise her, Ningyue also put down the gun in her hand, looking at Tang Zheng with sparkling eyes, and there seemed to be stars in her eyes. It felt like there was something precious to share with a lover. Ji Yunshan couldn't help but complain in his heart. This little goblin, who was as ferocious as a tigress when facing others, was the same when facing the general. Tang Zheng sensed Ningyue's gaze and asked, "What's wrong? General, I have been by your side for a whole day, but I have only been upgraded to 1 star now. Do you think I'm stupid?" Tang Zheng, "Ah, so fast?" Ji Yunshan, who had been by Tang Zheng's side for many days, felt that he had just provoked and was hit by a green tea attack. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Tang Zheng was overjoyed. He didn't expect Ningyue to be upgraded as well. With the protection of these 2 scouts, his safety was further improved. Tang Zheng couldn't help but glance at Chu Zuan. Chu Zuan seemed to sense Tang Zheng's concern and took the initiative to speak. "General, my star upgrade is even slower. To upgrade 1 star, I need to kill 100 zombies. Oh, it takes so many. Then it won't be too difficult for you to upgrade stars in the future. General, my main function is to kill mutant zombies. Killing 1 mutant zombie is equivalent to killing 20 ordinary zombies. If it is a large-scale battlefield, my star upgrade speed is actually faster than anyone else. Well, you work hard and strive to upgrade to a strengthened 1 star today." Tang Zheng commanded the team to continue fighting. After killing a wave of zombies, the team moved forward a little. Now is no time to collect supplies. We can only collect them together after the battle. Anyway, no one else will come here, so Tang Zheng is not in a hurry. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally advanced to the door of the supermarket. As soon as he arrived here, Tang Zheng found that something was wrong. In front of the supermarket, a tall armored zombie appeared again. With the arrival of Tang Zheng and his team, the zombies nearby were also attracted. The armored zombie roared and rushed over in the zombie swarm. "This is the second one. This is the second mutant zombie I encountered in the town." But this time, Tang Zheng had nothing to worry about. He turned around and looked at Chu Zuan. Chu Zuan nodded to Tang Zheng. "General, watch me." As he said that, Chu Zuan raised his gun and prepared to shoot. Tang Zheng suddenly realized something and stopped Chu Zuan. "Wait a minute." Chu Zuan immediately stopped and waited for Tang Zheng's instructions. "Don't rush to kill it first. Try to kill all the zombies around and then deal with this one. Otherwise, once this zombie dies, it may be eaten by other zombies and we will not be able to get the zombie crystals in its brain." Tang Zheng has been in the apocalypse for so long, constantly learning about the apocalypse, and he has learned about the existence of some good things. In addition to gold and silver, he also needs mutant beast meat and zombie crystals. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 things will become scarce strategic materials in the future. So when he saw the terrible mutant zombie at this moment, he seemed to see a treasure. Chu Zuan did not kill immediately according to Tang Zheng's instructions, but he was not idle. While the soldiers continued to organize a defense, he fired several times and finally successfully broke 1 leg of the armored zombie in the zombie group. The armored zombie lost its balance and fell down. It could not pose a threat to Tang Zheng for the time being, and it would not be swallowed by other zombies because of death. Tang Zheng patted Chu Zuan's shoulder encouragingly, saying that he was a teachable boy. There was not much suspense in the next battle. There were about 400 or 500 zombies in front of the supermarket. After all, this was not the main street and there would not be too many zombies. However, as the sky gradually darkened, there was still a little impact. The battle lasted until 7 o'clock in the evening, and a soldier was scratched. Lu Dachun, a medical soldier who had been following Tang Zheng, finally had a place to use his skills, and began to bandage the soldiers quickly. However, there was no antiviral serum, so Tang Zheng ordered the soldiers to collect supplies immediately. At the end of the day, the number of zombies killed reached more than 1,000, and the supplies were quite a lot. At this time, almost all the zombies outside were killed, with only the armored zombies and a dozen other zombies left. It was not a big deal to send a few soldiers to collect supplies. After collecting some from the female zombies and handing them over to Tang Zheng, they quickly gathered 50 funds. Tang Zheng immediately exchanged an antiviral serum for the soldier to use. After Lu Dachuan finished the treatment, the soldier got better, and his upgrade experience also increased a little. Only then did Tang Zheng know that the upgrade of the medical soldier needs to be obtained through treatment. The treatment was over, and the battle was coming to an end. With Chu Zuan's last sniper shot, the armor was shot in the head. Although it has a thick scaly cuticle, it still can't stop a weapon like a sniper rifle. After killing the armor, Chu Zuan also upgraded to a reinforced 1-star. When the sniper is upgraded to a reinforced 1-star, there are 20 more training bullets every day. Chu Zuan's marksmanship also improved accordingly, but this kind of close-range combat does not show much difference. When the combat distance is extended, the strength of a 1-star sniper will be reflected. After a day of fighting, the soldiers of the 3 combat squads had used up all their spare bullets and training bullets, and even Tang Zheng had no money left. But the results were also remarkable. All the soldiers of the 3 combat squads were upgraded to enhanced 2 stars, and even the 2 scouts and snipers were upgraded to enhanced 1 star. Next was the time to harvest. The soldiers all invested in the search for funds, and Tang Zheng's funds were also increasing continuously. From 8 o'clock to 9:30, he was almost searching with a flashlight. After an hour and a half, Tang Zheng had collected most of the funds on the battlefield. A total of 6142 gold was obtained. It took Tang Zheng 14 hours to go from 0 funds to more than 6,000 funds. After the funds were in hand, Tang Zheng was exhausted and sat on the ground, but his spirit was extremely excited. Well done. Next, let's go see how much money Sister Huang has. Tang Zheng walked into the supermarket with great expectations. The supermarket was in a mess. It was obvious that there were survivors here, and some things were missing from the shelves. Tang Zheng ignored this, and immediately began to look for the funds hidden by Sister Huang. The other soldiers also joined in the search. In the end, it was the careful Ning Yue who found a bag inside a hanging coat. General, I found it. Tang Zheng took the bag and dumped it out. Gold and silver jewelry fell out. Exchange it immediately. A total of 7,090 gold has been exchanged. So far, the total funds in Tang Zheng's hands have reached 13,000. Thank you to the book friend Wu Laozi for the 2,000 coins reward. Thank you to the book friend Jiaxing Joshi for the 1,500 coins reward. Thank you to the book friend Shu Kengru for the 306 coins reward. Thank you to the book friends Yang Sheng 8, Big Eye Pig, Super Legend Brother, Zin Life is Like a Play, and Akan Yijin for the rewards. Thank you to the book friends who voted for the monthly ticket and recommendation ticket. Today, he too wanted to try to write a thank you list, but found that the number of words was not enough. I can't open a single chapter to draw a list of thousands of words, so I can only give up. I will continue to ask for votes. After the book is put on the shelves, there will be additional chapters for those who vote for monthly tickets, and there will also be additional chapters for book friends who give a lot of rewards. Chapter 43, Full Team. With the funds in hand, Tang Zheng almost collapsed on a chair in the supermarket. After fighting for 14 hours, he was exhausted, but it was not in vain. This 13,000 gold was the largest sum of money Tang Zheng had obtained since the end of the world. Under the circumstance that we cannot enter the deep city to take down the gold shop and bank, this kind of zombie fighting is also a way to make a fortune. When I come back from Fengcheng, I will turn Tailei Town into a safe zone first. After a rest, Tang Zheng led the team back. Back at the hotel, Zhu Jingqiu had already prepared his small kitchen. 10 steamed buns, 2 sweet and sour fish, and a large bowl of tomato egg drop soup. With money in hand, eating is delicious. Tang Zheng originally wanted to continue to increase the troops immediately to make his platoon reach full strength, but after thinking about it, he decided to talk about it tomorrow. There is not enough food tonight. After dinner, the sleepy soldiers began to rest. Tang Zheng also fell asleep early and slept for 8 hours. When they got up, the soldiers had already had breakfast. The soldiers were in very good physical condition. They could sleep well after resting for 4 hours every day. After breakfast, he looked at the time. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Tang Zheng decided to set off. The end of the world had already begun for nearly a month. It would take at least one more day to rush to Fengcheng. He really couldn't wait any longer. One more day of delay would increase the danger for his sister. Tang Zheng came to his father's single room, but found that his father was not there. He went to the first floor again, and saw his father doing simple labor, while chatting with some fellow villagers. During the chat, Tang Yushan sometimes smiled. It was obvious that his son's return made his mental state completely different from before. Seeing Tang Zheng coming over, many survivors smiled and greeted Tang Zheng. But there were also some people who were obviously insincere. Tang Zheng knew that these people were jealous and unbalanced. Just like before the end of the world, many people would not be jealous of how rich the richest man was, but would be jealous of how well the children of relatives studied, and would be jealous of their friends' lives that were better than theirs. Tang Zheng ignored those people. They could think whatever they wanted to think. Tang Zheng never needed to consider the feelings of such people. Coming to his father, Tang Zheng said, "Dad, I'm going to Fengcheng." "Really?" Tang Yushan's eyes lit up, surprised and worried. Tang Zheng nodded. "Don't worry about me. You heard the gunshots yesterday. My troops killed nearly 2,000 zombies, which means I have enough self-protection ability. Just wait for my good news." Okay, Dad believes in you. Be sure to pay attention to safety." Tang Zheng led Zhao Balian over and handed it to his father. "Dad, please help me take care of this dog for a while. Don't let him leave your side." Tang Yushan took the dog leash and thought he was helping his son take care of the military dog. Little did he know that this was Tang Zheng's protection for him. With this military dog, his father's safety was also guaranteed to a considerable extent. After explaining, Tang Zheng got up and left the hotel. Behind him, a group of soldiers followed forward. The military boots stepped on the ground, making a sonorous sound, which made people around dare not speak. Tang Zheng left the first squad behind. Luo Fei is a 3-star warrior with strong strength, and the rest of the people have also been strengthened to 2 stars. Leaving such a squad should be enough to ensure the safety of the hotel. The cooks and Zhu Jingqiu also stayed together, responsible for the meals of his father and the soldiers. When they arrived outside, Tang Zheng took the second and third squads and boarded the jeep. 3 jeeps, a Willys, and 2 motorcycles were still a little crowded. But Tang Zheng didn't care. He would find a place to reinforce the troops later, so he ordered the convoy to set off. The car started and began to drive towards the outer ring of Mingshu. After the car left LA town, Tang Zheng ordered to stop. He wanted to reinforce the troops on the spot. Before reinforcing the troops, he first took out the crystal he got from the armored zombie last night. Seeing the scene of Chu Zuan shooting the difficult armored zombie in the head with 1 shot yesterday, Tang Zheng originally wanted to add another sniper. But soon he found that he had not unlocked the company commander's authority and did not have a sniper rifle. Tang Zheng calculated the money in his hand. Even if he used all the money to buy mobilized soldiers and didn't buy anything else, the remaining money would still be a little short of upgrading to company commander. Among the 3 conditions for upgrading to company commander, one of them is that he needs 10,000 funds. He has 13,000 funds, and it takes more than 3,000 funds to buy a dozen mobilized soldiers. There is still a gap in the upgrade, and there is no car, so he can't let the new soldiers walk. Even if he has more money, Tang Zheng will not upgrade immediately, because if he upgrades, he will not have any reserve funds, and he will not have money to buy the new soldiers that appear. If you want to upgrade the company and improve its strength, you need at least 10,000 funds. So after considering it, Tang Zheng decided to add some personnel first, and then leave a certain amount of funds to deal with possible risks. After deciding, he took out the crystal of the armor first, and wanted to get another advanced soldier. But after realizing that there was no suitable weapon, Tang Zheng began to ask Meng Meng, are there any soldiers in the company that don't need weapons? Meng Meng quickly gave an answer. General, you can choose to buy scientific research soldiers, which do not require special weapons. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, then tried hard to recall, and soon got the answer. When he designed the system personnel, he did add such a technical type of soldiers. But he just added it casually, without any notes, and he didn't know whether the upgraded system would be the same as what he designed. Then buy a scientific research soldier. The zombie crystal in his hand disappeared, and a new soldier appeared instead. This new soldier looked very different from the soldiers under Tang Zheng. Although he also wore military green pants and military boots, he had an extra box in his hand, a safety helmet on his head, and a pair of black framed glasses. He looked gentle and refined, just like a top student in the class. Research Soldier Guo Yun, report to the general. Tang Zheng returned the greeting and then asked, tell me about your situation. Reporting to the general, my basic ability is slightly worse than that of a mobilized soldier, between a mobilized soldier and an ordinary person. Although I can use guns, I'm not proficient in them. I'm proficient in vehicle maintenance, circuit disassembly, computer calculations, tool use, language translation, mineral exploration, topographic mapping, weapon research and development, and mapping, etc. The first few things sounded normal to Tang Zheng, but when he heard the last two, Tang Zheng was stunned. Can you develop weapons? Reporting to the general, developing weapons is a very difficult thing. I just have the potential, but the development of a real high-end weapon actually requires the joint efforts of many research soldiers, and we need to continue to upgrade our stars, and it will take a long time to do it. Tang Zheng nodded to show his understanding. The advent of each weapon is not that simple. Not to mention some high-tech weapons, just the design of a gun alone actually takes a long time. Finalization, production, testing, debugging, improvement, installation, etc. Many of the things that are finally made are not satisfactory. Although weapons research and development cannot be counted on in the short term, scientific research soldiers are undoubtedly very important. As for the mapping that the scientific research soldiers mentioned, Tang Zheng did not know what kind of mapping it was, so he asked. Guo Yun continued, mapping is to make architectural drawings. It was originally a function that only the company commander level has. When the commander wants to build a certain building, as long as there are drawings, engineers, and sufficient building materials according to the drawings, we can build the building in a very short time. There is such a function? Tang Zheng was quite surprised. Yes, the system has improved it according to the general's design. After all, the more people our troops have in the later stages, the more buildings they need. The drawings are to improve the efficiency of construction. Very good, join the army. Although this function can only be unlocked when you become a company commander, Tang Zheng is very satisfied. After all, he is not far from being a company commander. Guo Yun joined the army and took the initiative to follow Tang Zheng. He is not a combatant, so naturally he does not need to go to the front line. With a new type of soldier, Tang Zheng continued to increase his troops. His unit is a reinforced platoon, with a total upper limit of 45 people. This total number does not include Tang Zheng or military dogs. Now he already has 3 combat squads with 24 people, 2 scouts, a sniper, a medical soldier, a cook, a communicator, and a scientific research soldier, a total of 31 people. Tang Zheng thought about it, first bought 8 mobilized soldiers, and then appointed Li Ji as the leader of the 4th squad, to form the 4th squad. There are still 6 places, and he added a medical soldier. Although the role of medical soldiers is not very large now, it is because the intensity of the battle is not high. If there is only 1 medical soldier, even carrying a stretcher needs to be helped by other soldiers, which is definitely not possible. There are still 5 places. Tang Zheng was about to continue to add mobilized soldiers, but suddenly thought of a problem. Meng, you said that I can choose the gender and race at will, right? General, you can choose the gender, race, and country of the soldiers at will. Although soldiers of different races have great differences in appearance, the difference in combat effectiveness is very small. And if you choose foreign soldiers, then foreign soldiers are naturally proficient in their own language and understand the local customs and practices there. Tang Zheng turned his mind a few times and decided to add a few soldiers of other races. From the beginning of the end of the world to now, almost everyone who sees Tang Zheng would think that he is from the Imperial Army. Tang Zheng did not explain, but this identity has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it is convenient to act, and the disadvantage is that there are constraints in doing things. There are some things that Tang Zheng cannot do directly, which is quite restrictive. He needs some people to do things that he wants to do but cannot do. In short, they are the ones who take the blame. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zheng has made a decision. Purchase 5 foreign soldiers, including 4 mobilized soldiers and 1 scout. For the country, choose Magnolia. The reason for choosing Magnolia is that this country has always been a bandit country. Tang Zheng hates this country, so he made the choice without thinking. As you wish, General. Tang Zheng clicked buy, and his reinforced platoon was fully staffed. Chapter 44. He bought 4 mobilized soldiers and 1 scout, all of whom were from the Magnolia Empire. Tang Zheng did not continue to choose the Type 81 rifle for foreign soldiers, but chose the AK-47. When buying military uniforms, Tang Zheng asked Meng Meng, are the uniforms of foreign soldiers the same as ours in Hanyu? General, you can choose whatever you want, but it's best to choose the uniforms of the country the soldiers come from. Well, the soldiers' uniforms should also be in the style of the Magnolia Empire. After confirming, the purchase began. 4 mobilized soldiers plus a full set of equipment cost 860 gold, and 1 scout cost 705 gold. This includes rifles, pistols, grenades, bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, spare bullets, marching backpacks, etc. After the purchase, Tang Zheng still had more than 6,800 gold in his hands, but his reinforced platoon was already full at the moment. As long as the accumulated funds in his hands exceeded 10,000, he could be promoted to company commander. After a while, 5 foreign soldiers appeared in the bushes. Scout Michael, report to the general. Mobilized soldier Lebron, report to the general. Mobilized soldier Kevin, report to the general. Mobilized soldier Steven, report to the general. Mobilized soldier Corey, report to the general. Soldiers reported to Tang Zheng one after another. The leader was a scout purchased by Tang Zheng, a white soldier named Michael. The remaining mobilized soldiers were both black and white, and they all looked tall and strong. The uniforms they wore were also different from those of Hanyu. The uniforms were light green camouflage, and the helmets were the same color as the uniforms. There was even the flag of the Magnolia Empire on their chests. Tang Zheng returned the salutes to the soldiers, and then said to Michael, tell me about your situation. Michael said, General, we are all from the Magnolia Empire. I come from Fenglin City on the south coast of Magnolia, and the rest of us are from other cities in Magnolia. Like other scouts, I'm proficient in 6 languages, and they are also proficient in Magnolia and Hanyu languages. We have unlimited loyalty to you. After hearing Michael's introduction, Tang Zheng nodded with satisfaction, and then handed a set of squad leader uniforms to Michael. Michael, from now on, you are their squad leader. Although your squad is not full, I believe it is only a matter of time. Thank you, General, you are simply God. Michael happily took the military uniform, and became the 5th squad leader under Tang Zheng. At this point, the team was fully staffed with 45 people. The team had more personnel, but there were not enough cars. Jiuo Yun, a research soldier, suggested to Tang Zheng, General, I suggest you buy a military truck. This type of truck can carry many people, and can also load cargo. It is also very useful for road clearance. Tang Zheng nodded. This suggestion is good. After opening the system page, Tang Zheng found the military truck. M54 military truck. 20 passengers, price 2,000 gold. Click to buy, and 2,000 gold is spent. Up to now, Tang Zheng has less than 6,000 gold in his hands. But the team is full, the vehicles are in place, and 2 of the 3 conditions for upgrading to company commander have been met. As long as he accumulates 10,000 funds, he can upgrade. After a while, the new car appeared. M54 military truck, medium-sized military truck, 200 liters of diesel, 20 passengers, maximum speed 105 km per hour. The vehicle comes with 2 machine gun racks, can be equipped with light and heavy machine guns, and can travel all weather and all terrain. The dark green body, the solid body, and the wide tires make this car different from ordinary trucks at first glance. The carriage is semi-enclosed, with a circle of metal frames on it, which can be used as handrails, or covered with canvas to block sight and waterproof. There are 2 rows of seats on the left and right, each of which can accommodate 10 people. So far, Tang Zheng has a Bunsen motorcycle, a military jeep, and a military truck, just like the bad guys team in some dramas. However, Tang Zheng likes his car more and more, and the army is getting bigger and bigger. Get in the car, let's go. Everyone is in place, and the new recruits get on the truck. The convoy left LA town, went around, and got on the highway again at Mingshu. It was similar to the highway they took before. There were not many cars on the road, and there were not many zombies, so it would not cause too much trouble. The only trouble was that some vehicles collided and caused traffic jams. At this time, the soldiers would get off the car, some people would clear the roadblocks, and some people would kill the zombies. Geo Yun performed better than the others at this time. He took out a piece of oil wire rope from the military truck, and then took out a metal hook from the toolbox, hung the abandoned vehicle on the truck, and directed the soldiers to tow it. These tasks were very easy for him, and he didn't even waste a little fuel. It was easy to complete. He stopped and started, not too fast, and the 700-kilometer journey took almost a whole day. As the sun set in the west and the sky gradually darkened, Feng Cheng finally appeared in front of Tang Zheng. We are finally almost there. Let's get off the highway today, and then find a place to park and rest there, and continue to set off at dawn. The car drove on the highway for about an hour, and finally got off the Fengcheng highway. Tang Zheng opened the map, and took a look, and directed the car to start driving towards the place closest to the railway. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening, when it was dark, that the convoy stopped. Tang Zheng got off the car, took the infrared telescope from Woody, and checked it. In the telescope, the railway line ahead was clearly visible. This is it. Everyone, rest here and go into the city early tomorrow morning. Tang Zheng found a tree, took out his sleeping bag and crawled in. He silently calculated in his heart that he and his sister had agreed on a 1-month deadline. Tomorrow is the 25th day since the end of the world began. I wonder how the situation is with his sister. I hope everything will go well tomorrow. Fengcheng, Royal Dance Academy, School Radio Station Building. Imperial Earl Yang Linling was sitting in an office on the 2nd floor, constantly fiddling with the radio equipment here. Zizzy, Zizzy. This is the Fengcheng Royal Dance Academy. This is the Fengcheng Royal Dance Academy. I'm the Imperial Earl Yang Linling. Does anyone hear me? I'm currently trapped in the dance school. All the school leaders here are dead. There are only me and my guards of 7 or 8 people and more than 20 girls. I need rescue here. I need rescue. There is no one here. When will the radio in Fengcheng be popularized? Yang Linling threw the walkie-talkie aside in annoyance, his chest heaving. Yang Linling is 35 years old this year, and he is already an Imperial Earl. Before the end of the world, many people thought that he would eventually be able to reach the position of Grand Duke. He is from Fengcheng. As an Earl, he has a battalion of private guards. This time he came to the dance academy to select outstanding students to participate in the performance of the Queen's 50th birthday this year. But he didn't expect the end of the world to break out, and he was trapped here. When he came, he brought a company of guards, and most of them mutated on the spot. After a bloody battle, only a dozen people survived. Yang Linling was quite smart. He quickly brought the remaining people to the radio station building. Compared with other teaching buildings, office buildings, and dormitory buildings, this is the place with the least number of people and the least zombies. After gaining a foothold here, he immediately began to contact his headquarters. His private guards, in his manor in the suburbs, suffered a lot of losses, but there were fewer zombies there, and there were still 70 or 80 people left. Yang Linling asked them to rescue him. After a few days of reorganization, the guards reorganized more than 100 people to rescue Yang Linling. But the cruel reality gave him a blow. The team of 150 people lost more than 60 people before they even got to the edge of the city, and finally retreated in disgrace. After that, the guards tried every means to enter the city, but the dense zombies made it impossible for them to enter, so the matter was delayed. Yang Linling did not wait in vain. He stood in the radio station building. At that time, his mobile phone still had a signal. He cleared the zombies near the radio station building while looking for survivors. Yang Linling was a staunch imperialist. He firmly believed that the end of the world would pass sooner or later, and the nobles would regain power. You know, the girls in the dance academy are well known throughout the country for their high looks and high quality. In the end of the world, these are actually a resource and a wealth. With this mentality, he began to save people continuously. At the beginning, Some girls really ran over, but the number was very small. Later, young Linling simply took the initiative to search the girls' dormitory building. There were many zombies in the school, but there was a green belt around the edge of the courtyard wall. Going along the green belt, it was difficult for the zombies there to find them. Moreover, young Linling found that, because it was lunchtime, most students were in the cafeteria, and there were not many zombies in the two girls' dormitory buildings near the radio station. So he focused on these two buildings, and began to search and rescue girls. As for the boys, he was not in the mood to care. Time passed slowly, and he contacted rescuers, and searched for supplies while saving people. His guards did not stop looking for rescue methods, and before the mobile phone signal disappeared, they also proposed an idea, that is to come from the railway line, then walk on the elevated road, get off the elevated road, and then come here to rescue people. This method is very feasible, and young Linling is full of expectations, but at this time, the mobile phone signal is gone. The mobile phone has no signal, and no one can be contacted using the radio. Young Linling was very depressed for a time. He even felt that the sky was grey, and he had no motivation to live. Until 2 days ago, he found another very beautiful girl hiding in the dormitory in the girls' dormitory building. Seeing this girl named Tang Zheng, young Linling felt that he seemed to have the motivation to persevere again. He brought Tang Zheng back to the radio station and fed her with delicious food and drink. He was looking forward to the beginning of a love affair in the end times, and did not want to use coercive means. But since that day, his eyelids have been twitching. The left eye twitches for good fortune, the right eye twitches for disaster. His eyelids twitched at the same time. Could it be that the personal accident insurance I bought for myself is going to take effect? But the insurance company is screwed. This is unlikely. Young Linling was a little flustered, thinking that there might be danger, but he didn't know where the danger would come from. Thank you to the book friend Junzi Yunzang Zhig Lei for the reward of 1145 coins. Thank you to the book friends Carol 1, Zio Zhu, Greenwich, Zajeshuo, and Yuming Feisha for the reward. The role of the Imperial Earl Young Linling is played by the group member I Love 7 Night Snacks. The group number 746,860,067, and the future roles are selected in the group. Chapter 45 Fengcheng Station. Tang Zheng and his group climbed over the railroad guardrail and entered the railway. With their feet on the railroad pillows, they quickly moved towards Fengcheng. Tang Zheng, anxious in his heart, got up at 3 o'clock and set off. If he followed the railway line, he could reach Fengcheng Station in 30 kilometers. Once there, the dance academy was only 1 kilometer away. Move faster. Tang Zheng was very fast. He had been exercising regularly. After so many days in the apocalypse, he had eaten mutant beast meat, so his physical strength was well tempered. As for the soldiers, they were all in very good physical condition, and could easily keep up with their backpacks. After more than 4 hours of rapid march, they finally arrived at Fengcheng railway station at nearly 8 o'clock. Tang Zheng sat on the ground to rest and took the telescope from the communicator. This was an infrared telescope specially equipped for communicators. Looking into the distance with the telescope, he could already see the platform of Fengcheng railway station. Although Tang Zheng was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the situation at the station. Zombies. Countless zombies. Inside the train station, several Queen trains have overturned because the train behind them arrived and the driver mutated and did not stop, causing a collision. Inside the platform, there are so many zombies that it is impossible to count them. There are only countless heads surging, and just one look will cause intensive phobia. The platform is impassable. We have to go around from the side and go to the east exit. Tang Zheng continued to observe with a telescope, but the situation at the exit was not optimistic. The door of the exit was open, but there were too many zombies nearby, and it was too dangerous to charge directly. After observing carefully for a while, Tang Zheng spoke. There are about 1,500 zombies at the exit. It is definitely impossible to rush through, so we need to lead some zombies away. If we can lead most of the zombies away, it should be possible to rush through. But the job of leading zombies is not so easy to do, because the person responsible for attracting them must not only have a very fast speed, but also after Tang Zheng and his team pass, the people attracted will basically have no chance of rushing through again. Tang Zheng looked around at the people around him, and finally set his eyes on the two military dogs. I'm afraid that scouts are not as good as military dogs at this kind of work. Calling Da Kengming and Xiaopiaolian to his side, Tang Zheng patiently said, you two, go and attract a wave of zombies respectively, lead them to the west and north, and then we will rush over. After we pass, you don't have to follow me, return the same way, go back to the car, or go home directly, okay? Da Kengming and Xiaopiaolian looked at Tang Zheng in confusion. Although they are the best dog breeds, this command is still a bit complicated. Just when Tang Zheng was a little distressed, Meng Meng gave a reminder. General, Da Kengming is about to be upgraded to a 1-star enhancement. You can give him commands again, after it is enhanced. Hearing Meng Meng's words, Tang Zheng immediately looked at Da Kengming's status. On the way home, Da Kengming and Xiaopiaolian basically protected Tang Zheng closely, and there were not many opportunities to kill zombies, so they had not been upgraded yet. But with such piecemeal killings, Da Kengming is about to be upgraded to a 1-star enhancement. It is slightly more difficult for dogs to upgrade stars than mobilized soldiers. To upgrade to a 1-star enhancement, you need to kill 20 zombies. Da Kengming has killed 19 zombies so far. Will the dog's IQ improve after it gets a star upgrade? Yes, it is already the best dog breed. After it gets a star upgrade, its bite force, strength, speed, wisdom, appetite, etc. will all improve, and it will be able to understand some relatively complex commands. Tang Zheng nodded, and immediately signaled Da Kengming to find a lone zombie to kill. Da Kengming ran away and soon found a lone zombie. He pounced on it, bit its neck, and twisted it in the air, using his body weight to break the zombie's neck. With the zombie killed, Da Kengming got a star upgrade. Da Kengming is a wolfhound, and its body size is already large. After it got a star upgrade, the whole dog grew a little bigger and looked majestic, like a strong wolf king. When Da Kengming came back, Xiaopiaolian came over, shaking her head and tail, and took the initiative to lick Da Kengming's fur, which was completely different from her previous attitude. Tang Zheng stroked the strong big dog and gave it an order again. Then, Tang Zheng spent another 100 funds to buy 2 antiviral serums and injected them into Da Kengming and Xiaopiaolian. Da Kengming didn't bark, but wagged his tail at Tang Zheng, and then took Xiaopiaolian and ran straight to the exit. I don't know how Da Kengming and Xiaopiaolian communicated. The two dogs ran and automatically separated. Da Kengming was in front, and Xiaopiaolian was hanging on the side. Approaching the zombie group at the exit, Da Kengming opened his mouth and roared fiercely. Woof 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 woof. A fierce barking almost attracted all the zombies at the exit. Zombies don't care whether they are humans or dogs. When they see the delicious food, they all go crazy. Countless zombies roared and chased Da Kengming. Da Kengming didn't fight the zombies head on. He ran and roared and led the zombies around here. Soon, a large group of zombies followed behind Da Kengming, with at least 600 or 700 heads. More zombies didn't want to follow, but there were too many of them to pass. Gradually, they lost the trace of Da Kengming, and naturally gave up. The zombies who lost their target continued to wander around the exit, and there were still about 700 of them. At this time, Xiaopiaolian also rushed out. He opened his mouth and barked wildly, immediately attracting the attention of a large number of zombies. Xiaopiaolian didn't have a star upgrade, and both his bark and speed were inferior to Da Kengming. He only attracted nearly 500 zombies. Xiaopiaolian also led a large group of zombies, and began to flee in circles to the north. Da Kengming went to the west, so the exit was much emptier. Now, let's rush. Tang Zheng immediately led everyone, and rushed to the exit. Tang Zheng knew that once the gunshots were heard here, not only would the zombies taken away by the two dogs come back, but there would also be many zombies rushing to the square in front of the station. So he had to fight quickly. If he couldn't rush out within 2 minutes, it would be dangerous. Beside Tang Zheng, Ji Yunshan was holding an AK-47, fighting very bravely. He fired a burst of bullets, and several zombies were instantly headshotted. Ning Yue followed Tang Zheng closely and would not shoot easily. She would only shoot and kill the zombies when she thought they were within a dangerous range of Tang Zheng, and her efficiency was not low. Fire. Try to eliminate them from a distance and avoid getting hurt in close combat. The soldiers raised their guns and fired one after another. At this time, the role of veterans was highlighted. The soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd squads were at least strengthened to 2 stars. Strengthening 1 star, 10 more training bullets per day. Strengthening 2 stars, 60 more training bullets per day. Although it doesn't seem like a lot, it's free. In fact, the soldiers are also collecting funds sporadically, but bullets and food all cost money, and Tang Zheng is basically in a state of balance between income and expenditure. If there are enough training bullets, the number of zombies that can be killed every day will increase greatly. It is not difficult to accumulate funds by fighting to support the war. Every time a soldier upgrades a star, his hit rate will go up a level. After upgrading to 3 stars, as long as he has time to aim within 100 meters, he can basically hit the target without missing a single bullet. More than a dozen soldiers fired at the same time, and bullets flew out one after another, killing zombies one by one with headshots. The team began to advance rapidly, while walking and shooting. Chapter 46. Rushing out of the train station. If this wasn't a train station, Tang Zheng would have the confidence to slowly kill these hundreds of zombies. But now it's not possible. The sound of gunfire like popping beans has attracted a large number of zombies to this side. Fight while walking. Get closer to the exit. Tang Zheng did not personally participate in the battle. Compared with the soldiers, his shooting skills were still too poor. He followed Ning Yue and directed the soldiers to charge. The 2nd squad replaced the magazines, the 4th squad provided fire cover, and the 3rd squad replaced the 4th squad at any time. Michael and the other foreign soldiers temporarily followed the 4th squad because they had less than a squad. When the 2nd squad was replaced, they were less than 70 meters away from the east exit. Just when Tang Zheng felt hopeful, Ning Yue suddenly shouted, "General, be careful, there are mutant zombies over there." Tang Zheng looked up and saw that there was indeed a very fast female zombie among the zombies, running with her back bent. Compared with the agile zombies on the banks of the Beilang River, she was faster and obviously had evolved to a mature and complete form. And in the zombies behind, there was also a male zombie over 2 meters tall. Tang Zheng had a certain understanding of the evolution of zombies. This armored zombie was over 2 meters tall, so even if it was fully evolved, it was not to say that 2 meters was its limit. This armored zombie was almost 2 meters and 1. If an ordinary survivor encountered this kind of zombie, he would have no choice but to escape or die. Tang Zheng was not surprised by the appearance of 2 mutant zombies at the same time. It was normal for mutant zombies to appear in a crowded place like a train station. At this time, the agile zombie was less than 100 meters away from Tang Zheng and could arrive within 10 seconds. The armored zombie was a little further away, but it would not be more than 200 meters and would definitely arrive within 30 seconds. Once the 2 mutant zombies were close, combined with the large number of ordinary zombies around, Tang Zheng and his team would even be in danger of being wiped out. The soldiers all pursed their lips and fired their automatic rifles crazily. Da da da. Swish swish swish. Puff 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 puff. Countless blood columns shot up into the sky, and the zombies' heads were blown up one by one like rotten watermelons. A strong stench hit the face, and corpses continued to fall. The soldiers' formations were staggered, and everyone would not empty the magazines at the same time, leaving time for teammates to change magazines to continuously ensure firepower output. In this way, they approached the exit with difficulty, but it was too late. As the battle progressed, the agile zombies kept running and appeared 30 meters ahead, and they would rush over in a few seconds. Ning Yue raised her hand and took out the grenade from her waist. Whoosh! Ding 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 ding. The grenade rolled on the ground for several times, rolled down near the agile zombie, and exploded. A cloud of black smoke rose, and shrapnel flew. The shock wave brought by the explosion knocked the zombies to the ground, and the momentum of the agile zombies' charge was abruptly suppressed. But this does not solve the fundamental problem. The shrapnel of the grenade is very harmful to ordinary people, but even if the zombies are covered with shrapnel, they are still alive and kicking as long as their brains are not pierced. General, throw more grenades or hand grenades, otherwise it will be difficult to rush out. Seeing this situation, Tang Zheng immediately nodded. Everyone, I have given you the purchase rights. Now, 1 grenade per person, bomb intensively for me, and make sure to rush out before the armor arrives. Tang Zheng has enough reserve funds at this moment, and he is not afraid of consumption at all. According to Tang Zheng's instructions, each soldier has a grenade in place. Second squad, prepare to throw bombs. With Yang Mu's order, the 8 soldiers in the second squad began to throw grenades. The continuous rumbling explosions attracted more zombies and blew up a vacuum zone in the dense group of zombies at the exit. Third squad, throw bombs. With Wang Yu's loud shout, the people in the third squad followed the second squad and continued to throw bombs. After another series of explosions, the vacuum zone was expanded. Seeing this situation, Tang Zheng and his men ran away. Li Ji immediately shouted, Squad 4, drop bombs, target the edge of the zombie group, create space for the general and his men to evacuate. Boom boom boom. The 8 soldiers of Squad 4, plus 5 foreign soldiers, dropped bombs together, and the explosion was even more powerful this time. Some unlucky zombies had their heads blown apart by the explosion, and died on the spot. The zombie group's advance was delayed again, and the vacuum zone became larger. Tang Zheng and his men also rushed to the iron gate at this time. At this time, the zombie group in the pre-war square outside also moved closer to this side, but the battle was going on too fast, and those zombies had not yet reached the iron gate. At this tense moment, Tang Zheng did not have any extra courtesy and rushed out of the iron gate in one step. He pulled out the Colt duelist revolver from his waist, pointed at a zombie that was relatively close, and shot. Bang bang. 2 shots to the head, performing like a god. Behind Tang Zheng, the soldiers also quickly passed through the iron gate. 1, 2, 3. The soldiers in front passed through, and the soldiers behind provided fire cover. After the soldiers in front passed, they immediately turned around and continued to shoot through the iron fence of the exit to cover the soldiers behind. The whole process was very fast, without any delay. When most of the people went out, the zombies came again. Ning Yue, who was left behind, opened fire. Her target was the agile zombie. Agile zombies are very difficult to deal with. If it is a single one, it may not be a big deal, but hiding in the zombie group, there are countless natural meat shields, making it very difficult to hit. Just when Ning Yue was struggling, the agile zombie suddenly paused. I don't know when Da Kangming came back, risking being scratched by several zombies, and bit the leg of the agile zombie. Pulling hard, the agile zombie was pulled alive. Da da da. Ning Yue did not waste this rare opportunity, and raised her hand to shoot a volley of bullets. The agile zombie instinctively raised his hand to protect his head, but it could not move, and could only be a living target, and was shot in the head by Ning Yue on the spot. The zombies around all paused for a moment, and dozens of zombies pounced on them, and began to share the agile zombies. Da Kangming also took this opportunity to slip away. With his super speed, thick bulletproof vest, and the protection of antiviral serum, he would be fine, as long as he didn't do anything too much. The crowd didn't have time to cheer, because in such a short pause, the armored zombie had already arrived nearby. General, you guys go quickly, I'll cover you. Seeing Ning Yue's performance, Ji Yunshin immediately rushed out and prepared to kill the armored zombie. But before he could do anything, he heard a dull gunshot, and the armored zombie actually fell to the ground. Tang Zheng looked back in surprise, only to see that the sniper Chu Zuan had retracted his gun. Ji Yunshin was surprised and depressed, but he still gave Chu Zuan a thumbs up, and after another burst of bullets, he quickly passed through the iron gate at the exit. As soon as he came out, Ning Yue took out a grenade from her waist. General, let's go. At this time, everyone passed through the iron gate. Inside the iron gate, there was an endless army of zombies rolling in. Outside the iron gate, a large number of zombies began to gather in this direction in the square in front of the station. Now they had no choice but to leave. Let's go. Tang Zheng waved his hand and ran forward, looking back while running. Ning Yue had already thrown a grenade, and Ji Yunshin also threw 2 grenades in succession. The iron gate exploded again. The shock wave of the explosion knocked some zombies over. Some zombies had broken legs and moved slowly, blocking the door instead. The staggering zombies blocked the door and crowded into a ball. It was impossible to chase for the time being. In the chaos, Tang Zheng saw Tang Zheng and Xiaopiaolian running on the platform inside the iron gate, sticking out their long tongues and looking at Tang Zheng while running. Good dog. Go home. Tang Zheng believed that, after being promoted to a star, Tang Zheng would definitely be able to find the way home with Xiaopiaolian. He shouted loudly, and sure enough, he saw Tang Zheng and Xiaopiaolian accelerating rapidly, shaking off the group of corpses following them, and running all the way along the way they came. Thanks to King Chen and Nero Isao for their 1,500 coin reward. Thanks to for their 1,200 coin reward. Thanks to Wulala, We 2007, Kuangai, and several other book friends for their awards. Chapter 47 The Greatest Hero. Tang Zheng led everyone out of the exit without stopping. He began to run wildly along his predetermined route towards the elevated road leading into the station. Although there were many zombies in the pre-war square, the place was also very large. They were faster and could still find gaps to pass through. Everyone stopped shooting and started fighting with bayonets. The zombies that approached were knocked down with one knife, which would not make too much noise, and the dead zombie bodies would also attract other zombies to stop and devour. Despite this, running out of the square in front of the station was also very difficult. Rushing to the edge of the square, running past a sign that said stop and go, they ran straight to the elevated road with heavy traffic. For so long, most of the zombies on the elevated road went to the square. Thanks to the small number of zombies here, Tang Zheng and his team rushed in smoothly. In the first few minutes after entering, they seemed to be racing with the zombies. They did not kill them, but just rushed forward as much as possible. After running for nearly 3 minutes, they finally got rid of the large group of zombies following behind them. Zombies, once you are far enough away from them, will lose their target and resume wandering. After walking on the viaduct for a while and killing some scattered zombies, Tang Zheng ordered everyone to rest on the spot. Everyone was sweating and panting. Being able to rush out of the train station exit is a feat that is almost impossible to replicate. If it weren't for the upgrade of Tang Zheng, and if it weren't for the antivirus serum, most of the zombies would be diverted, and there would be no such thing. If it weren't for the radar guidance, they could avoid the large group of zombies in advance, and if it weren't for the tacit cooperation of the troops, it would also be a group annihilation. Everyone calmed down for a while, and Tang Zheng asked everyone to start eating. The soldiers took out their canned food, biscuits, water bottles, etc., and started a simple lunch. Tang Zheng also started to eat to replenish his physical strength. During this process, he looked at the train station in the distance with lingering fear. After their commotion, a large number of zombies arrived at the exit, and the line of sight could not penetrate that area. It can be said that this road has been blocked, and it is completely impossible to take this road when going back. However, Tang Zheng could not care so much at the moment. The worst result is that, after he finds his sister, he will stay in Fengcheng for a while. I believe that with his current strength, he will still have no problem surviving. After eating and resting for a while, Tang Zheng led the team to set off again. This viaduct was the route he had planned long ago. If he rappelled down halfway, he could directly reach a place only 100 meters away from the dance academy. After walking about 1 kilometer along the viaduct, he arrived at the designated location. Ropes and other things had been prepared long ago. The soldiers took them out of their backpacks and started rappelling. That is, tie the rope and go down from the bridge. Although Tang Zheng had never done it before, this kind of thing was not difficult. Under Ning Yuo's close guidance, he completed it quickly. Originally, Ji Yunshan wanted to take the initiative to do this, but was rejected by Tang Zheng on the grounds that he was too tired. Ji Yunshan was very moved. It seemed that the general still cared about his first favorite general. This made him feel depressed and proud in front of Ning Yue. The location chosen for the rappelling was at the edge of the road. After crossing the road, passing the sidewalk and the green belt, the outer wall of the dance academy was reached. The soldiers who went down first killed the zombies and provided space for those behind. Ji Yunshan was the first to go down and quickly cleared the zombies with a silenced pistol. As more and more people went down, Tang Zheng and his team gained a firm foothold on the roadside. It was just a crosswalk, so the difficulty was not great for Tang Zheng and his team. About 10 minutes later, they had crossed the sidewalk and entered the green belt. The green belt on the roadside had not been taken care of for many days, and it was almost connected to the green belt inside the wall of the dance academy. After hiding in the green belt, the zombies could not find them. Tang Zheng did not enter the campus immediately, but wanted to see the situation inside the campus first. He turned around and called the communicator behind him. "Woody, you brought the drone, right?" "I brought it, General." Woody came over and took out a portable box, which contained the drone, that was opened from the supply box. The drone took off, carrying a camera, and flew to the dance academy. After crossing this street, the drone arrived above the dance academy. Tang Zheng had been here once before, when he sent his sister to school, and he could still vaguely remember the situation inside the dance academy. The drone entered from above the main gate of the dance academy, and Tang Zheng could see what the camera was shooting directly on the screen of the system page through the camera. There were many abandoned vehicles at the main gate, just like other streets. But there was a difference. Among the vehicles here, luxury cars accounted for a large proportion. The dance academy has always been a place where beauties come out, and places with many beauties can naturally attract a large number of rich people. Needless to say, most of the owners of these cars came to pick up beauties, but unfortunately, when the end of the world came, no matter they were rich or poor, they were all left behind. At this moment, those luxury cars had already become scrap metal, and the rust on them was estimated to weigh hundreds of pounds. The drone continued to fly and entered a playground of the academy. There are many departments inside the academy, including ancient dance department, modern dance department, ballet department, Latin dance department, etc. The first playground is the folk dance department. Looking down from the sky, there were many zombies on the playground, but the most conspicuous one was a tall statue. It was a woman who danced folk dance. She also graduated from this academy and eventually became a member of the Imperial Emperor's harem. This also became the honor of the school. A statue was specially erected for her to encourage students to practice dance hard and strive to become the Emperor's harem one day and bring honor to their hometown. The drone flew over here, and Tang Zheng was also a little frightened when he saw the endless zombies in the academy. The Royal Dance Academy in Fengcheng has about 160,000 students. It is estimated that the number of zombies in the campus will never be less than 150,000. I must be very careful. Tang and I is studying ballet. The teaching building is located in Area C. Area C is to the west, about 1 kilometer away from here. Let's determine her location first. Woody, control the drone to go to Area C. Woody continued to control the drone to fly forward and soon arrived at the dormitory building where Tang and I was. According to the location of Tang and I's dormitory, the drone flew all the way to the window. The camera was aimed at the window. There were curtains on the window, but there was a gap, which was just right for filming the situation inside. Tang Zheng was a little excited. He thought he would see his sister soon, but the scene in front of him shocked him. The room was empty. No one was there. That's not right. Where is Nini? Tang Zheng asked Woody to adjust the camera angle back and forth, but the result was the same. No one was there. Tang Zheng was a little worried and carefully observed the details in the dormitory. The tables and chairs were intact, the bedding was neat, and some used food bags could be seen in the trash can, and even some bottled water was seen. Everywhere showed details of people living there, but no one was there. There were no signs of fighting in the room, and no blood stains, which proved that Nini did not encounter zombies, but the door was open, which proved that she went out. But there are so many zombies in the school, where could she go? Seeing that Tang Ni was not in the dormitory, Tang Zheng asked Woody to control the drone immediately and start searching in the college. After the drone rose higher, Tang Zheng soon found a place. There were few zombies around the school's radio station, and the windows were closed, so there should be survivors. But on the second floor, there were no curtains on the windows. The communicator tried to control the drone and approached there. The camera quickly transmitted the picture. There was indeed someone. The people in the room obviously did not expect that someone would control the drone to film them at this time. In addition, the sky outside was dark and gloomy, so they did not find the drone at all. Here, Tang Zheng saw an Imperial Earl. He heard the conversation between this Imperial Earl, named Yang Linling, and his subordinates, and also heard him constantly trying to contact his people through the radio. He heard that the Earl planned to leave here, and also heard that the Earl planned to take the rescued girls back to his territory, and this plan seemed to be feasible. More importantly, Tang Zheng heard the name of his sister Tang Ni. This Earl in his 30s seemed to have ideas about his sister. About 10 minutes later, he stopped looking at the situation here and asked Woody to control the drone to try to see the situation on the first floor. General, this window is not completely closed and you can see the picture inside. Tang Zheng immediately watched from the system. This time, it was the hall of the radio station. There were about 30 people in the hall, most of whom were girls, and several of the Earl's subordinates. Tang Zheng spotted his sister Tang Ni in the crowd almost at a glance. Tang Ni was a small ball at the moment, sitting with 3 female classmates. She looked a little gloomy after living in an uneasy life for many days, but she was in good spirits and did not look abused. The 3 girls around her were also talking to Tang Ni in a low voice. Tang Ni would occasionally smile bitterly, and it was obvious that she was not happy. After confirming that Tang Ni was fine, Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, and the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart for many days finally fell. I have basically figured out the situation. Currently, there are only about 20 girls surviving from the Fengcheng Royal Dance Academy. My sister is also among them. They were rescued by an Imperial Earl named Yang Linling. The Earl's purpose of saving people is not pure, but he is still a gentleman. He did not force these girls to do anything, and he still provided for them wholeheartedly. The Earl is constantly contacting for rescue, and has chosen the same path as us. If he continues like this, as long as he sends enough people, and is willing to sacrifice, he may succeed. If he succeeds, my sister will definitely be taken away by him. This is not allowed. What do you think? Should I snatch her away now, or what should I do? This is also what Tang Zheng is a little distressed about. Yang Linling is actually not a bad person. After the end of the world, Tang Zheng has seen many people. Some are evil people like the restaurant owner Ma Laozhen or Sun Meng. There are good people like Meng Ziliang from Yida City, who saved many people without asking for anything in return. There are ordinary people like the survivors in my hometown, whose fate is controlled by others, and it doesn't matter whether they are good or bad. There are also centrists like Yang Linling, who have selfish motives, but have not done anything really bad. His sister doesn't need him to save her, but he didn't use force after all. This behavior is considered good among the nobles, and it is estimated that some girls are willing to follow him. Although Tang Zheng is eager to save people, he doesn't want to kill indiscriminately. There are 2 possibilities for him to come forward now. One is to come forward directly to ask for people, but Tang Zheng feels that there is little hope. This Earl will not hand over easily. His identity determines that he will not be too afraid of the Imperial Royal Army. One is to fight directly. He will definitely win, but he is also worried that if Yang Linling loses, he may take the girls as hostages, who makes them look like the Imperial Royal Army. At that time, his sister may be in danger. Tang Zheng must try to avoid this from happening. Just when Tang Zheng was considering, Ning Yue spoke. General, there are some things that are difficult for us to do. That's because of our military uniforms and nationality. If someone else does it, the effect should be different. Hearing Ning Yue's words, Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. Yes, this group of people are wearing imperial military uniforms, which makes it a little inconvenient to act, but some people are not included. Tang Zheng was thinking about how to start, and someone took the initiative to speak. Michael's face was solemn, and he said to Tang Zheng, General, let us do this. I already know our mission. Well, my Hanyu language is not very good. That's called Jiquasi Squad Leader. How does the saying go? What is the role of what? What kind of hero? Ji Yunshan beside Tang Zheng rubbed his nose. What Quasi Squad Leader? Don't talk nonsense. The saying is, the greatest hero. Oh, I remember. We are the bad guys, and let the general build a memorial archway. The greatest hero takes the blame for the master. Chapter 48. The scapegoat is in action. Tang Zheng listened, nodded, and then turned to look at Ji Yunshan. Squad leader Ji Zun has good literary talent. Haha. General, don't listen to Michael and the others' nonsense. Do you think I'm the kind of official fan? Tang Zheng ignored him and snorted slightly. He faced Michael and the others again. They were all waiting for Tang Zheng's order. General, give the order. Okay, you have to enter the room like this. In addition to my sister, there are 3 girls who are very kind to my sister, but they have to volunteer. Go, I'll wait for your news. Michael nodded, and then took his 4 soldiers to search in the green belt. They found a dirty place stained with blood, and everyone rolled on it. Looking at the soldiers who were instantly covered in dirt, and looked even more sturdy, Tang Zheng was somewhat speechless. What are you doing? Michael smiled at Tang Zheng, revealing his big white teeth. General, we are too clean. We don't look like we have been through a bloody battle to get here. This is more convincing. After that, Michael led his men, climbed over the wall, and along the green belt surrounding the college, began to move towards the radio station. This green belt was overgrown with weeds, and surrounded the school. There were almost no zombies. Even if there were some couples who were having a tryst here. There were not many of them, so it was a relatively safe area, just right for passage. Tang Zheng could even find some footprint in the grass. When Yang Linling and his men were looking for female survivors, they probably walked along this green belt. Michael and his men disappeared quickly, and Tang Zheng was not idle either. He led his men to slowly move forward, trying to get closer to the radio station. Inside the radio station, Yang Linling was still adjusting the broadcast. Suddenly, one of his men opened the door and rushed in. As an Imperial Earl, Yang Linling, who always pays attention to etiquette, was furious. Have you never learned etiquette? Don't you know what politeness is? Get out. The subordinates crawled out and knocked on the door in a proper manner. Come in. Yang Linling stopped debugging and spoke slowly. The subordinates came in again and spoke anxiously. My lord Earl, something bad has happened. What's the matter? Are zombies coming? Didn't I tell you that you are absolutely not allowed to go out if there is nothing to do, so as not to attract the attention of zombies? No, it's not zombies, it's a group of robbers. What? Robbers? I think you are crazy. It's true, my lord Earl, they are a few foreign soldiers. They claim to be from the Magnolia Empire Consulate. They said they heard the broadcast, saying that there are many girls from the dance academy here. They want us to hand them over, otherwise they will break in. What? Yang Linling stood up suddenly, and he was about to explode. After fiddling with the radio these days, he knew that some survival bases had been established in Fengcheng. There is indeed a base called the International Base, and the leader is the consul of the Magnolia Empire's consulate in Fengcheng. Foreign consulates all have guards, which is why they can survive in the end of the world. The people in the international base are a hodgepodge of people from many countries. The base is located in the Magnolia Consulate, and they are trying to get out of the city recently. He even knows the Magnolia consul, having met him several times at cocktail parties before. That man is an old pervert and has done a lot of bad things. But Yang Linling didn't expect the other party to be so crazy. After hearing his cry for help on the radio, he ignored the danger of the end of the world and sent people to ask for beautiful women. This made Yang Linling, who boasted of his status, very annoyed and intolerable. Suppressing his anger, Yang Linling asked, how many people are there on the other side? 5 people. 5. Strange. How did they get here? My lord, the Magnolia Consulate is not far from the dance academy, and judging from their appearance, they have also come here after a bloody battle. There should be more than just these few people when they came. Yang Linling nodded. It seems that the old pervert is very determined, but don't worry, there are 7 of us here. We are not afraid of him. I will go and talk to them. Yang Linling was still very confident and wanted to talk to those people from Magnolia, because he firmly believed that the people from Magnolia were just bluffing and should not dare to shoot. After all, this is a campus. Once the shooting is opened, a large number of zombies will be attracted and everyone will die together. He brought his men to the 2nd floor window and wanted to communicate with the other party, but Yang Linling was soon disappointed. The few sturdy foreign soldiers outside were simply unmoved, and even the white man who led them took out a silenced pistol and shot at him. A piece of glass was immediately shattered. This surprised Yang Linling. The nobles, who usually lived a life of luxury and dared not shoot rashly, were dumbfounded. Those foreigners seemed to have seen their weakness of not daring to shoot and had approached the radio station, trying to find a way in. Damn it. These damn barbarians. I'm not done with you. Young Linling almost wanted to break the jar and shoot these people, but he couldn't. He was a nobleman, an imperial earl, his life was precious, and he couldn't die here. So after weighing the pros and cons, he compromised. People outside, you can take fewer people away, otherwise don't blame me for shooting back. At worst we will all die together. The people outside stopped their actions and seemed to be discussing something. After a while, the white soldier who led the group spoke. Then we have to go in and select them. Young Linling thought for a while. If they are willing to go with you, I have nothing to say. If they are not willing, you can't take anyone away. Okay. The white soldier on the opposite side was also easy to talk to, which surprised Young Linling. Young Linling was not worried about letting the other party in. After all, firing a gun indoors would not make much noise, and he had the advantage of the terrain. If they really dared to shoot, they would die together, and there might be a glimmer of hope. Moreover, he believed that he did not treat these girls harshly, and the girls should not go with these foreigners. So he gave an order to open the door of the radio station. The door of the radio station opened, and light poured in. The girls in the room were also looking at these outsiders anxiously. Tang and I huddled in the corner, looking at those fierce foreign men. These days, she was very scared. Since her mobile phone lost contact and her brother's calls stopped coming in, Tang and I seemed to have lost her soul and had no idea how to live next. Especially when she was found by Yang Linling and others and brought to this radio station, she was even more worried. Worried about her own safety, worried about her brother's safety, and even more worried that her brother would not be able to find her when he came. Tang and I could only pray silently and secretly, praying that her brother would appear and take her away from here. From childhood to adulthood, her brother loved her the most and never let her down. But reason told her that it was almost impossible. Sanjiang was tens of thousands of kilometers away from Fengcheng. How could her brother come? Now someone came. It was not her brother. It was 5 fierce-looking foreign men. These men were burly, wearing military uniforms, holding guns in their hands, covered in blood and dirt, and looked particularly scary. Young Linling, the nobleman who was usually high and mighty, lost his temper at this moment and talked to the girls. These people are members of the guards of the Magnolia Empire Consulate. They want to take some people away from here and go to their territory. I will not force any of you. Those who are willing to go with him can go with him. Those who don't want to go can stay. When my rescue arrives, I will take you to my manor. The girls present did not move. Most of them were still repulsive to these foreigners. Even if they wanted to leave, they did not have the courage to stand up. Tang and I did not dare to stand up either. She was still planning to wait for her brother here. However, the white man who led the group walked over here. Tang and I's beautiful eyes opened wide, but she realized that this was wrong and hurriedly lowered her head, fearing that she would attract the attention of the big man. But her prayers seemed to be ineffective at this moment, and the big man's footsteps stopped in front of her. She lowered her head and saw the big man's huge feet and thick military boots. Tang and I couldn't help but shiver. Will something terrible happen next? The girls around her also looked at Tang and I with some reluctance. Has this day really come? The beautiful Tang and I is the first victim. Who will be the next one? Then, Tang and I heard the big man talking. The voice was very soft and seemed to be a little cautious, asking in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Excuse me, are you the sister of the great, wise, brave, courageous, fearless, and non-picky General Tang Zheng? Tang and I, Miss Tang? Thanks to the book friends who can develop 11,312 coins for awards, and directly promoted to the helmsman. Thanks to Super Legend Brother, 123 He 444 Alliance, Silent Drive, Empire of Glory, I Come From the Cape That Thing, Bloody Tofu, Wild Wolf 098 and other book friends for their awards. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 Overpass Stains Our Attention. Tang and I once thought she was hallucinating. What a brave, courageous, fearless, and handsome general. What a great general. If she hadn't heard the last part about not being picky about food and Tang Zheng's name, she would have thought it was her illusion. But the two words Tang Zheng still healed Tang and I's extremely uneasy heart instantly. Seeing the white man lower his voice, she also responded in a low voice, "My brother is indeed called Tang Zheng." "That's right." The white man showed a kind and scary smile, and then whispered, "General Tang Zheng sent me. You come with me. You will see your brother in a while." Tang and I gritted her teeth, and quickly made up her mind. In order to see her brother, she was willing to take the risk. Besides, the other party was able to come here and say her brother's name, which itself was unlikely to be false. Nodding to the white man, the man smiled with satisfaction, then stood up, turned to Yang Linling and said, "We are going to take this girl away." Yang Linling felt that her heart was beating. This girl named Tang and I was the prettiest and the one he was most satisfied with. Even Yang Linling liked her very much. He didn't expect that these foreigners had such sharp eyes, that they picked the best ones right away. He could only ask Tang and I with a sullen face, "Are you willing to go with these people? Have you thought about it?" Tang and I had made up her mind and nodded decisively. "I'm willing to go." "Okay, I hope you don't regret it." Yang Linling didn't say anything either. He felt that he had no motivation to live anymore. Taking Tang and I away was like completing the task, so Michael was ready to leave. But seeing Tang and I stand up, several girls sitting next to Tang and I also stood up. "I want to go too. Tang and I is my good friend. Nini, we are best friends. Take me with you too. I'm afraid I'll never be able to leave if I stay here. Yes, I would rather die in the outside world than stay in school forever." There were 3 people who spoke. Basically all of them had a good relationship with Tang and I. They usually danced ballet together, otherwise they wouldn't be sitting together at this moment. These girls also saw something. Although Tang and I was young, she was very smart, and there must be some secrets in her conversation with the white man just now. Since Tang and I dared to leave, they also made up their minds to fight for their fate. However, such people were still a minority, and the vast majority did not choose to leave. Tang and I was reluctant to leave her only 3 best friends, but she did not want to cause trouble for her brother, because she knew that the outside world was too dangerous, and it would be difficult to take her away, and she did not want her brother to take any more risks. But the little girl's heart, she still couldn't say no. When she was in a dilemma, Michael agreed. Michael also wanted to refuse, but when he came in, he had already reached an agreement with Yang Linling. It would be too conspicuous to take Tang and I alone. And he also remembered that Tang Zheng had told him that the 3 girls who would take care of Tang and I should be these 3. So he simply gritted his teeth and said, "Those who want to leave, follow me," and set off now. Including Tang and I, a total of 4 girls followed Michael out of the radio station. The remaining girls did not choose to leave, but when the door of the radio station closed, they felt a little lost, as if they had missed some important opportunity. This is a choice of life. Sometimes the opportunity is right in front of you, but most people may not be able to catch it. Yang Linling was on the 2nd floor, watching the foreign soldiers, with 4 girls, disappear into the school's greenbelt, feeling annoyed. It may be difficult for them to get out. Take away the person I like, the old pervert of Magnolia. We are not done. Yang Linling suppressed the depression in his heart and went back to fiddle with the radio equipment. He swore that he must leave here. He swore that he must be irreconcilable with the international base. As long as he can leave here alive, he will fight those guys to the end. With a point of venting hatred, he has the motivation to live again. In the greenbelt, Tang Zheng looked at his sister who was crying in his arms, feeling sad and lucky. He was still lucky. This doomsday took away his mother, but his father and sister were still there, and it was worth his journey back thousands of miles. This time, the rescue operation did not involve any fighting, so it was relatively smooth. Next, we had to consider the way home. The train station was no longer accessible, so if we wanted to go home, we had to take the second backup route. That was to climb up to Tangshan in the south, then pass through Tangshan Park, and then go out of the city through the South City Wildlife Park. This route was certainly more dangerous than the railway, but it was the best choice compared to other routes. All other routes were impossible to pass, and it was almost impossible to move forward. Tang Zheng took another look at the 3 girls with his sister. These 3 girls were brought out by Michael, whom he had asked to take out. The reason was that his sister's emotional stability during this period was inseparable from the company of the 3 girls. Tang Zheng was also willing to lend a helping hand so that their friendship as besties and classmates could continue in this cannibalistic apocalypse. As for whether he could take them out of the city, Tang Zheng was not worried, as he already had a more comprehensive plan. As long as he could get out, his sister and the others could get out, otherwise none of them could get out. Tang Zheng comforted his sister, whose emotions were gradually stabilizing, and then called Ning Yue over. "Nini, you guys just follow this, sister. Remember not to run around or shout. Leave everything else to me." Tang and I nodded immediately, and so did the other 3 girls. They looked weak, but in fact they had been tempered by the apocalypse and survived. They had long learned how to survive in this world. Tang Zheng raised his head, looked at Tangshan in the south, and waved his hand. "Let's go." The soldiers walked forward with guns, and the group walked out of the green belt of the dance school. When they came to the barbed wire fence at the edge of the green belt, Jiuo Yun took out his toolbox. In a few seconds, he took out a folding pipe wrench from it. He opened the pipe wrench and easily cut the barbed wire, and the group left the campus. There were still zombies on the road, but fortunately, as long as they crossed the crossroad, Tangshan was in the south. Seeing the zombies rushing over, Tang and I and the others held hands, pursed their lips, and said nothing. They followed Tang Zheng's instructions, and followed Ning Yue silently. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. The little girl had grown up. Only with such a character, she was qualified to survive in the end times. Seeing Ning Yue doing her duty, Tang Zheng no longer paid attention to this place. He began to rush across the road with his troops, and ran to the gate of Tangshan Park. There were indeed many zombies in the park, but there were still too few compared to outside, and most of them were concentrated in places such as the square. Tang Zheng's choice was simple, that is, to rush straight to the top of the mountain. The closer you go to the top of the mountain, the fewer people there are, and the fewer zombies there are. This process was not easy, but Tang Zheng had a large number of people at the moment, 3 combat squads, plus 5 foreign soldiers, 2 scouts and snipers. As long as there was no large-scale zombie group, it would be difficult to stop him. Another point is that Tang Zheng had sufficient funds at the moment. During the process of going to the top of the mountain, 3 soldiers were scratched by zombies one after another. Tang Zheng quickly exchanged antiviral serum for them. Under the treatment of 2 medical soldiers, the soldiers recovered quickly. After 3 hours of danger, Tang Zheng and his party arrived at the top of Tangshan. Along the way, Tang Zheng even saw the bones of many survivors. When the apocalypse broke out, some people chose to run to Tangshan, one of the few open areas in the city. But they overlooked one thing, that is, there was no food here at all. Now it has been a month since the apocalypse began. The people on the top of the mountain either ventured down the mountain to find food and never came back, or starved to death here. When Tang Zheng and his team arrived at the top of the mountain, there was no one here. At this time, it was almost dusk, and they could not move forward. Tang Zheng ordered to rest here tonight and set off again tomorrow morning. Fengcheng at night. The city was pitch black. Standing on the top of Tangshan, you can vaguely see a few scattered lights, which should be where the survivors are. The communicator was fiddling with the radio and listening to the news about the survival base in Fengcheng. Compared with Kinzhao, the internet was disconnected a few days later here, and some survival bases have not yet developed radio and speech equipment, so it seems that there are not many survival bases. Jiuo Yun, a scientific research soldier, walked back and forth, collecting a little water and a little soil, and I don't know what research he is doing. After eating canned beef, my sister and a few of her besties lay in the sleeping bags that Tang Zheng had prepared for them, with their heads exposed. They talked in low voices, sometimes with small laughs and whispers. Tang Zheng lay not far away, the night wind blowing his hair, and the girls' conversations were faintly audible. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he could clearly feel their happiness and joy. The soldiers took turns standing guard, and there were people on duty in all directions to prevent zombies from running over. The scene in front of him made Tang Zheng feel comfortable and at ease. Sure enough, in the end of the world, people should stick together for warmth, otherwise loneliness will kill people. If you want to keep this peace and tranquility, you must first have a safe home. My hometown, Tele Town, doesn't seem to be a very suitable place. Now that my sister and father have been found, I should consider the future. The first step is to upgrade the company commander as soon as possible and unlock new arms. Then make as much money as possible. Since it is temporarily difficult to enter the gold shops in big cities, I should also think of other ways. As for the more distant future, maybe I should find a suitable place to settle down. In the night breeze that was cooler than in previous years, Tang Zheng fell asleep while thinking. Chapter 50 Wildlife Park. The sky in the early morning was still dark and gloomy, with thick dark clouds hovering overhead and never dispersing. Tang Zheng woke up early, distributed food to everyone, and prepared to set off. From here to the wildlife park, there is still about 5 kilometers to go. Tang Zheng will not take his sister and the others with him on this journey. He called Ningyu over and told her to stay here with the girls until he opened the road to the zoo and then come to pick them up. Ningyu nodded in agreement, and Tang Zheng handed her a walkie-talkie to report any situation at any time. After leaving the girls on the top of the mountain and leaving some food and water, Tang Zheng led the people down the mountain. It was similar to the time when they went up the mountain. There were almost no zombies on the top of the mountain. When they walked down the mountain, the zombies gradually increased. The journey was relatively smooth, and Tang Zheng and his friends arrived at the south gate of the park. Strictly speaking, the wildlife park and Zhang are actually a mountainous area, separated by only a road. After walking out of the south gate of Zhang, you will reach the north gate of the wildlife park. Without looking at the radar map, Tang Zheng gave up the idea of entering the zoo from the north gate after just a glance. The number of zombies in the square in front of the gate and near the ticket hall can only be described as terrifying. Go west for a while, we will enter from the outer wall. The team began to head west, not daring to shoot along the way, and could only slowly clear the zombies with bayonets. It took nearly 2 hours to walk about 300 meters, avoiding the main entrance of the park and the zoo, and then crossed the road from here to the outer wall of the zoo. The outer wall of the zoo is composed of high iron stakes and barbed wire, about 5 meters high. Not only can people not pass through, but animals inside cannot get out either. Jiuo Yun came out again, took out his pipe wrench, and cut the barbed wire. Soon, a hole nearly 1 meter high appeared. Dogs can easily pass through, and people can also pass through by bending over, like a dog hole. Jiuo Yun stepped back and waved to Tang Zheng politely and respectfully. "General, please come in." Tang Zheng gritted his teeth. He had long known the morals of these iron-headed subordinates with almost negative emotional intelligence. He didn't say much, bent down and crawled into the dog hole. The soldiers followed in one after another, and soon everyone entered the zoo. The zoo was originally one of the best green areas in the city. After the end of the world, the plants had not been taken care of for a month. In addition, it was summer now, and the plants in the yard grew wildly. At this moment, it was overgrown with weeds, like a combination of forest and grassland, and looked almost the same as the wild. The trees above blocked the sky and the light was dim. Dust floated in the air. Tang Zheng took a few steps, dug in the weeds a few times, and found a signpost. On the signpost, they marked their current location and a tourist map of the zoo. We avoided the north gate and are now at the edge of the herbivore-free range area. According to the analysis of the situation of the mastiff, we can judge that once a carnivore mutates, it must be very ferocious, so we try to walk along the herbivore area, which should be safe. The herbivore area occupies about a quarter of the wildlife park and is about 5 kilometers long and wide. Tang Zheng quickly formulated a route and everyone began to move forward slowly. After walking 300 or 400 meters on the overgrown road, the way back was completely invisible. Tang Zheng always turned on the radar and observed the red dots within the radar range. There are many red dots in the zoo, and many of them are bright red. The redder the color, the higher the degree of danger, and Tang Zheng will try his best to avoid them. but the deeper you go, the more red dots there are, and it is impossible to avoid them completely. Snap, snap. Not far ahead, a slight chewing sound was heard. Everyone be careful, there may be mutants there. Except for the north gate, where there are more zombies, there are almost no zombies along the way. Although he doesn't know why, Tang Zheng still instinctively feels that there should be mutants here. As Tang Zheng and others approached, they were less than 30 meters away from the red dot. The chewing sound suddenly stopped. Tang Zheng looked in the direction of the sound. A pair of blood red eyes appeared between the swaying weeds. Two sharp horns were like knives, and there was a bone in its mouth. The whole body was golden yellow, and it looked like a foal. But in fact, this is an antelope. Compared with before the end of the world, the antelope is 3 times larger, and there is no trace of the docile appearance of herbivores. At its feet, there was a half-human corpse lying, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a living dead or a zombie being chewed by it. Guo Yun, a research soldier, was beside Tang Zheng and said vigilantly, "General, animals have a sense of territory. We may have stepped into its territory." Tang Zheng was not careless and said slowly, "Then is it too late for us to retreat? It should be possible. After all, it is just an antelope." Before Guo Yun finished speaking, the antelope suddenly bleated, spread its 4 hooves, and rushed towards Tang Zheng and his men. It was so fast that smoke was coming out of its feet. Its 2 horns had extraordinary lethality. "Try not to shoot, and don't make too much noise," Tang Zheng ordered. Next to him, Ji Yunshan put down his AK-47, took out a silenced pistol, and raised his gun to shoot. Whoosh! 2 bullets hit the antelope, and its body shook slightly. Although it was injured, its speed was almost not slowed down, and it was almost in front of Tang Zheng. The power of the silenced pistol was not enough to cause too much damage to the mutant beast. 2 mobilized soldiers protected Tang Zheng in front of him. If this continued, they would definitely be hit by the antelope. Fire. Tang Zheng didn't care about much else. If he didn't shoot, it would be almost impossible to deal with this mutant beast. The 2 mobilized soldiers had already pulled the trigger and immediately opened fire. Da-da-da. A series of rifle bullets were fired, and the antelope was immediately covered in blood and knocked down on the spot. Rifles can indeed cause great damage to mutant beasts, but the disadvantages are also obvious. The gunshots here immediately attracted some nearby red dots to approach this side quickly. Not good. This mutant beast is much more difficult to deal with than zombies. This antelope is almost as strong as an agile zombie. If there are more of them, we will be in danger. Before Tang Zheng and his men could make any effective response, 3 or 4 red dots arrived nearby. There were antelopes, zebras, and wildebeests. Each of them was much larger than before the end of the world, with bloodshot eyes and ferocious nature. Tang Zheng immediately ordered, "Don't run around. The larger the range you run, the more mutant beasts you will attract. Kill these few right here, and try to clear a safe area first." The soldiers immediately stopped and began to form a circular defense. Rifles kept firing, and streaks of blood appeared on the mutant beasts. In the past, the mutant beasts could be knocked down with a few shots, but now it takes 3 times as many bullets to knock them down. But the more than 30 soldiers were still able to deal with it relatively easily. But the situation became more and more serious. The gunshots spread far in the zoo, and the mutant beasts within a kilometer radius all sensed the movement here. More and more red dots began to appear in the radar range. But Tang Zheng and his men had no way to retreat, so they could only defend the place. Fortunately, Tang Zheng had sufficient funds. As long as he survived this wave, there would be fewer mutant beasts around, and it should be easier to walk later. The mutant beasts kept rushing out from the weeds, and they could jump more than 10 meters, even faster than the agile zombies. In such a situation, it is very difficult to attack, because it is difficult to hit the vital point with one shot. If you can't hit the vital point, it is not easy to kill the mutant beast now. Fortunately, the soldiers were well prepared, and at this moment, they were at the edge of the zoo behind them, so they were not worried about being attacked from both sides. The soldiers of the 3 combat squads took turns shooting, and could still hold on. Tang Zheng stared at the radar screen, observing the arrival of the mutant beast. Suddenly, on the radar screen, a large group of red dots rushed over at an extremely fast speed, which was a bit abnormal. Tang Zheng looked in the direction of the red dots in surprise, but found nothing. What's going on? There are obviously animals coming. Just when he was a little distracted, Ji Yunshan beside him shouted, "General, lower your head." Tang Zheng almost instinctively lowered his head quickly and then felt a chill on his head. Ji Yunshan raised his hand and fired a burst of bullets at the sky. A strange cry came from behind Tang Zheng, and something was hit and fell into the bushes. Tang Zheng touched the top of his head and found that his bulletproof helmet was knocked off. He looked back and saw a crow as big as a goshawk rolling in the grass, not yet dead. At this time, in the sky, crows as big as goshawks, swallows as big as crows, and sparrows larger than swallows, with bloodshot eyes, were rushing through the air. Thanks to you Beschreibung, a book friend, for the 1000 coin reward. Thanks to Gothic Swastika Walking Warrior, a book friend, for the 500 coin reward. Thanks to Super Legend Brother, a book friend, for the 500 coin reward. Thanks to the book friend with the last number 4425, for the 200 coin reward. Thanks to Cordio, Solsai, KK6653 and other book friends for the reward. Special thanks to the book friends who voted for the monthly ticket today. There are quite a lot of votes today, 6k a day now. Don't complain about it being slow. It will continue to explode after it is put on the shelves. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.